The doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes.
Thank you.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi éminent.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the final report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Supplementary Estimates C 2015-2016. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Joint Committee on Scrutiny of Regulations in relation to Section 19 of the Statutory Instruments Act. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in this report later this day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport du comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Le projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Leader du gouvernement.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be the committee designated for the purposes of Section 343 of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act.
Honorable Ministre, a-t-il le
Does the Honourable Minister have unanimous consent to move the motion?
D'accord.
Agreed. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted.
No? Excuse me. Excusez-moi. Okay, I didn't hear. There was a no, so there's no unanimous consent. The Honourable Leader of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 56-1, I move, seconded by the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, that the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be the committee designated for the purposes of Section 343 of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act.
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Mr. Duclos, pursuant to Standing Order 56.1(1)A, moves that the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be the committee designated for the purposes of Section 343 of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Will those, que tous les députés qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those in favor, all those opposed, please rise.
Moins que 25 députés, c'est en...
Unless 25 members rise, the motion is adopted.
And we're still in motions, right? Okay. Motions. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the first report of the Standing Joint Committee on Scrutiny of Regulations presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is no consent. Motions? Presenting petitions. Presentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first is from constituents who want to see the Government of Canada act concertedly to apply a carbon policy with fees to greenhouse gases throughout their source of production and in economy-wide fashion that would apply to the ongoing efforts to meet the Paris Agreement targets. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is directed to the issue of bottled water, recognizing that the threat of bottled water affects water supplies, increases solid waste in bottled containers, and calls on Parliament to discontinue the purchase of bottled water for personal use in federal government institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Standing petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to introduce today. The first is from hundreds of people who note that Canada is the only OECD country that does not have a national public transit strategy. It notes that over the next 5 years there will be an $18 billion gap in transit infrastructure needs, so it calls on the Government of Canada to create a Canadian public transit strategy which seeks to provide a permanent investment plan to support public transit, as well as federal funding mechanisms to allow municipalities to create that very important public resource. Second, I have a petition from many Canadians who are continuing their call to stop the cuts to Canada Post, in particular to have this government halt the conversion of home mail delivery to community mailboxes and, in fact, reverse those community mailboxes that have been introduced that have proved so problematic for people, and to preserve that vital public service to allow home mail delivery for all Canadians. And finally, I have a petition signed by many people in my riding of Vancouver Kingsway to adopt the New Democrat plan for affordable childcare. It points out the vital need for this program for parents across the country. It points out that this will be a money saver and important social investment in something that actually will return benefits to our economy far beyond the investment in our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition today signed by many of my constituents dealing with the overall condition of housing stock in Canada, in particular in the area that I represent. And what they're doing is they're calling upon the government to affirm the need for a strong federal leadership to work with the different relevant levels of government in order to ensure that there are programs in place to possibly assist Canadians in affording both homes and the repairs thereof. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Second reading of Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate.
The Honourable Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to split my time with the Member of Parliament from Montague. I rise today to speak to Bill C-7. This bill would uphold the constitutionally guaranteed freedom of RCMP members and reservists to engage in meaningful collective bargaining. A meaningful process of collective bargaining must provide employees with enough choice and independence to allow them to pursue.
Excuse me? I'm sorry. You said that you were looking for unanimous consent. And so I have to ask the House if they give you unanimous consent to share your time. Does the Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent? Agreed. So be it.
Thank you. So I rise to speak on Bill C-7. This bill would uphold the constitutionally guaranteed freedom of RCMP members and reservists to engage in meaningful collective bargaining. A meaningful process of collective bargaining must provide employees with enough choice and freedom to allow them to pursue their collective interests. And Mr. Speaker, Bill C-7 does just that. It provides RCMP members and reservists with the freedom to choose whether they wish to be represented by a bargaining agent. It also provides them with the ability to choose which employee organization will represent them, as well as the workplace objectives they will pursue. And it ensures they are able to make this choice independent of management. Allow me to take a moment to explain the context in which this bill was developed. Currently, RCMP members are not permitted to bargain collectively and have no recourse to arbitration or strike action. In 2006, the Mounted Police Association of Ontario and the BC Mounted Police Professional Association, on behalf of all members of the RCMP, challenged this restriction in the courts. Ultimately, the matter was brought to the Supreme Court of Canada, and on January 16th of last year, the Supreme Court rendered its decision. The court struck down the exclusion of RCMP members from the definition of employee in the Public Service Labour Relations Act as being unconstitutional. In addition, the court held that sections of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police regulations infringed on the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So the current process fails to achieve the balance between employees and employer that is essential to meaningful collective bargaining. Accordingly, the court held that this violated the Charter right to freedom of association. The court suspended its judgment for 1 year to give the Government of Canada time to consider its options. The government sought an extension and was given an additional 4 months to introduce legislation in the House of Commons that would provide a new labour framework for RCMP members and reservists. The Supreme Court of Canada's decision has a significant impact on the way that RCMP labour relations are managed. A new labour relations regime for RCMP members would need to provide them with an effective collective bargaining regime, but in a manner that respects the unique role of the RCMP as Canada's national police force. The Supreme Court decision, therefore, required careful consideration of next steps. This included broad consultation with regular members of the RCMP and the provinces and territories that have police services agreements with the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada takes our responsibility to protect the safety and security of Canadians extremely seriously, and we're committed to supporting the dedicated women and men of Canada's National Police Service who protect Canadians on so many fronts. They combat organized crime and defend our country against terrorists. They guard us from those who deal in illicit drugs and those who commit economic crimes. They protect us from offences that threaten the integrity of Canadian national borders. They provide contract policing services in 8 provinces and 3 territories. And through its national police services, the RCMP offers resources to other Canadian law enforcement agencies. And this is by no means an exhaustive list of what these committed individuals do to protect Canadians and do to deserve our respect. Respect is a key operating principle of our government, Mr. Speaker, and one of the top priorities of this government is establishing a culture of respect for and within the federal public service. And that is why, when it comes to respectful treatment of RCMP members and reservists, we thank the Supreme Court for its ruling. It has afforded us this historic opportunity to enshrine the constitutional freedom of RCMP members and reservists to engage in meaningful collective bargaining. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that the negotiation of collective agreements is a right that has been enjoyed by other police officers in Canada for a very long time. In fact, the first police union in Canada was in St. John, New Brunswick in 1919. The Ontario Provincial Police Association, representing civilian and non-commissioned uniformed members of the OPP, came into existence in 1954. Today, the bill before us would provide RCMP members and reservists their independence and freedom of choice in labour relations matters, while recognizing the unique operational reality of policing. Independence and freedom of choice were 2 key elements of the Supreme Court's decision. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the consultations that were crucial to the development of the legislation before us today. During the summer of 2015, an independent expert consulted RCMP regular members on potential elements of a new labor relations regime. The consultation consisted of a survey and town hall sessions and reached out to all 17,000 active members, as well as over 1,000 members on leave. And more than 9,000 members completed the survey. As well, more than 650 people participated in 13 town hall sessions held right across the country. The legislation before us, therefore, respects regular members' preferences in determining a new labor relations regime for the RCMP. It also takes into account the concerns and interests of those jurisdictions that contract RCMP services, including most of the provinces and territories, as well as many municipalities across Canada. Most regular members who participated in the online consultation said they support the idea of a unionized RCMP. Recognizing the particular operational reality of the RCMP, members showed a strong preference for a labor relations regime that would use binding arbitration without the right to strike as the mechanism for resolving bargaining impasses. This approach is consistent with other police forces across the country. Members also showed clear support for the option of representation by a single national employee organization whose primary mandate would be the representation of RCMP members. And Mr. Speaker, such an organization and the use of binding arbitration are two key features of the proposed legislation. And consistent with existing provisions in the Public Service Labor Relations Act that excludes public service executives in managerial or confidential positions from representation, all RCMP officers appointed to the ranks of an inspector and above would be excluded from collective bargaining. Under this bill, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board would be the administrative tribunal for matters related to the RCMP bargaining unit, as well as grievances related to a collective agreement. This would include grievances on terms and conditions of employment of a collective agreement, such as hours of work, overtime, and leave provisions. The proposed legislation would preserve the Commissioner's authority under the RCMP Act to manage police operations in an effective manner that is accountable to Canadians. So RCMP conduct matters would remain outside the jurisdiction of the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board and instead would continue to be managed through processes established under the RCMP Act. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today offers RCMP members and reservists the respect they are due. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees that everyone be entitled to freedom of association. The Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that this Charter freedom protects the right to bargain collectively. So I am honoured to rise in support of this legislation, permitting RCMP members and reservists to exercise their freedom of association by engaging in a process of meaningful collective bargaining. And I encourage all members to show their respect for the women and men of the RCMP and to vote in support of this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are a number of exclusions from collective bargaining within this bill, and I was wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could shed some light on what exactly is excluded from bargaining under this bill and what the reasons for excluding those things from bargaining are. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, I thank the member for the question and for his deep interest in this new phase of freedom and choice of collective bargaining for the RCMP. What the bill includes is those matters that are subject to collective bargaining. The operational realities of the RCMP mean that some of the working conditions are actually part of the Commissioner's responsibility to manage, and those will not be included in this bill. So what is included is consistent with what will be on the bargaining table between the RCMP members and reservists and the employee representatives that are representing them.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills.
Speaker, I'd just like to ask the question to the member. We appreciate most of Bill C-7, and certainly we want to support our RCMP and all the work that they do. But I find it interesting that this bill does not include the opportunity for RCMP to a secret ballot when they wish to unionize. And I'd like to ask why. It seems again that when we're talking about bills on unions and democracy, secret ballots is something that this government does not seem to support. I would like to ask why the opportunity for a secret ballot is not included in this legislation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as the member may know, there is other legislation before the House that impacts the actual mechanisms of certification. I think that what we can say is that this bill reflects the wishes and the direction that the consultations with 17,000 regular members of the RCMP showed was their priority. So they will have the opportunity to have a representation should they choose it. They will have an opportunity to have their representatives bargain on their behalf. And, Mr. Speaker, this bill really shows respect to the RCMP, who will have the opportunities that most other police across the country already have.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you. One of the issues that reoccurs in this House around labour negotiations and proposed changes to the framework in which collective bargaining agreements are reached is this notion of a secret ballot. If the RCMP members, or if the union they choose to represent them, decide on a secret ballot mechanism for any vote within the collective agreement process, they are free to choose a secret ballot if they want. We don't have to mandate that. That's something which the union can choose to do if they choose to proceed in a specific direction. We're not reaching into the union and mandating a secret ballot. They have the option as an organization to operate and conduct their votes as they choose. Is that not true?
Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you. And the principle of this bill is empowering RCMP members to have the same rights and freedoms as other police forces across the country, and the right to collective bargaining. At this time, details around the manner of certification are being debated in the House in another bill. So it will depend on the outcome of that bill, the exact mechanisms that move forward with Bill C-7. But, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that this is about freedom and opportunities and equality for RCMP members and reservists.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise in this place on the second reading of Bill C-7, tabled by the Honourable President of the Treasury Board, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act and other acts, and to provide of certain other measures affecting the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Labour Relations regime and its operation. On January 16, 2015, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled in the case of Mounted Police Association of Ontario versus Canada Attorney General that Sections 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees freedom of association and protects a meaningful process of collective bargaining. Such a process must provide the employees with both choice and independence sufficient to enable them to determine and advance their collective interest. Because the current labour relations regime does not meet this requirement, the Court found it to be unconstitutional. The Court gave the federal government 12 months to comply with this ruling. Due to the federal elections in the intervening period, Madam Speaker, a 4-month extension was granted for the government to table legislation. Indeed, this is a technical bill to comply with the government's legal obligations. It does not claim to offer additional remedies to some of the challenges confronting the RCMP as an organization, such as operational stress injuries or harassment. Our government is committed to ensuring that we provide adequate support to members of the RCMP and other first responders affected with operational stress injuries, as well as the eradication of any and all forms of harassment within this important and iconic institution for our country. This bill was drafted following extensive consultation with regards members of the RCMP and jurisdictions with RCMP police services agreements. Jurisdictions with RCMP police service agreements were consulted and provided input about their concerns in the development of new RCMP labor relations regimes. As this regime is being implemented, we will continue to keep our contracting parties informed. In addition, in the summer of 2015, RCMP regular members were surveyed, and a series of town halls were carried out across the country to develop a solid understanding of their preferences. Results indicated that a strong majority of RCMP regular members supported the idea of a unionized RCMP. In addition, as I noted earlier, there was also strong support for binding arbitration with no right to strike to resolve bargaining impasses. And finally, there was also support for a single national bargaining unit comprised of RCMP members and reservists only. The proposed legislation was shaped by these consultations. Our government is grateful for all the feedback that was received. Furthermore, we intend to work with all parliamentarians in an open and engaging manner throughout the legislative process in order to achieve the desired objective in the very limited time allotted. We have to comply with the Supreme Court decision. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I'll take a few moments to specify some of the important points in the bill. First of all, the bill will allow for the creation of a single association of salaried members of national scope made up of all members of the RCMP, excluding officers of the rank of inspector or higher and reservists. In order for this to be clear, the RCMP has a pool of reservists who are qualified officers who can provide service in the short term when the need arises. Secondly, the bill implies that the bargaining agent be of the police nature. The Commission can only accredit an organization whose mandate is representing employees who are members of the RCMP. In other words, a union organization cannot represent officers from other police forces or groups of employees who are not members of the RCMP. Thirdly, the bill would exclude officers ranked at the inspector rank or higher from the collective bargaining process, just like executives in the public service are excluded from this representation. Fourth, although members of the RCMP and reservists will not have the right to strike, the bill will establish an arbitration process, binding arbitration as a method to solve conflicts. Binding arbitration will give members and reservists an effective method to pursue their interests within their workplace. Members of the RCMP have already indicated their support for binding arbitration. Lastly, the Public Service Labor Relations Commission will serve as an administrative tribunal for all issues concerning the collective bargaining process for members and reservists in the RCMP. It's important to note that any disciplinary action which is currently under the authority of the Commissioner of the RCMP under the RCMP Act will continue to be managed within the existing process. I'd like to close by emphasizing the government's commitment to supporting the proud and dedicated members of the RCMP. If this bill is adopted, members and reservists of the RCMP will have the right to make choices about their representation when it comes to labor relations. This will be done in a manner that reflects police operations as a work environment. Our government takes the responsibility of protecting the safety of Canadians very seriously. The RCMP is a key element that guarantees that we can fulfill that mission. Thus, our actions will always seek the best interests of this vital Canadian institution. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary say that part of what this bill really is meant to do is to address in a kind of minimal way what the Supreme Court has asked be done for the right to bargain collectively on behalf of RCMP officers, and that it doesn't pretend to do much else about a lot of other outstanding issues with the RCMP. And that's fair enough as far as it goes, Madam Speaker, but what I would like to draw his attention to and hear him comment on is the fact that it's my belief that collective bargaining is one of the possible ways to deal with some of the chronic problems and issues that we've heard about harassment in the RCMP, and the bill is not neutral with respect to that position. It prejudges the question as to whether or not collective bargaining is an appropriate way to deal with those issues. So the bill does shut the door on that, and I think it's incumbent upon the government to provide, frankly, better reasons for why they're not considering collective bargaining as a way to deal with some of those outstanding issues. And I'm hoping we can hear one of those arguments now, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you for the question, and especially the relevance of the point the member has raised. It's important to point out that the exercise we're doing right now seeks to respond to the Supreme Court decision. There's a deficiency in the past from a constitutional standpoint, and it is our obligation now to respond to this need and to resolve that problem that is very specific. I think it's important to understand here that this situation could have been resolved before the last election. That choice was not made. We now have an obligation to do so. We had the privilege of a 4-month extension, but we have a limited deadline here. Time is pressing, and we have to take into account that limitation in this debate because we have to respond to this specific problem, that is to allow the RCMP to have the right to be represented. So there are other questions such as harassment and other behavioral or conduct issues. They've already been addressed. We have investigations going on in the Privacy Commissioner as well.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Very much, Madam Speaker. And I will say that I know that the government is moving forward because of the Supreme Court ruling and what needs to happen with respect to the subject matter. But we'll ask the question yet again with respect to secret ballot voting and the opportunity for allowing the democratic action to take place within the RCMP. I recognize that the member will probably get up and say, well, we have other legislation in this House. Well, we're actually trying to make sure that the RCMP, I think an entity that we all have a huge amount of respect for, an entity that and individuals that we all respect because they put themselves in the line of duty in harm's way every day. Why are we not addressing this directly right now, making sure that these individuals are allowed to have a secret ballot vote?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague for her question. Well, look, I understand her pride in the RCMP. I was a member of the RCMP, a civilian, for a few years, and that was something I'm very proud of. I'll always be proud of having been part of that organization. We need to respect them and give them the means to be represented. The exercise we're undergoing today is in response to the Supreme Court decision. The member is right. She even answered the question. There's a process in place. If there needs to be a change, we will adapt to a new reality. For the time being, we're only addressing the Supreme Court decision.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fort York, Spadina, Fort York.
Again, there is nothing that restricts the membership of the RCMP, if they choose to have a secret ballot, from having a secret ballot. If they choose to have an open ballot, there's nothing that forces them to have an open ballot beyond this legislation. But if they choose to have a secret ballot as part of their ratification process, they're entitled to make that choice themselves, if they choose so themselves.
A very brief comment from the Minister of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question or this comment. It's important to specify that we will address the question of the vote in due course. My personal concern is that we have to address the issue of the right to representation following the Supreme Court decision.
Prise de débat, the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure for me to rise today in this debate on C7 and be the first speaker on behalf of Her Majesty's loyal opposition on this important subject. I think, Madam Speaker, that all parties in this place respect the important role played by the RCMP, the GRC, our Mounties, not just for their iconic image they represent around the world and the subsequent acknowledgement of Canadians as a people that respect one another and enjoy peace, order, and good government, but we acknowledge and we've paid homage in this House when some of our frontline men and women have risked their lives and, in fact, given their lives in recent years in Alberta, in Moncton, serving Canada and protecting the society we all enjoy. And certainly while the Conservative Party, when we were in government, we followed the court case of the Mounted Police Association of Ontario very closely as it made its way through the courts. And, Madam Speaker, we're here today because of a decision of the Supreme Court of Canada that came down last year and provided an opportunity for the government to respond. The previous government had been looking at the Supreme Court decision, consulting, meeting with senior leadership within the RCMP, hearing from frontline members. Then there was the transition, Madam Speaker, and now this same issue was faced by the new Liberal government, who asked for a little bit of an extension in January, and the court has given the government until April to come up with a framework for labour relations, for bargaining for members of the RCMP that meet the spirit and intent of the Supreme Court decision in the Mounted Police Association of Ontario versus Canada. But I'm here today, Madam Speaker, as the official opposition public safety critic, and I'll be speaking just before or alongside my colleague who's responsible for Treasury Board, because certainly the impact of that Supreme Court decision has a dual aspect. It certainly solidifies and really elucidates the right to collective bargaining that the Supreme Court has given members of the RCMP, and their exclusion from this Public Sector Labour Relations Act was declared unconstitutional and in violation of Section 2D of the Charter, the right to association, Madam Speaker. But there certainly will be economic ramifications of that as well. So that's the second aspect of the decision, and why the opposition will lead off with both public safety and Treasury Board speaking. But as the public safety critic, and having heard from Commissioner Paulson just yesterday and had the opportunity to have him before the Public Safety Committee already in this new Parliament, Madam Speaker, I want to begin my remarks really by thanking the frontline men and women of our RCMP. They are charged with a very important role in our country, given the breadth and size of our country and the fact that there's large portions of rural Canada that would not have policing services were it not for the men and women of the RCMP, Madam Speaker. So this subject, while it deals with labour relations and ultimately impacts on the fiscal framework for Canada, we must begin the conversation by acknowledging, certainly on all sides of this House, the tremendous respect we have for the RCMP. 28,461 regular force members of the RCMP, not including auxiliaries, which we all know and see in communities across the country, also play a very critical role, particularly for large events and things like that in our communities across the country. And let's put that in perspective for a moment, Madam Speaker, that 28,000 or so members of Canada's police force is significant when you compare it to the next largest police force in Canada, the Ontario Provincial Police, with about 6,100 uniformed members, Madam Speaker, and certainly the largest municipal police service, also in Ontario, with the Toronto Police Service, Madam Speaker, with 7,900 members. So the Supreme Court, and really the court case launched by the association in Ontario, recognized that alongside their municipal comrades in arms, their provincial comrades, Canada's largest police force needed the ability to have effective collective bargaining in the same way that their provincial and municipal cousins did, Madam Speaker. And that is what the Supreme Court has given some guidance on, and that's what's led us here to C7 today. But I will note that Canada's largest police force, our national police force, does attract a significant expense of the Government of Canada for salaries, about a $1.6 billion commitment to public safety, to frontline policing across the country, Madam Speaker. All parties acknowledge, and only time will tell, but all parties acknowledge that the impact of this Supreme Court decision and the changing of the bargaining arrangement, or the unionization, if you want to call it in more simple terms, of the RCMP, will have a significant impact on the fiscal framework for Canada, Madam Speaker. I say that mere hours before the budget to be brought forward by the new government. I'm hoping that they approach C7 and its implementation with a little more caution than it appears that they've been approaching this budget, Madam Speaker, particularly when it comes to operational spending, most of which is made up of salaries. The pressures on that, particularly once referenced bargaining between the large municipal and provincial forces in Canada, we need to make sure our front line get what they deserve, get the support they deserve, the salary, remuneration, benefits, also health care and support for mental health. So we need to make sure that we look at the well-being of our frontline officers, not just in the context of salaries, but in terms of how we take care of them both before, while they're serving, and after, particularly if they leave with a service-related injury. I will say for a brief moment, Madam Speaker, that in my brief, far too brief time, unfortunately, as Minister of Veterans Affairs, I had the honour of interacting quite regularly with the RCMP and its members because, as the government knows and as the new minister well knows, the ill and injured of the RCMP are provided for, and their support is administered through Veterans Affairs Canada. So we've certainly seen how in recent years the health and wellness support, particularly for mental injuries from service, have dramatically come into the modern era, and we're very proud of that. I know the new government is going to continue that important work. Our Public Safety Committee right now is studying operational stress injuries, post-traumatic stress disorder for our frontline responders. The interesting thing with Veterans Affairs, the learnings over the last generation from our veterans and from our Canadian Armed Forces is now being shared with our RCMP and with municipal police forces and provincial police forces. In fact, the Canadian Armed Forces Road to Mental Readiness document, a wellness document for mental health, is now really the touchstone, Madam Speaker, for first responder uniformed personnel serving Canada. So I think that needs to be a very important part of this discussion, but also the implementation of what comes from C7. I also need, as the Member of Parliament for Durham, to once again thank the men and women of RCMP Detachment Bowmanville in my community, Madam Speaker, who are part of the Toronto East, the O Detachment of the RCMP, which is not as widely seen in Ontario because we have the OPP, but this detachment for the Toronto GTA East is very important. And like so many communities, Madam Speaker, when the men and women hang up their uniform after their shift, these same people are often the coaches at the hockey rink and the soccer fields and become the backbone of our community. So I want to salute the RCMP members in my own detachment, Madam Speaker, and speak for a minute about the 8 provinces. Quebec and Ontario have provincial police forces, but in many parts of this country, as I said at the outset, rural parts of Canada would not have that important underpinning of public safety were it not for the men and women of the RCMP, particularly rural areas where often that member will be the first and solo response to an incident. And in recent years, their ability to work with parts of rural Canada, First Nations leaderships and First Nations police forces has truly been remarkable, Madam Speaker, and that needs to be also part of the framework that becomes the new collective bargaining approach for our RCMP. So, as I said, we are here. C7 is the result of the government's response to the Supreme Court of Canada decision in the Mounted Police Association of Ontario case versus Canada. And specifically what that looked at was, did the staff relations representative program within the RCMP meet the test of giving the freedom of association to members of the RCMP guaranteed by the Charter? Certainly, I think all sides understand, and one of our members of our caucus who's a proud retired RCMP officer knows that this staff relations representative program did try and act as that conduit between the workforce and management in the sense of a bargaining agent, Madam Speaker. And because of the creation of that staff relations program going back to the 1970s, Madam Speaker, for that reason, the RCMP was excluded from the Public Sector Labour Relations Act, specifically excluded in legislation. And that exclusion, alongside an analysis of the staff representative program, is what ultimately the Supreme Court looked at. And their finding was that this staff relations program did not meet the standard they expected under the Charter, under Section 2D, providing the men and women of the RCMP with the freedom of association. It's interesting, the decision did not say just strike out those sections of the PSLRA, the Public Safety Labour Relations Act, and treat the RCMP like any other public service. The Supreme Court did not say that, Madam Speaker, and that's important to note. And in fact, the analysis of the Supreme Court is quite illustrative, particularly with our modern labour law, which is starting to move away from the traditional Wagner model that we inherited from 1930s labour relations in the United States, Madam Speaker. So what did the court actually say in this decision? And we see parts of that reflected in C7, and we will say that as the opposition, and then we have concerns of another nature. The court said that Section 2D guarantees meaningful collective bargaining, meaningful representation. But they broke that down further, Madam Speaker, and said that meaningful collective bargaining and that meaningful representation has 2 parts to it. The first part is employee choice. There must be choice. And the second part, to provide that meaningful standard, there needs to be sufficient independence from management. And this is really where the old model within the RCMP failed in the eyes of the court, was that the staff relations program was not seen to be independent enough from management. It was seen more as a human resources tool and not an agent for bargaining and protecting the collective rights of the employees. So that's an important distinction to make, Madam Speaker, because had the staff relations program been a little more independent, this may have survived the Supreme Court's analysis. The Supreme Court specifically said, and I'll quote, "The freedom of association under Section 2D of the Charter is a guarantee that will not necessarily protect all of association activity, but that the arrangement must not substantially interfere," that was a later quote they used, and that's the new standard, "with the employee's rights to that bargaining, their choice, and the independence." So C7 does reflect that and brings certain parts of the workplace relationship outside of C7. So I respect the fact the government has acknowledged that part of the decision. So certain elements through the grievance process and certain elements of the workplace will not be subject to the collective bargaining relationship, Madam Speaker. And I think that's important, given the very unique role and the chain of command structure and heritage of the RCMP as a police force. So that the government appears to acknowledge that in C7. But what is absent entirely from C7, Madam Speaker, is that first element of the Supreme Court's decision, meaningful collective bargaining and the meaningful right to association under the Charter must have as its first principle employee choice. And in fact, I heard my friend from Spadina, Fort York earlier talk about the frontline members of the RCMP and say, if they choose, if they choose. Well, that's what the Supreme Court of Canada put as the fundamental construct to this relationship, employee choice. But what's absent in C7 is a codification of that employee choice, which in our modern democracy requires a secret ballot vote, Madam Speaker. So the members of the RCMP whose collective right under Section 2D of the Charter can be exercised by their employee choice at the first instance, saying whether they want an association or not, and that vote to be conducted in a way that conforms with our democratic principles should be by secret ballot. Why that's interesting, Madam Speaker? Because on the order paper, we have two bills before Parliament. We're in the early days, so leaving out private members' business, I think we're up to C7 or 8. C4 expresses the government's clear intention that secret ballot should not be a fundamental underpinning of the choice employees have on whether to belong to a union or not. So I have not heard the parliamentary secretary, my friend in his remarks, explain that omission, but I hope to hear that addressed somewhere in the debate on C7, because it does drive an interesting omission on the part of the government. The Supreme Court of Canada said the first pillar to meaningful right of association is employee choice, but that's not codified in C7 itself. So I think you will see, Madam Speaker, the opposition learning from the Supreme Court, making sure that employee choice and secret ballot is directly a part of C7. And we hope, with the government being mindful of the court decision, they will agree to amend the bill to reflect that. And if they do, it's our intention to work with them on it, Madam Speaker. The previous government, as I said, was looking at the impact of this Supreme Court decision and how we could guarantee this charter right for our men and women of the RCMP alongside making sure their important structure, chain of command, and the important duties and risks inherent in policing are respected and not diminished, and public safety is not impacted through the course of what might be regular Wagner model union construct, Madam Speaker. What's interesting is this decision, along with the Fraser Health decision, has shown a gradual departure in labour law from the traditional Canadian law, Madam Speaker. In fact, if you look at when Justice Rosie Abella was on the Ontario Labour Relations Board, years ago, there was a balance between these boards, these arbitration-type boards, quasi-judicial bodies, the law, and the legislature. But now that legislatures are intervening more in labour law, and now that this charter right is developing with respect to association, it's changing the old model. And the courts have acknowledged that. In fact, some of the best labour minds in the country, including some friends of mine that I used to practice law with, including Brian Burkett and John Craig, have written on the move away from the Wagner model. So what does that mean? That means the exclusivity of a union guaranteed by the Wagner model may indeed be a thing of the past, and that it's quite acceptable for provisions of what the police do to be excluded from collective bargaining. In fact, the court has said the Wagner model itself is not the constitutional right. It is that meaningful right to collective bargaining and an agent that's constitutionally protected. And as I remind you, Madam Speaker, as I said, that fundamental charter right, which led to this decision, the two-part test, the first part is employee choice. So the government should have that reflected in C7, employee choice on who their agent should be, on their priorities, but also employee choice on whether they're unionized. And that should be by secret ballot, which Canada has had since 1874. So if the government acknowledges and amends, they may see some unanimity in this place, and I'd like to see that, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments of the member from Durham and all the work that he does. On behalf of the RCMP and the Canadian Armed Forces, but his comments confused me. He's insisting on a secret ballot. C-525, which his government brought forward, actually makes it more difficult for employees to unionize, harder for unions to certify, and easier for unions to be decertified. And so that is the bill that our government is repealing with C4, in which case the board will have a choice it will be at the discretion of the board whether there will be a secret ballot or whether there would be a card check, and the board can make sure that the members' interests are being reflected in the choice made. And so why would the secret ballot, which makes it harder for these for the collective bargaining process, less freedom for the members, why is the member insisting on that as the mechanism?
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, I'm suggesting to this House, through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague, that's what the Supreme Court has required. With employee choice being the most fundamental element of this charter right, the true way to have employee choice with respect to unionization and with respect to the bargaining unit itself is the secret ballot. I keep finding myself referencing Liberal leaders in this House, Madam Speaker, usually to show how this new Liberal government is quite different from its past. We've had the secret ballot in Canada since Alexander Mackenzie, a very little-known Prime Minister, a Liberal Prime Minister in 1874. This has been a fundamental tenet of our parliamentary democracy. And in fact, Madam Speaker, my friend who asked this question was at the briefing with her officials yesterday, where one of the senior officials said literally every certification vote in the public service has been by secret ballot. So now that we've had that established, and it's a fundamental tenet, let's have it reflected in C7. And as I said, Madam Speaker, if we see that, if they support our amendment on this, you may see this bill pass speedily through the House, particularly with the court deadline of April. I'd like to see that, so I'd like to see the government move. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, prior to being elected, I was fortunate enough to work for a major union in this country for 16 years, and I represented many workers before the Canada Industrial Relations Board who sought certification under federal legislation. And the legislation that I worked under always gave the Canada Industrial Relations Board the discretion to order a vote in any certification application where they felt it was necessary. That was the law. That's always been the case. Their practice was to permit certification when they were presented with evidence from employees that a majority of them wanted to unionize. And what I found, and I spent many, many days battling at the CIRB, was when employers found out about a certification drive, many of them would interfere with their members' constitutional rights, fire employees, discipline employees, intimidate employees. And it's the automatic certification that is intended to stop employers from affecting that constitutional right. And that's why card checks, where members have the ability to indicate their desires, submit that to the board, is actually the best way to test the will of a majority of employees and to minimize employer interference. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has anything to say about the employers in this country who have violated employees' rights to certify by firing and disciplining them. And he just has to go to the Labour Board. He can read hundreds and thousands of cases of that happening.
Member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend. He is my friend. I know he's passionate about the subject. But it concerns me greatly that he would suggest the Government of Canada would act untoward against some of its own people. I'm sure he can pluck a few Labour Relations Board decisions of an employer, trying to resist unionization. We're talking the government, Madam Speaker. In fact, that's why his colleague was at this briefing. That's why the official said the normal course for certification in the public realm is by secret ballot. What I find interesting, and as a Labour lawyer himself, he should look at, these decisions have shown that the old model is wearing out, the Wagner model. So the very fact that exclusivity for a union is now at risk. And what's nice about C7 is the government recognized the unique nature of the RCMP, so the traditional public sector unions cannot just move in and try and unionize this workforce. It has to be a unique bargaining agent looking at the needs of the workforce. And that's where Labour law is going, actually looking at the unique needs of the workplace, the unique needs of the people at the front lines. So we respect this. C7 has tried to get that balance right. Its one major omission, Madam Speaker, is the secret ballot right that most public sector employees have enjoyed, which the Supreme Court has indicated is fundamental. So I truly hope the government realizes its oversight in C7, moves towards it, and then I think we can have something important to our men and women in uniform move quickly through this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And during my colleague's speech, he alluded very briefly to the impact that this might have in terms of the fiscal framework, and I think that is something that is important to look at. And I also need to bring it to today in relationship to the budget we anticipate at 4 o'clock, where, I think the fiscal framework, with the all indications being there's going to be many sort of wants, not needs in this budget, to talk about that issue in terms of the space that this government is going to leave in the fiscal framework for what ultimately will be not a want, but will be certainly a need in terms of what the government is compelled to do.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, for her interventions. They're always, very on mark in this place, and for her support for our men and women in uniform, the Canadian Armed Forces, the RCMP, and our veterans, Madam Speaker. She did indeed reference that today is Budget Day. I did a poll yesterday. It's now going to be known as Red Tuesday, Madam Speaker, because the red team is taking us into the red in a dramatic fashion. And that has to be in the background of C7, Madam Speaker, because any analysis will show that this will put more pressure on the framework in the range of tens, if not into hundreds of millions of dollars potentially per year, Madam Speaker. So what I think is we need to get this right by providing employee choice first. But as I said in my remarks, this looking at the unique needs of policing, and the court has said the unique needs of a workplace must be reflected in its bargaining agent, we should be looking at health care, mental health support, a whole range of service conditions and issues apart from just the salary piece, given the unique role of the RCMP, but given some of the impacts on our men and women from their frontline service. So I really hope that the government recognizes its omission of true employee choice in C7 and makes that fix, and that they work, and the minister works alongside the commissioner of the RCMP to make sure that bargaining and the well-being of our people is not just salary negotiations, but a look at making sure wellness in uniform and afterwards is safeguarded.
In comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for paying tribute to the RCMP. I find it regrettable that the discussion seems to be confusing a number of aspects, because the point here is to actually correct a flaw that existed so that we can enable members to be able to bargain collectively. And I would call on my colleague to realize that it is not so much about the process, but about the right of these people to bargain collectively. So I would like to ask him, now he congratulated the Public Safety Committee on addressing post-traumatic stress syndrome, and could he say whether this is one way of dealing with it?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention. We're both missing committee because of this debate, so I'm sure we will both scurry over there shortly after. I think he's right. C7 is the government's response, and I rose to say in January they were taking more time to correct a flaw. But I'll say again, the court's first fundamental tenet of the charter right is employee choice, and that's not reflected in this bill. What is catching the government in an awkward position is that C4, which was an election promise for Labour support in the election, conflicts with C7 and what the charter expects. So they're going to have to reconcile that before the House, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to C7 and contribute to the debate on this bill. I'll start by echoing the thanks that other members have offered today to the men and women in the RCMP and for the service that they do for the country. What better way to thank them, Madam Speaker, than to grant them a long overdue right to be able to bargain collectively with their employer, one that unfortunately it took the Supreme Court to weigh in on in order for them to be granted, but nevertheless we've come to a place where we can now recognize that right. I think that's a good thing for the country, and we in the NEP are concerned to make this bill the best that it can be and to honor that right to bargain collectively to the maximum possible extent. This is an issue that became more personal for me, or personalized at least, because it actually came up while I was canvassing during the last election. I knocked on the door of an RCMP member who lives in my riding and, asked what I thought about this, and of course, intellectually, I've been on the side of Labour and workers' rights all my life. But this was a guy who was working for the RCMP, who was frustrated about things that were happening in his workplace that he thought could be going better. Didn't feel that there were meaningful avenues for RCMP members to complain within the organization that would really be heard, because he felt that ultimately management controlled all of those processes, and felt that collective bargaining was the way to start getting those concerns addressed. What was interesting is that although he mentioned pay and benefits, a lot of the concerns that were raised, or I certainly got the impression that first and foremost what he was looking for, and he felt many of his fellow members were looking for in collective bargaining, was the ability to address workplace safety and health issues, some of which had to do, say for instance, we hear from some RCMP members, with harassment within the force. For others, it's staffing ratios and how many officers are responding to a call, particularly in remote and northern communities, and what that means for the safety of RCMP members who do respond to those calls and are responding to calls alone. So that impression that I got that day is echoed, actually, by the Mounted Police Professional Association of Canada. What they've had to say about this bill so far is, quote, "Unfortunately, the way it stands, this bill is flawed by removing vital matters from the bargaining table, such as disciplinary measures and allocation of resources." So I take from that, Madam Speaker, that the conversation I had during the election with that particular RCMP member who lives in my riding was representative of at least some, and perhaps many, the views of many RCMP members across the country, some of whom have already organized within a voluntary association, to say that what they really want to be able to weigh in on at the bargaining table, aside from pay and benefits, is the conditions in which they work and the threats to their safety that sometimes arise because of decisions made by management about who will be responding to what calls and in what way. I think it would be a mistake for the government not to see this as an opportunity, not just to try and minimally satisfy the requirements of the Supreme Court decision, but to see it as an opportunity to create a meaningful mechanism by which RCMP members who have the experience on the ground, who are getting to see firsthand the way in which policies designed by management are playing out for individual officers across the country, a meaningful mechanism for those people with that expertise to weigh in on those kinds of decisions. And of course, the Supreme Court ruling was quite clear, and I think we all know in this chamber that simply being able to discuss something at the bargaining table is no guarantee that any particular conclusion is going to be drawn or that management won't maintain its prerogative with respect to a particular issue. I think as we talk about collective bargaining and what should and shouldn't be included under the purview of bargaining, it's helpful to refer to some of what is said within the Supreme Court decision about bargaining and what its intent is and why it matters. So I'm going to quote at length, Madam Speaker, from that decision. As social beings, our freedom to act with others is a primary condition of community life, human progress, and civilized society. Through association, individuals have been able to participate in determining and controlling the immediate circumstances of their lives and the rules, mores, and principles which govern the communities in which they live. Freedom of association is most essential in those circumstances where the individual is liable to be prejudiced by the actions of some larger and more powerful entity, like the government or an employer. In this case, both, Madam Speaker. Association has always been the means through which political, cultural, and racial minorities, religious groups, and workers have sought to attain their purposes and fulfill their aspirations. It has enabled those who would otherwise be vulnerable and ineffective to meet on more equal terms the power and strength of those with whom their interests interact and perhaps conflict. And that, I think, Madam Speaker, is what we're hearing from RCMP members, is a strong feeling that the means at their disposal to address issues in their workplace are ineffective. And we hear the sense of frustration that comes with feeling vulnerable and not having a fair process through which to challenge a person or an entity much more powerful than oneself. And I would say that no small part of what RCMP members sought to achieve through this litigation process that ultimately terminated in the Supreme Court ruling that they do have a right to collective bargaining was the freedom to pursue their goals within the workplace. And we know that some of those goals, some of the most important goals, really are about workplace safety and health and less about pay and benefits, Madam Speaker. The Supreme Court recognized in its decision that this ability is what makes collective bargaining important. So they said, for instance, a process of collective bargaining will not be meaningful if it denies employees the power to pursue their goals. The balance necessary to ensure the meaningful pursuit of workplace goals can be disrupted in many ways, Madam Speaker. Laws and regulations, for instance. This is the Supreme Court saying this, Madam Speaker, that laws and regulations may restrict the subjects that can be discussed or impose arbitrary outcomes. And of course, I think that's certainly what we're seeing with respect to some issues in this bill, is that a law, in this case C7, is going to restrict the freedom of RCMP members to be able to pursue their goals within collective bargaining. And that's why we in the NDP find some of the exclusions so concerning, because the Supreme Court has rightly said that what makes collective bargaining important is the freedom for employees to be able to pursue their own goals that they determine within the workplace. We've all heard stories about RCMP members responding to calls alone in remote or northern communities and the threat to their safety and security that poses and some of the debates around that. We've heard stories recently in the news about persistent allegations of sexual harassment and the powerlessness that some RCMP members feel in being able to raise those complaints. So I can understand why it is that they'd like to be able to weigh in on those issues and feel that a process that puts them at the table as an equal partner in negotiating the way that these issues are going to be dealt with is the way that they feel that that's best done. that yet another regime where the government, along with the commissioner, decide how those things are going to be decided may, in the opinion of some members, not be adequate. Certainly, given that collective bargaining has been prohibited in one way, shape, or form in the RCMP since 1918, there has been lots of opportunities for government-led or commissioner-led solutions to address these kinds of persistent problems within the RCMP, and yet we deal with them today. We have a new government now that's going to try in their own way to deal with those things. Our modest proposal, Madam Speaker, is that perhaps the time has come to let employees in at the ground level, at the table as an equal in being able to bargain about how some of these issues are going to be dealt with. Of course, that doesn't guarantee any particular outcome. It doesn't mean that the employees are going to be successful at the table. It's just to say that it makes sense to let them raise those issues at the bargaining table if they see them as important issues, and we know from some members that they do. All we're saying is, why not let them raise those issues at the table and make a determination then, based on a concrete proposal, whether or not what they're saying makes sense, whether it's consistent with what we've heard is the unique nature of the RCMP as a national police force. Let that be decided once the proposals are on the table, instead of prejudging the issue and saying that any proposal that the members of the RCMP could possibly come up with are somehow not going to be true to the unique nature of the RCMP as a national police force. I submit to you, Madam Speaker, that many members of the RCMP, frankly most if not all, understand the nature of the workplace that they work in, are just as committed to the RCMP as a national police force, are just as committed to the important role that the RCMP plays within Canada, and are interested to advance solutions that will be in the interest, yes, of themselves, but also the RCMP, which I don't think need be seen as mutually exclusive. So that's what we're proposing, Madam Speaker, is simply that some of these exclusions don't make a lot of sense. Or if they do, we haven't yet heard why they do. We've heard some arguments about timeliness, that we're in a rush to get the bill through because we only have until May 16th. I submit to you, Madam Speaker, that's not a real reason. I think that's something that reasonable people can deal with, either by simply omitting those exclusions, or if that's legislatively complex because of some of the frameworks that are already in place, simply putting a timeline on when agreements made may supersede whatever is currently in place legislatively. And these are things I think that can be worked out at committee. I'm hopeful that the government will listen and that we might be able to reduce the amount of exclusions that are in this bill through the committee stage, Madam Speaker, which is why we'll be voting to send this bill to committee, not because it's perfect, but because we do need a bill that recognizes the right of RCMP members to bargain collectively, and we're anxious for the opportunity to submit proposals as to how we might improve this particular piece of legislation. The Supreme Court also said, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, that that limits can be imposed on collective bargaining reasonably, and this was something that my Conservative colleague was alluding to earlier. They say Section 1 of the Charter permits Parliament to enact laws that limit Charter rights if it establishes that the limits are reasonable and demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. This requires that the objective of the measure be pressing and substantial, and that the means by which the objective is furthered be proportionate, i.e., that the means are rationally connected to the law's objective, minimally impair the right, and are proportionate in effect. The government argued that the point of denying RCMP members the right to collective bargaining, and I mean the government at court, not in the House today, was to, quote, maintain and enhance public confidence in the neutrality, stability, and reliability of the RCMP by providing a police force that is independent and objective. It seems to me that similar arguments today, and I'll note that the Supreme Court found that argument unsatisfactory, more on that in a bit, but it seems to me that similar arguments are really what's underpinning the exclusions in C7 of certain matters from the bargaining process. While denying collective bargaining altogether is not the same as excluding certain matters from bargaining, I think it's worth considering the court's response to the government's argument in court. The court said in response, "It's not apparent how an exclusion from a statutorily protected collective bargaining process ensures neutrality, stability, or even reliability of the force. The exclusion of RCMP members from the federal public service collective bargaining regime fostered, rather than inhibited, dissatisfaction and unrest within the RCMP. Furthermore, it's not established that permitting meaningful collective bargaining for RCMP members will disrupt the stability of the police force or affect the public's perception of its neutrality. The government offered no persuasive evidence to that effect. Empirical research tends to show the opposite, as does provincial experience with unionized police forces." And I would put to the House today, Madam Speaker, that the same is true, mutatis mutandis, of the exclusions to bargaining contained in C7. So those were, arguments having to do with not giving them the right to bargain collectively at all. But I think we could say that a similar test really needs to be applied to each exclusion. It's not clear to me that there's any great purpose served by excluding some important issues from the bargaining process. And that's really what I'd like to hear from the government with respect to these exclusions. So in what way would including, say, staffing ratios in the collective bargaining regime, again, without guaranteeing any particular outcome, that employees would even bring a proposal about staffing guidelines, or if they did, that it would be successful in the process, how does excluding that make the RCMP more reliable, more neutral, more stable? We just haven't heard the argument for really the necessity of these things. We heard a vague comment earlier from the parliamentary secretary to the president of the Treasury Board that, there are certain things that have just always been within the purview of the commissioner, and there's a managerial prerogative there. I would say that begs the question, Madam Speaker. What's at issue is what will be under the managerial prerogative. So I think that's all well and good, perhaps if we were making the argument in court where the law was established, but as legislators within the House, it will be for us to decide what is within the purview of management's prerogative, and that's what we're contesting here today, Madam Speaker. So I think we have a pretty good test coming out of the Supreme Court decision. It's the same test that would apply to whether RCMP members should have the right to bargain collectively overall. We apply to each exclusion and ask for arguments and evidence to the effect that there's something that would jeopardize the RCMP as an institution if these things were submitted to bargaining. I think that's a hard case to make, Madam Speaker, and I think it's particularly hard to make in light of the fact that this legislation doesn't provide a right to strike. So disagreements go to binding arbitration. And the arbitrator is instructed to take into account in their deliberations the unique role of the RCMP as a national police force. So if proposals were put on the table by RCMP members at bargaining, I think it's clear through C7 that whatever couldn't be resolved, presumably because RCMP management felt that those proposals were unreasonable, would go to an arbitrator who would have as part of their mandate to consider whether those proposals respect the unique role of the RCMP as a national police force, and I think by implication also whether any of those proposals would somehow be a threat to the stability, to the neutrality, or the reliability of the RCMP as a national police force. So I think that the RCMP's mandate and unique role, the term we're using here, is well protected within that process, and that these exclusions seem to me, in the absence of further argument from the government, although I'll stress again that I don't think we've really been given anything that would count as an argument for any of these specific exclusions. I think that role of the RCMP is quite well protected by this legislation, and so the exclusions are redundant. As I say, I'm hopeful that these are things that can be corrected at bargaining. I think that would help, or not at bargaining, rather, at committee. And I think if we do that, we'll end up with a proposal that can better reflect the desire of the RCMP members that have been vocal on this case, I think that's what we should be striving for. I think minimally meeting the conditions of the Supreme Court decision is really not enough. I think we have an opportunity here to respect the spirit of what collective bargaining should be, and I think we have a mechanism already in the bill, which is not the exclusions, of ensuring that the unique role that the RCMP plays as a national police force is respected, and that there's a way to have it respected within that process by the arbitrator, Madam Speaker. So, as I say, I mean, this is something why these are the reasons why we feel it should go to committee, where it can be better explored. We'll be looking for those arguments from government on specific exclusions, and in the absence of those, we'll be presenting proposals to improve this legislation and make sure that RCMP members get the right to bargain collectively, both in spirit as well as in letter, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Elmwood for Transcona for his interest in the well-being of the RCMP, the members and reservists, and for his work on this subject. He's calling for a vastly expanded scope of this bill. I would like to say that his expression of hope that the government will engage in this discussion with an open-minded committee. The answer is yes. Our government sees committees as a place for members of Parliament of all parties to put forward their ideas and to have those discussions, and that the government will listen to what the committee members are proposing. That's a different manner of running committees than in previous government, and so that's a new aspect of committees. So at the same time, what this bill does, it's never been intended to look at the entire scope of all of the issues, as important as many of them are. And the member mentioned harassment. The government has taken several direct steps to have a review of the policies around harassment. So there's a number of things being done and more to come on some of the issues that the member has raised. I would like to ask the member whether this bill, as essentially with the scope that it intends to cover, which is the interpretation, the application, the terms, the conditions of employment, the ways of being able to grieve those, whether he sees that as a major step forward from where we are today with no collective bargaining powers by the RCMP members, whether he sees this as a positive step forward, notwithstanding that it doesn't cover everything in the terrain that may take a much longer time period to actually work through a new regime.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I certainly acknowledge that RCMP members are going to have more of a say around certain aspects of their employment by virtue of this bill. I mean, the thanks goes to the Supreme Court on that one, not the new government. I think my point is that to the extent that this bill really just responds minimally to what the Supreme Court decision is and tries to protect certain exclusions from bargaining, I would say it's a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity, and I think there's a persistent kind of misunderstanding, perhaps, of my point, I think, in the response from the parliamentary secretary. It's not that government would have needed to conduct all these studies and then include all of these responses in a bill. Part of the virtue of opening some of these things up to collective bargaining is that the resolution to those kinds of issues could actually happen away from the government table, between RCMP members and RCMP management. And government actually needn't be involved to the extent that adequate solutions are being found at the bargaining table. These exclusions foreclose on that possibility. So the idea that somehow these are issues, the solutions to which we need to look at later, is motivating the government's position. What it misses is that this bill forecloses on one good option, which is to let RCMP members at the table address some of these issues. And I think that's unfortunate. I think that that would be a good way to deal with some of those issues, or potentially be a good way. And to the extent that it isn't, the provisions around binding arbitration and having the arbitrator consider the unique role of the RCMP as the National Police Force, it's a phrase we're hearing a lot, would protect the interests of the RCMP. So the government, is what I'm trying to say is already making a decision, a limited one, albeit, by closing the door on one option, by advancing this bill and not addressing these exclusions.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've negotiated a few collective agreements, and we introduced clauses about harassment, prevention of harassment, also clauses to have rapid conflict resolution. That help the stability of the company rather than harm it. We know that lately, in the past few years, there have been many complaints of harassment in the RCMP. So it seems to me that for the RCMP, as for companies that I negotiated for in the past, prevention clauses and conflict resolution clauses could only help the stability of the organization. So I'd like my colleagues' opinion on that.
Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for the question, because I think that really does cut to the essence of what I'm trying to get at, is that collective bargaining can be an important tool to address persistent issues within an organization or a workplace. So when the government says that they're looking at those issues and they're going to get around to those and that's separate, I think there's already a mistake in conceiving of how we might deal with those issues, that there would be virtue in submitting some of those issues to collective bargaining and seeing what the employees and the employers within the workplace can figure out. And that part of the persistent problem, perhaps, has been historically within the RCMP, and you certainly hear that from some members, that they feel they can't get their voice heard, that management is always in charge, the system isn't working, management goes away, they develop another system, there may be meaningful consultations, there may not be. There'll be differences of opinion about that, but what certainly has been true is that management has had the ability to come up with new systems for decades within the RCMP, and certain problems persist. What would be genuinely new, what would be a novel approach, is to allow employees in at the ground level to address some of these issues at the bargaining table with the knowledge and expertise that they have because they're living it, and see if they, working with the employer, can come up with solutions that management hasn't been able to come up with on its own. So I'm glad that the government is concerned about those issues. I'm glad that they're going to pay some attention to it. What I'm upset about is that they're foreclosing on what would be a genuinely new way of dealing with those issues when the old ways clearly haven't worked. And with my last few seconds, Madam Speaker, I just want to recognize that my wife is visiting the nation's capital today for the information of members who may want to know. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you to the member from Elmwood Transcona, and thank you for standing up for the efforts that we're taking to move collective bargaining forward through the work on Bill C-7. And we've seen the work that we've done on Bill C-4 previous to this. Bill C-7 is respecting the Supreme Court of Canada's decision and reflects the government's consultations with 9,000 RCMP regular officers or members and via survey and 650 via town halls. And the timing on this has been set by the Supreme Court, which gives Parliament until May 17th to respond to its ruling. Could the honourable member please reflect on the combination that we now have in front of us between C-4 and C-7, strengthening Canada's collective bargaining process?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, to the extent that I believe, Madam Speaker, that once C-4 passes, we'll have a better certification regime in Canada. I think it's a happy coincidence that they're moving in tandem through the House of Commons, because I think what that means is that when RCMP members are ready to organize, if they choose to do so, they'll have a better certification regime under which to do it. My colleague in the NEP spoke earlier about some of the issues that come up with employers when workplaces are on the cusp of forming a union and the kind of intimidation that workers can be subjected to. And I don't think anyone's naive in this place, Madam Speaker. We don't live in a perfect world. Intimidation can sometimes occur on both sides, but I can tell you that whatever methods of intimidation may be available to an unscrupulous union are certainly available to the employer as well, and there are far more tools available to the employer than are available to anyone else doing that organizing. That's why the card check system is so important, because the employer can put the job and the life and the family of a worker on the line if they decide that they want to be represented in a workplace. It's not just plucking a few examples, as one member suggested earlier. I think it's far more the case that we can provide thousands of examples where this has happened, and I'm pleased that our CMP members will have the opportunity to organize under a better regime if they don't organize beforehand under the old regime.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as in the past, it's always a privilege to be able to stand in this place to share some thoughts on what is yet another very important piece of legislation, something in which I suspect, Madam Speaker, people should be very supportive of. I have had this opportunity on previous occasions to address different types of legislation. What I like and would recommend that people take into consideration, or my colleagues, no matter what side of the House they are on, take into consideration is the fact that this is legislation that we have before us, as it's been referred to, because there was a Supreme Court of Canada decision that was ultimately made, and as a result, legislation was then required. Now, I would ultimately argue that this type of legislation could have and possibly should have been introduced long ago, Madam Speaker, even prior to the last federal election. I think that at the end of the day, it would have been nice to have had something in place. I'm very happy with the approach that this government has taken in addressing legislation, in particular, Madam Speaker, with just some of the labor issues, because I truly believe that we can do so much more in terms of just improving the quality of relationship between labor and management. And that's not just within the private sector, but also the public sector. You know, a couple of weeks ago, I had a member of the public union come to me, meet me at a local restaurant, and he shared with me a questionnaire that is circulated amongst the civil service. And it was really discouraging, and the questionnaire results were based, I believe it was on 2014. The questionnaire results were very disturbing in the sense that there's a high level of dissatisfaction, a high level of mistrust. There's this sense that the Government of Canada was just not listening to the needs of Canada's public service, or at the very least demonstrating respect for our civil service, Madam Speaker. And I like to think that there has been a change in attitude since the last federal election, where we have seen the Prime Minister, our new Prime Minister, and the Canadian government take a different approach at dealing with our civil service, or unions in general, Madam Speaker, where we recognize the valuable contributions that they make to our society. And this is something that is ultimately recognized not only here in terms of the citizenry of our country, but also other jurisdictions in the world that have recognized the sense of professionalism that is carried throughout our public service, Madam Speaker. And I like to think, and I assured my constituent when he was sharing these very poor results back in 2014 in terms of that feeling with me, I try to provide assurances that in fact there is a new attitude in Ottawa that's much more in terms of appreciation and grateful and thankful for the phenomenal work that our civil service puts in. So when I look at the legislation that we have before us today, it is, again, an extension of other areas in which the government today is trying to be able to demonstrate that things have changed. You know, there was an extension that was given by 4 months, and I listened to the comments, whether it was the Conservative critic or the New Democrat member of Parliament from Elmwood and Transcona, when they talked about the need and they want to see changes. I have good news for them, Madam Speaker. And the good news is that we within the government want to see change in the way in which our standing committees themselves operate. And if the opposition takes the gesture that's coming right from the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, and in essence from the government benches, I would suggest to you that we will, in fact, be able to see amendments brought forward, not only potentially to Bill C-7, but to other pieces of legislation. But I've had the opportunity to serve a couple decades, over 20 years in opposition, Madam Speaker, and I've had often that sense of frustration where, you know, you want to see amendments brought forward, and for whatever reasons, usually it's because of the wrong side of the committee, opposition amendments were just completely outright rejected. I'm suggesting to you, as other colleagues of mine have, Madam Speaker, that there is a new open attitude towards the way in which committees and standing committees could be working into the future. Madam Speaker, I tend to agree with the Prime Minister in terms of a lot of the heavy lifting and the hard work can in fact be done in our committees. So when the member from Elmwood, Transcona, talks about some of the things that he believes we have fallen short on the legislation, let me suggest to the member and to all members, and it doesn't matter whether you're even in the opposition benches, even to my colleagues within the government benches, Madam Speaker, if you're prepared to do the work and the consultation, and you're prepared to be able to share your ideas in a proactive fashion and in a progressive manner, do not be surprised to see your amendments actually accepted and ultimately improve the legislation. Now, that could happen with respect to Bill C-7 or any other piece of legislation, but the onus and the responsibility in good part is on those that are sitting around that committee chair. At the end of the day, if we're bringing and we're passing legislation through second reading and you have some thoughts and some ideas that could improve the legislation, the government is open to listen to them. Why would we not approve or at the very least consider amendments that would in fact improve the quality of the legislation itself, Madam Speaker? All Canadians would benefit from that, and I know this is something in which the Prime Minister has spoken out on, Madam Speaker. We want to see more effective and functional standing committees that are ultimately going to be able to contribute to improving the system. So for those, and I recognize in the little hour or hour and a half in which we've had the opportunity to debate this issue, that there was a number of members that talked about the importance of amendments. Well, let me give a bit of a qualifier by saying when you look at the legislation that we've actually brought forward, Madam Speaker, and the Parliamentary Secretary in particular made reference to a fairly extensive survey where literally thousands of RCMP officers were in fact consulted and feedback was solicited, where we received a considerable amount of information. So there's a bit of a sense that we understand what it is that is being asked of the government in coming up with the legislation as to what it is they would like to see in the legislation. And I'll make more reference to that a little bit later in my comments, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. But I say that because it's something when you look at amendments to legislation that you have to take a look at it from a holistic approach in terms of the everything from the legislation itself, and the impact an amendment's going to have on the legislation, but also to what degree we're hearing from the different stakeholders and, of course, the witnesses that ultimately appear before a committee. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, one of the one of the things that I've really enjoyed coming from a provincial legislature to the House of Commons is the degree in which standing committees have the ability to bring experts from across the country in order to provide their input on legislation and other matters, but specifically on legislation. When this bill ultimately goes to committee, we will hear from experts from virtually all regions of our great nation, coming forward, sharing what their thoughts are, and I suspect, Madam Speaker, between a combination of what they're saying, opposition members and government members, that we might actually see some amendments brought forward. Now, I decided to take some time to emphasize the importance of this because there is a time limit, Madam Speaker. I do believe that there is some merit to see this bill ultimately pass in a timely fashion. As it's been pointed out, it was January of 2015 in which we had the Supreme Court make the decision saying that we needed to make or change the law that would enable our RCMP, a wonderful national institution, actually be able to unionize if, in fact, they choose to do so. So we were given a year. Well, we had to apply for that extension. It's a 4-month extension. So even from a court procedural sense, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, we need to speed up the process if we can. But not only from a court, Madam Speaker, I would also suggest to you that this is something many of which are members of our RCMP have been anxiously awaiting for. So the sooner that we can put this into place, I believe, then we are, in essence, paying tribute to those fine members that have served us so well over the years, Madam Speaker, and being able to do what it is that they would like to do. So I think there's two good reasons as to why it is I would recommend to my colleagues, no matter what side of the House they sit on, that we try to allow this bill to go to committee. The sooner it gets to committee, the more opportunity the committee itself will have in terms of dealing with the many different issues that have actually been raised so far in the debate, Madam Speaker. And ultimately, from that committee, it's coming back, and you take a look at the actual number of sitting days that we have and the legislative agenda that the government is proposing. Time is indeed a very scarce commodity inside this chamber. So I think that we could be of great service by recognizing the value of trying to get the bill into committee stage. Madam Speaker, in listening to the Conservative critic, there was a number of thoughts that came to my mind that I was actually wanting to pose a question to him in regards to, and some of it was a little bit off topic. For example, when he made reference to debt and deficit and how he likes to attribute Liberal prime ministers, and I suspect, Madam Speaker, if he's been listening closely to what the government has been saying, he's probably finding it intellectually challenging as to why it is that he might be staying on that side, given the number of times in which he quotes Liberal prime ministers, Madam Speaker, and as opposed to adding more comment on that particular issue, I'll wait till we get the opportunity on budget debate. But suffice to say, when he made reference to the deficit, I would suggest to the member that the Conservatives have had a huge deficit and debt issue that far exceeds any Liberal administration since Canada's Confederation. But then he also made reference to Bill C-4, as if Bill C-4 was bad legislation. Madam Speaker, you know, maybe it's because I'm from Winnipeg and we talk about the general strike of 1919. I tend to differ with the Conservative Party. I recognize the valuable role that unions play in society, both in the past, today, and into the future. This is something in which the Conservative Party in particular has not recognized. And we saw that in the terms of the questioning that the member put forward and his statements in addressing Bill C-7. When he talked about Bill C-4 and was critical of Bill C-4, what the member does not recognize is that Bill C-4 is, yes, I would argue, improvements to Canada's labour legislation, just like the bill we have today. If passed, will improve the situation in labour here in Canada. And that if you really want to get into the details of Bill C-4, and ultimately the reason why it was brought to the House as a priority bill, Madam Speaker, not necessarily the first priority. The first priority was Bill 2, which was our tax break. But, Madam Speaker, with respect to Bill C-4, it was because the Conservatives have previously changed labour legislation to the detriment of the union movement in Canada. So that particular piece of legislation was actually brought in order to rectify a wrong that the Conservatives had put in place, Madam Speaker. And this is the reason why I suggested to you earlier, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives have a different approach at dealing with labour legislation. And it ultimately led to what we have today in Bill C-7. You know, in Bill C-7, the government had 8-9 months in order to be able to deal with the legislation in some form or another. If they wanted to put into place, they talk a lot about the secret ballot. They had the opportunity to do that in the legislation if they were prepared to have brought it forward back then. But it was a low priority, even though the Supreme Court of Canada had ultimately made a ruling. Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that, in fact, that the Conservatives were negligent on this particular file. And as a result, it does put us a little bit more in terms of a time crunch, and I hope and I trust that all members will recognize that. Madam Speaker, I think that before I get into some more of the details of the legislation itself, I did want to pick up on a couple of important points. The most important one is, of course, is that this legislation is here in order to deal and to assist with the free bargaining process of our RCMP officers. I don't think that enough could be said about the incredible work that our RCMP officers do from coast to coast to coast. And I think it is something as one of those great Canadian institutions that Canadians as a whole get a great sense of pride, especially when we see the traditional red uniform, Madam Speaker, with the hat. And it's just something in which I believe embodies a great sense of pride that Canadians have. In fact, it's an institution, an iconic institution, in the sense that it is recognized around the world as being one of the greatest police forces in modern times, Madam Speaker. And I think that we should all pay tribute to the fantastic work that they do. We need to also recognize that this is not the first time in which you're going to have a policing or a law enforcement agency dealing with a union or looking at the possibility of forming a union. In fact, we've had police unions dating back almost 100 years in Canada, Madam Speaker. So Canadians do not need to be fearful of a union, as some might try to espouse, Madam Speaker, on the other side. That there are, and there is, a great deal of benefit with recognizing the valuable role that unions have played in police forces in Canada to date. So it's not like we're going in an area that's never been explored in the past, Madam Speaker, that the opportunity for the RCMP to unionize is going to be there. It's very real. I suspect it will likely happen, and at the end of the day, it will be the RCMP that will ultimately make that decision. But the important thing here is to recognize that it is indeed about the right to have a collective bargaining regime. And that was the essence, Madam Speaker, of the ruling that was made by the Supreme Court. Madam Speaker, you indicate 1 minute to go. So much to say, Madam Speaker. You know, maybe if I could highlight the fact that what we have to recognize is that in that massive consultation and surveying that was done with RCMP officers, that there were, in fact, a couple of points that need to be recognized, Madam Speaker, one of which was that there was strong support for a union. Through all the consultations and so forth. There was also strong support for a single national bargaining unit, and the idea of binding arbitration versus strike was something also that there seemed to be a lot of support for. So with those very few words, Madam Speaker, I trust and hope there will be a few questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting. I listened intently to my honourable colleague across the way, how he waxed on so eloquently about his love for the RCMP and his admiration, but yet when he referred to the uniform, it was a red uniform in that hat. It is indeed, through you to the member, honourable member opposite, is called the Red Surge, and it is a campaign hat, and it is a true Canadian icon and represents Canada. Also, the member opposite said that us on this side here, the Conservative Party, are against unions. I've been a member of 5 unions over my lifetime and absolutely see the importance of them in the workforce. But we also see the importance of allowing employees to have a say without fear of repercussion. Today in the RCMP, we are hearing words of harassment. We're also hearing that over 33% of the workforce are facing and suffering from PTSD and have a fear of coming forward with that. I guess the comment I have is that would it not behoove this government, or maybe the member opposite, would he not support our amendment in putting forth a secret ballot to this Bill C7?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, if I may, and I do appreciate the member making reference to when I made reference to the red uniform, and it was meant in no way to be disrespectful. And if someone did feel that I was being disrespectful, I would apologize. The Red Surge is a very impressive uniform that has been recognized, as I indicated, throughout the world. And the word actually escaped me at the moment in which I was talking about it. In regards to the question at hand, I can tell the member that the opportunity to make the case will be there at the committee stage, and I would encourage the member and the Conservative opposition to seriously consider who it is that they might want to invite as expert witnesses coming before the committee. And I trust, Mr. Speaker, that in coming up with their amendments, that they will substantiate, because it just gives that much more credibility to the amendments, if in fact they can substantiate where their amendment is coming from and the type of support, real tangible support that they might have for a particular amendment. The cautionary note that I would put on is just to recognize the debates that took place on C4. There was a great deal of concerns in regards to the whole secret ballot issue, and we need to be very sensitive to the important balance between Labour and management.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We, on the NDP side, appreciate the Supreme Court pushing the government to extend to the RCMP the same right to collective bargaining that is enjoyed by every other police force in Canada. That's a good thing. The issues that are front of mind, 11 years ago, the Mayor Thorpe shooting of multiple RCMP officers, and just less than 2 years ago, Moncton. Very high-profile, great damage to the families of those fallen officers, and a terrible tragedy that could happen again. So the issues around deployment, around officer safety, around support in rural areas, in deployment, and what kind of equipment officers have available in urban situations. Those are very front of mind for Canadians. So is the issue of sexual harassment in the workplace. The complaint procedures not working well. We have multiple high-profile complaints about that process. So I'll ask through the Speaker, can the member explain a single reason why those issues would not be included in the government's proposal around what should be included in collective bargaining? We need to change what we're doing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to comment briefly on her opening editorial, I do recognize the valuable role, whether you're talking about our rural communities, the organized crime unit, our sense of security in terms of terrorist threats, to the protection of our borders, economic crimes, the 8 agreements, contracts with different provinces. In some areas without the RCMP, there is no sense of that sense of security of community and the leadership role that they play that goes even beyond just policing. And it's important that we recognize that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad the member did so. Specifically with respect to her question, I think that what we see is issues such as hours of work, leave, overtime, and we don't necessarily, and I don't necessarily know all of the things that will in fact take the final form once the legislation comes out of committee. I look forward to the amendments that are being proposed, and hopefully, Madam Speaker, there are some of those amendments that will actually gain the support of the committee, thereby enhancing the legislation in which all Canadians will benefit by.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to my honourable friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, picks up well on the comment just made by the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. I'm working with a lot of women within the RCMP who have filed complaints. And one of the things that I find disturbing is the lack of support for officers, and this would apply to men or women who are being harassed within the force. There is no support during the process of laying a complaint for harassment. I'm working with an officer right now who has complained that her direct supervisor has harassed her in ways that have made going back to the workplace impossible. I won't go into the details of the case, but you would be shocked, Mr. Speaker, as would my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. But there's no provision, as in the case of when they would have a union, of legal support, of victim services for those officers who need to lay complaints about the harassment they face working in the RCMP. So I'd ask my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, if he would envision that the legislation needs amendment to address this within collective bargaining, and if so, would the government benches be open to amendments to ensure that in a unionized workforce, people within the RCMP who are victims of harassment of all kinds have the protections and supports they need to ensure that they have a healthy workplace?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would suggest you, or Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that not only is the government open to amendments of various nature, we would like to think that the opposition will also be open to the idea that sometimes some of the issues that might be referenced might be best dealt with outside of legislation. I can tell the leader of the Green Party that even when the Prime Minister was the leader of the Liberal Party and I was a part of that caucus, the issue of harassment in the RCMP was something that was talked about years ago, and I can assure the leader of the Green Party that the Prime Minister is committed at dealing with that issue along with the other members of the Liberal caucus, Mr. Speaker. We take it serious, and we want to be able to make sure that the right thing is done. Whether that ultimately turns up into this piece of legislation, I'm not sure. But what I do know, Mr. Speaker, is that the harassment issue is something in which we do take serious and we do believe needs to come to an end.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the comments of my colleague from Winnipeg North, and especially he touched on to the member from Durham's comments about Bill C-4, which is seeking to rescind Bill C-525. We on this side of the House believe that C-525 is actually was negative in terms of the rights and the freedoms of the workforce. And it turns out, interestingly enough, that just when the former Conservative government was pushing forward on Bill C-25, claiming that it would not adversely affect the rights of workers to unionize, it turns out that their own internal labor program research department had conducted a study that showed that it would adversely affect the union movement and their ability to organize. So that study was hidden, and our minister has just yesterday tabled that study at the Human Resources and Skills and Social Development Committee. So what I'd like to ask my colleague, what does he believe the role of evidence should be, and the role of openness and transparency about this evidence in making decisions around legislation for the benefit of the rights and freedoms of the Canadian workforce?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague and friend raises a very good point. When that particular bill was being debated and the Conservatives were in government, there was a great deal of suspicion in terms of the motivation of the bill. We did believe it was going to have an impact, a negative impact on labour relations in Canada, and we voted against it. And at the committee stage, there was a great deal of opposition to it, and we talked a great deal about it during the election itself. And that is ultimately why it is that we felt it was important that we get it right, and why it is that we introduced Bill C-4 to correct the mistakes that the Conservative actually made back then, Mr. Speaker. And when the minister actually brought forward the report, what it did is just reaffirmed that we were correct when we were in opposition, sitting in opposition, when we told Canadians that the legislation that the Conservatives were proposing was not healthy for labour relations in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to contribute to the discussion on Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts. This act deals with the right of our brave men and women of the Red Surge to bargain collectively. This bill is a response to the Supreme Court's ruling last winter on the matter. The court gave the government a year from January 15 to implement a new collective bargaining regime for the RCMP. That deadline has since been extended. The ruling also indicated that it was the right of RCMP members to unionize based on Section 2D of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And it found that the existing staff relations representative program was an insufficient guarantee of that freedom of association. I'm generally satisfied with the contents that are found within the confines of the bill itself. Let me tell you why. First of all, the bill does not require the RCMP to unionize. It creates a framework based on the existing certification laws under the public service employment legislation, whereby RCMP members can, if they so choose, form a union. Furthermore, it creates certain protections that are necessary in light of the unique nature of employment within a policing organization. First, the union must have a future prospective union must have as its primary mandate the representation of RCMP members. It cannot be affiliated with another bargaining agent or association that does not have that as its primary purpose. And it cannot be certified to represent any other group of employees. In other words, it would be an organization-wide bargaining unit represented by a single bargaining agent that would exclusively serve RCMP members and no other group of employees within the federal government. It's important because if RCMP members are going to be, if they're going to choose to be unionized, then that union should be of RCMP members, by RCMP members, and for RCMP members, Mr. Speaker, for it to be truly representative and appropriate for a police force. I'm very proud of the police force that we have serving nationwide. The RCMP headquarters is here in Ottawa, close to my home. I'm also very proud that we as Conservatives introduced legislation to help the RCMP better do its job and keep our streets safe from crime and terrorism. I should go on, though, to express that my satisfaction with certain other limits that exist within this proposed legislation, so that we can protect the work of the National Police Force. For example, policies on law enforcement techniques, transfers, appointments, and promotions, disciplinary actions against RCMP members, and an RCMP officer's duty dress, equipment, and medals are rightly left to outside of the collective bargaining process and managed within the context of the RCMP Act. This bill does that. Next, the bill rightly increases the size of the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board from 10 to 12 and insists that the two additional members have a intimate knowledge of policing, so that when matters related to employment and labor relations within the RCMP come before the board, policing expertise will be found around the table. That is a reasonable proposal. Furthermore, as with most police organizations across the country, there will be, under this legislation, no right to strike for obvious reasons, because we need to protect our streets, even in the event of a dispute or an impasse in labor relations. We cannot afford to have our officers off the street and on strike. The government has rightly recognized this fact and embedded that reality in the bill itself. So the bill itself, Mr. Speaker, is reasonable and fair. However, it cannot be looked at in isolation. Simultaneous to this bill, our House and our Parliament are debating and discussing another bill that would strip the democratic rights of federally regulated workers across the country. C4 bans workers, removes the right of a secret ballot vote from federally regulated workers in certain matters of certification. Now, it's important to be clear on what this means. It means that a union can take over a federally regulated workforce without there being a vote by the members who work in that workplace. In other words, thousands of employees from any number of federal employers could be forced to pay pay dues to and be represented by a union for which they never had a chance to cast a vote. This is particularly alarming when it relates to the RCMP, an organization comprised of members who put their lives on the line each and every day, in part to defend our democratic way of life. So it is a great irony that they, of all groups of employees, would be deprived the most basic democratic right, that is the right to vote in secret on whether or not to certify a union. The alternative to a secret ballot is a process called card check, where people go around, where those who want to take over a workplace and form a union go around with a petition, and they ask people to sign it. And then when they get 50% plus one of the employees to sign on, the board recognizes a majority and declares the union to be the bargaining agent. The obvious problem with that is intimidation. When one has to put one's name down on paper for all eyes to see, they risk being pressured unduly into favoring one side or another. It'd be the equivalent of holding our national elections by a show of hands. Could you imagine that? The government says that the previous Bill C-25, which empowered workers with a secret ballot, was undemocratic. They're in the process, this government is, of trying to change our electoral system. I wonder if they're simultaneously considering taking away the secret ballot from our general elections and replacing it with some sort of petition or show of hands. A card check, as it is called. The parliamentary secretary earlier cited a report from the Ministry of Employment showing that the statistical reality that if workers are given the right to vote, they are less inclined to choose unionization. In other words, unions are less capable, are not as formed at as high a rate when people are given a chance to vote on the question as they are when they are forced to sign a card check petition. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government's problem is with the outcome. The government might not be happy that when workers are given the choice through a democratic vote, they opt not to unionize. But that's the choice of the worker, not the choice of the government. It's obvious that rates of certification will go up if those doing the certifying are able to intimidate those they're trying to certify. Naturally, if they can show up on the doorsteps of the employee at 10 p.m. at night and ask them to sign a form and leave implied consequences for failing to do so, it is not surprising that under those circumstances, unions are able to certify at higher rates than when workers are given the chance to go into a voting booth and mark a secret ballot, exercising their true prerogative without anybody looking over their shoulder. But that is not evidence of why we should take away their right to vote. I mean, I wasn't particularly thrilled with the results of the last federal election, but I would never propose taking away the rights of Canadian voters to cast their ballot in secret as a result. Right. It's their choice how they vote. And I could probably produce some sort of study to show that in some aspect of Canadian life, voters will cast a ballot differently than my opinion if they're given a chance to vote secretly on the matter. That's not a reason to take away the secret ballot. Mr. Speaker, the fact that workers or anyone votes differently when they have the right to do so secretly than they would if they were being watched by an authority figure is of the very reason we need secret ballots. That is precisely the reason they were created. And they are a basic foundation not only of workplace democracy, but of Canadian democracy. And so I would call on the government to recognize that fact and amend this bill to ensure that the RCMP members will not be unionized without the right to vote on that unionization. In fact, Canadians agree with the right of secret ballot. It is basically in our democratic DNA. Secret ballot voting in order to certify union is not new or controversial. Ontario requires it. British Columbia requires it. You might have noticed that both of these provinces are currently represented by Liberal governments. Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland also require secret ballots, and none of them is represented by the Conservative Party. So in administrations run by the NDP, the Liberals, the Saskatchewan Party, and others, we have secret ballot certifications in provincially regulated workplaces right across this country. In Quebec, Canada's second most unionized province, there is enormous support for secret ballot votes on certification. One poll in August of 2009 found that 71% of Quebecers said secret ballots should be required as a way of getting union certification. In the United States, polls have shown 80% of people believe that a secret ballot should be required for a union to form. So it cannot simply be seen south of the border as a Republican or a Democratic issue. It is an issue that unites basically all North American public opinion in a vast majority who favor a secret ballot vote before a union can certify a workplace. And I would further identify the fact, Mr. Speaker, that if RCMP members are forced to join a particular union without having the chance to vote, that union will have difficulty establishing itself as a legitimate representative for the workers that for which it would become the bargaining unit. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also warn the government of a political problem, and that is the reality that if they do deny employees in the RCMP the ability to conduct a secret ballot vote on unionization, they could very well learn of stories of intimidation within the workplace, and those stories will reflect badly on the government's decision to strip that basic right from RCMP members. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask the government to consider an amendment to the legislation which would preserve the existing secret ballot formula that is found in public service labor relations legislation and ensure that the people, the men and women who put on the uniform of the RCMP are given that basic human right in an eventual and inevitable certification drive, and that if they should select to unionize through that mechanism of a vote, then we nationwide should respect the result of that vote and respect the legitimacy of the union that it produces. Mr. Speaker, this is not a radical concept. We have 5 provinces in this country where provincially regulated workplaces certify their unions through secret ballot voting. It is a basic tenet of democracy. And you know, it's interesting, I think, that deep down, members of the Liberal government understand and agree with that. I'll tell you why. Because I've listened to all of their comments with respect to their proposed repeal of Bill C-525. That's the bill that the Conservative government passed to create secret ballot voting rights. And you know the 2 words they never say when they're talking about that bill? You know the words they never utter? 2 words: secret ballot. They say that that bill, now law, makes certification harder and decertification easier. But they don't say how. They say that it lowers unionization rates, but they don't say why. The bill really only does one thing. It replaces a card check petition with a secret ballot vote. But members of the government side can never actually bring themselves to utter those 2 words, secret ballot. Why? Because I think they know that if they were to openly argue against the right to vote for federally regulated workers on the grounds that it is not consistent with the government's view of labor relations, they would be laughed at out of any room in this country. Everybody, coast to coast, acknowledges that democratic decision-making has to happen through a secret ballot. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you are chosen by secret ballot. We choose representation for our very House through a secret ballot vote. Every single person in this room has a job today because they were elected by secret ballot. In fact, most unions elect their representatives through a secret ballot vote when they're certified. Everybody acknowledges that decisions of this magnitude made by a group of employees in a workplace should be done through a secret ballot unless one has an ideological motivation to override the real will of the working people and to impose an outcome on them. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that you will find that in reality those who are pushing for an end to secret ballot voting within the workplace on matters of unionization are those who are unhappy with the outcome that that secret ballot democratic vote would produce. That is no excuse, Mr. Speaker. You cannot oppose democracy simply because you do not like the outcome to which it leads. And that is why we, as official opposition, congratulate the government for C7 in its own right as a fair and balanced approach to respond to the Supreme Court's ruling on collective bargaining in the RCMP, and ask them to make this bill a better bill through an amendment that would allow the brave men and women who wear the RCMP uniform to be the masters of their own destiny by giving them the right to vote. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Carleton for his comments, and especially for confirming that Bill 7 itself is reasonable, fair, constructive, and we do look forward to comments and suggest proposals at the committee level. But the member used most of his time to talk about Bill C4 and to talk about Bill C-525 that his government put forward. And I'd like to remind the member that there was a huge amount of controversy and comment that Bill C-525 was pushed through without consultation. And in fact, and in contrast to Bill C7, in which there was extensive consultation. So that's one point I want to make before I get to my question. The second is, if the member is so proud of Bill C-525, which would require a mandatory vote, why did the government hide the report that their very own department tabled, showing that a mandatory vote is detrimental to labor relations in comparison to the card check method? The card check method does enable the public service members to indicate their preference around being represented by an employee organization. So I find it stunning that given they hid the evidence that suggested their bill was a bad one, they never consulted on it, that this would be the key thing that the member would want to push for in this House. It just, it defies belief. So we have the NDP saying the card check's the only way.
Order. We're working on limited time here for questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The member says we should have consulted more on Bill C-525. The ultimate consultation is a secret ballot vote. And that's what Bill C-525 provided. It gave hundreds of thousands of employees in federally regulated workplaces the right to vote on whether or not they wanted to be represented by a particular union. I note that the member, again, was afraid to say those two terrifying words, secret ballot. She couldn't say them because she knows that her position and her government's position on this issue is totally untenable. What they revealed yesterday, they put out a report in which they said that unionization rates are not as high when workers get a chance to vote on the question. But that is not proof that they should have their rights stripped away from them. Just because workers don't vote the way Liberals and people on the union left want them to, doesn't mean they should lose the right to vote. Mr. Speaker, they have the right to, workers should have the right to vote because it is an inherent basic right that dates back hundreds of years in our parliamentary system of democracy, and we on this side of the House of Commons will keep standing up for that right.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the member is, while he was in government, there was a decision made by the Supreme Court of Canada. Can he maybe provide some information to the House as to why he believes that there was no legislation brought in by the former government to deal with this issue, or at least there didn't appear to be any push from the government at the time to try to get this particular issue dealt with when they had the opportunity to do so?
Well, member for Carleton.
That's a fair question, Mr. Speaker. The ruling came out in January of 2015. Parliament rose in June of 2015, and that was the last time that this place convened before the election. And so in that brief interval of 4 or 5 months, it was not possible to properly consult RCMP members and police leaders in order to construct a legislative solution to that ruling. And that's evidenced by the fact that this government has been in office since November, and it's now mid-March, which means that they took some time in order to craft a response. And I think within the confines of the bill itself, notwithstanding the related bill of flawed Bill C4, the government has done a decent job.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much for this opportunity to explain why Bill C7 is constructive and responsible development in federal labor relations. As you know, this bill, if passed, will allow RCMP members and reservists to choose whether they wish to be represented by a bargaining agent independent of RCMP management. And the key features of the bill will include the requirement that the RCMP bargaining agent have as its primary mandate the representation of RCMP members, the exclusion of officers, those of ranking inspector and above, from representation, and the designation of the renamed Federal Public Sector Labor Relations and Appointment Board as the administrative tribunal for matters relating to the RCMP bargaining unit, as well as grievances related to the collective agreement, should one be affected. The bill provides for binding arbitration as the means to resolve impasses and is in light of the essential nature of the work performed by the RCMP. As a standard in federal labor relations, the bill would require that to be certified as a bargaining agent, an employee organization would need the support of a majority of RCMP members in a single national bargaining unit. Mr. Speaker, the labor relations regime that this bill would create marks the beginning of a new era in the history of the RCMP. For the first time, RCMP members and reservists would have the same constitutional rights as other Canadians concerning collective bargaining. Mr. Speaker, it's the time that the RCMP had the opportunity to decide whether to exercise these rights itself. Our National Mounted Police have a storied past in Canada, in the settlement and development of our country, and in keeping peace across the land for almost a century and a half. Since its beginning in 1873, when the act established by the Northwest Mounted Police was introduced in this House by Prime Minister John A. Macdonald, the RCMP has been an integral part of our history, indeed our culture. From 1874 March West from Dufferin Fort in Manitoba to policing the Klondike Gold Rush to the St. Russ's Passage through the Northwest Passage to the vital roles in World Wars I and II, the RCMP have played instrumental roles in Canadian history. Yet, despite their long history, this bill is the first time these employees would have the right to freedom of association with respect to collective bargaining. Mr. Speaker, this is a right guaranteed to all Canadians by our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is a right the RCMP defend and should also enjoy. Mr. Speaker,
Members of the RCMP work with the goal of serving Canada and protecting Canadians. They are the people who protect the Governor-General, the Prime Minister, and other ministers of the Crown, visiting royalty and dignitaries, and diplomatic missions. They are our neighbours who participate in international policing efforts, who safeguard the integrity of our borders and provide counter-terrorism and domestic security. They are the Canadians who enforce our federal laws against commercial crime, counterfeiting, drug trafficking, and organized crime. Mr. Speaker, this bill helps support those who support us. It also acknowledges the importance of collective bargaining in the development of Canadian society. Since it was officially recognized in 1944, collective bargaining has helped lift many Canadians out of economic insecurity and poverty. Working Canadians in both English and French Canada have a long tradition of organizing themselves to negotiate for better working conditions and more secure lives for themselves and their families. Their struggles and triumphs have been essential to Canada's development. Our government recognizes that collective bargaining and Canadians' fundamental freedoms are vital to a healthy democracy in which people can pursue their livelihoods with a sense of fairness, security, and professionalism. And we promise to restore fair and balanced laws that acknowledge the importance of these unions in Canada. And that's what we have done, and that's what this bill continues to do. In December, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour introduced legislation to repeal Bill C-377 and C-525. These two bills amended the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Public Service Labour Relations Act to restore procedures to the certification and the revocation of certification of bargaining agents to that which existed before June 16, 2015. The government, as you know, has also introduced legislation to repeal Bill C-59, which would have provided the authority to unilaterally override the collective bargaining process. This bill that we're considering today, which recognizes the right to collective bargaining for RCMP members and reservists, is another example of our commitment to fair and balanced labour relations. Mr. Speaker, fair labour relations need to be available to the brave men and women who put their lives on the line for us. This bill does that, and it demonstrates our respect for fundamental liberties and the values at the heart of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, in 1873, parliamentarians like us voted in this House to establish the Northwest Mounted Police. Today, we are here at the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the RCMP. We are considering whether, 143 years later, the men and women in our National Police Force should have the same fundamental freedoms as so many other Canadians enjoy. I urge all members to support the bill that would give them those freedoms and to vote with us to help those who help others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Resuming. Oh, l'honorable député, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, appreciate that. Appreciate the member's speech as well. Interesting to hear him speak on this legislation and give us kind of a historical perspective of where we've been with the Northwest Mounted Police and where we've come to this point where we're now debating this bill to extend these bargaining rights to RCMP personnel. In a previous life, before I was elected to this House, I was actually the registrar for a human resources profession in the province of Alberta, and many of the members I represented then took care of labor bargaining in that province. And one of the things our members always spoke of was how critical it was to have the secret ballot, and how critical it was during negotiations to ensure that it was included at table or was included on behalf of the membership. And union members were just as keen to have this as were employers who had maybe one or more unions participating in it. So I'd like to hear the member talk about how important it is to have secret ballot extended to RCMP personnel if they choose to form a bargaining unit. Thank you.
I can't say the word.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his informed question. As we've heard earlier today in the House, the issues regarding whether or not the rights that were provided under Bill C-525 would continue or not is dependent on separate legislation. It's not the legislation that we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is whether or not the RCMP get these narrow rights for collective bargaining that are required by the Supreme Court of Canada decision that needs to be implemented before May 16th in order to prevent, I guess, the application of the current Public Sector Labor Relations Act from applying to RCMP members. And so in order to avoid that unfortunate result, we're putting forward legislation which addresses that fine point of the collective bargaining rights mandated by the Supreme Court of Canada. And the issue as to whether or not the members of the RCMP choose of their own accord to adopt a process within their collective bargaining rights, which requires a secret ballot, would be up to them. And indeed, if the bill currently before the House regarding the repeal of Bill C-525 doesn't achieve well assent before this one, my understanding is that the current regime as it exists now would apply to the certification or not of any collective bargaining agent being proposed under this new regulatory regime.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
You know, Mr. Speaker, a part of this bill that's not received much attention is the removal of the exclusion of the RCMP from the Government Employees Compensation Act. And, you know, that is some complicated work that needs to be done. And I would wonder if the honourable member could share with this House, has that work been started? Is it completed? Are they ready to actually transition? Because it's certainly a very important transition.
A member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question regarding the pension issues for the RCMP. My understanding is that the legislation that's being put forward now excludes amending a number of bills, and I guess if I try to flip quickly to the legislation here in front of me, there is just a number of bills that aren't going to be modified in the context of are not going to be affected by the labor negotiating rights, and the tribunal won't have the right to review a number of different aspects related to the collective bargaining. I'm just trying to flip to my note on that. Excuse me for this. So, you know, various issues, including issues related to workplace duties, their pensions, the roles and responsibilities, the right to strike. A number of issues like these as set out in the legislation aren't going to be the responsibility or the purview of the public sector, of the Federal Public Sector Relations Board in respect of overseeing the bargaining agent and the collective rights. So those would be reserved to the Commissioner under the existing RCMP legislation. And so, as was noted earlier by my colleagues, if the member feels that this is something that needs to be brought forward in this legislation at this time, the best place to raise those issues would be in committee to see if the committee process can address her concerns. And indeed, there will be further opportunities to address these types of perceived deficits in the regulatory regime as it affects RCMP over the course of this mandate.
Reprise de débat. La députée de Laurentides.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurentides-Laval. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-7. It's an honour to participate in this debate and to take a stand on behalf of the men and women who are members and reserve members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP. This bill today is designed to preserve the freedom of members and reserve members of the RCMP, a right that is guaranteed under the Constitution to enter into real collective bargaining. Mr. Speaker, collective bargaining is a right that benefits other police forces across the country and that has been the case for many years. But this right was refused to members and reserve members of the RCMP for the past 143 years. However, they have contributed significantly to our nation. My personal connection to this file dates back to my great-great-grandfather, Jean-Louis Paré, who was Deputy Head Surgeon of the Northwest Mounted Police. This bill will make it possible to remedy the situation. The bill is a clear and sensible response to the decision brought down by the Supreme Court on January 16, 2015. The court has stated that Section 2D of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects a meaningful process of collective bargaining that provides employees with a degree of choice and independence sufficient to enable them to determine and pursue their collective interests. The court has stated that current labor relations regimes denies RCMP members that choice and imposes on them a scheme that does not permit them to identify and advance their workplace concerns free from management's influence. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Supreme Court for the decision, and I'm pleased to support the bill being introduced today, a bill that offers RCMP members and reserve members a freedom of choice, independence from management's influence, while recognizing at the same time their unique operational reality. Mr. Speaker, this bill is the result of detailed consultations with the key stakeholders. The first consultations were held with regular RCMP members. That was followed by consultations with the provinces, territories, and municipalities that have police services agreements with the RCMP. Bill C-7 contains a number of important characteristics. First of all, it allows for the use of independent and binding arbitration at a time when dispute settlement for the negotiations enters an impasse. As with other police forces across the country, members of the RCMP bargaining unit will not be entitled to strike. This was the strong preference indicated by people who participated in the online consultation. The bill will also make it possible to set up a single national bargaining unit comprised of RCMP members and reservists only. The RCMP bargaining agent, if there is one that is certified, will have a mandate that is to represent RCMP members. And once again, the regular members expressed clear support for those provisions. The bill also includes, from representation, officers with the rank of inspector or higher. Finally, the Public Services, Labor Relations and Employment Board will act as an administrative tribunal for issues relating to collective bargaining with the RCMP and for grievances linked with the collective agreement. Mr. Speaker, this bill today is consistent with our government's attempts to reestablish fair, balanced legislation across the country. Let's look at, for example, C5, which will repeal Division 20 or Section 20 of Bill C-59, brought in the Budget Implementation Act 2015. That bill granted the government power to unilaterally sidestep the collective bargaining process and to impose a new sick leave system on the public service. Mr. Speaker, the Public Service Labor Relations Act was adopted initially in 1967, and it was adopted to give officials, public servants rather, the right to unionize and to negotiate collective agreements. It's crucial to guarantee these efforts of collaboration between and among the parties in order to increase the ability for the public service to serve and protect the public's interest. Mr. Speaker, our government clearly established that it would not adopt an approach that runs counter to the negotiating process between an employer and a group of employees with respect to their working conditions. By repealing the provisions of C-59, we are showing respect for the collective bargaining process. Mr. Speaker, we believe in collective bargaining, and the bill that is presented today respects our beliefs in this right. Mr. Speaker, we also believe in fair and balanced labor relations. However, in recent years, many labor laws regressed. Let's look at, for example, how C-377 and C-325 were to change the way that unions would be certified and how the legislation would impose new requirements on the production of financial reports. Those two pieces of legislation were adopted without the traditional consultation process between the employer, the union, and the government, which is used for labor relations reforms. The result was that is now more difficult for unions and the employer to negotiate in good faith. We want to ensure that workers can organize freely bargain collectively in good faith and have safer working environments. And to do so, the Minister of Development, Employment and Labour presented a bill to repeal the provisions of C-377 and C-525. Bill C-4 will reestablish certification procedures and other aspects to what they were prior to June 16, 2015. Bill C-4 also amends the Income Tax Act in order to eliminate the unnecessary requirements imposed on union organizations with respect to the production of financial information. As members know, legislation is in place to ensure that unions provide this financial information already. According to the Canada Labour Code, Section 110, unions are required to provide to their members a free copy of the financial reports and statements. Mr. Speaker, the bill that is introduced today is consistent with our belief in fair and balanced labour relations. Participation in collective bargaining is a right that has been exercised by all other police forces in the country for a long time now. This bill respects that law and acknowledges and recognizes the specific circumstances for the RCMP as a national police force. Mr. Speaker, it's time to offer members and reserve members of the RCMP the respect that they deserve. And in that light, I call and urge all members to support RCMP members and reserve members by voting in favour of this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up on my earlier concerns about officer safety, that dispatch, officers working alone in rural areas is a workplace safety issue that may well benefit from it being included in collective bargaining. Same with sexual harassment in the workplace, another workplace safety issue apparently not included in the collective bargaining, which has now thankfully been extended to RCMP. So I'm curious whether the member can inform us, was this an issue that was discussed during the online consultation that he cited? Was it specifically excluded? And can he give any more rationale for why this is not going to be something that is a matter for collective bargaining for police officers within the RCMP? Thank you.
Député de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel.
Mr. Speaker, I can't address the specifics of the online participation because I wasn't involved with it, but I can say that this was done in consultation with members, in consultation with relevant stakeholders, in response to a specific Supreme Court ruling. This is not something we said, let's just do it. This is something we were required to do, and we did a very good job of. I'm very proud of the work that was done in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just further to my friend's point, I would like to thank him for his excellent remarks. The consultation process, which was initiated, I understand, involved some 9,000 members of the RCMP. Obviously, in response to the Supreme Court decision, it's important to get their members' input. Perhaps you could just explain why you feel it's so important that this consultation process took place. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to do a consultation with stakeholders so you make the best possible decisions. We are a government that believes in evidence-based decision-making and consulting with the people that matter instead of just saying, this is how we're going to do things and, who cares what you think? I think this is a very good process and I'm very proud of it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for his excellent speech, also his excellent contributions to the PROC committee. I just wanted to ask him, my understanding is that for certain items that are not in the collective bargaining process of this or many other police forces, that there are alternative mechanisms in the force for addressing some of those type of issues. I don't know if the member's familiar with those or could outline those or get back to me with those at a later date.
Member for Laurentides-Lebel.
Mr. Speaker, I've been privileged in my life to not have to be a police officer and just take advantage of their protection they offer us. So I don't know the specific processes they have, so I can't speak to any detail, but I'm more than happy to consult with the very good Chair of Procedure and House Affairs at any time on this topic. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Pardon me. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his remarks and to discuss the RCMP Act and the powers of the Commissioner under that Act to make certain determinations about work, disciplinary measures, working conditions, conduct, and so on. The members have the ability to grieve decisions under the RCMP Act, and so I'd like the members' comment on the concept of having limited this bill to the basic working terms and conditions of employment, which is the requirement of the Supreme Court of Canada for it, and a very tight timeline to deliver.
Honourable Member for Laurentides Labelle.
Well, I think the government made the right decision in preparing the bill in compliance with the Supreme Court ruling on the timelines available. We have many years ahead of us to make broader changes on all topics, but we met the requirements given to us by the Supreme Court, and I think that's the right path to be taking. I appreciate the member's intervention. She's helping me greatly understand this file. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And now we'll go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too am glad to rise on C7. And before I begin to share some of my comments and thoughts, I'd like to note that I will be sharing my time with the member for Brandon Souris. So, I think most of all, and I believe almost all my colleagues have started their interventions on this particular bill with a thank you to the RCMP that serve us every day. I'm from British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. I have worked in rural communities, and I don't think we can say enough in terms of how important the RCMP are throughout our country, important in terms of our safety, important in terms of the work they do every day, the work that is sometimes dangerous, but also the important sort of pride and ceremony that they add to our lives. Certainly as a nurse that worked in a small rural health center, I can remember many, many times when the RCMP would just stop and they would check in and they would say, we just want to make sure that you're okay. And of course, we were always very thankful because a small community, you could have very difficult patients, and we knew that at a click of a button or just as a random stop-in, that we knew that they cared about us, that they were there for us. I also got to witness some of the very horrific things that they dealt with. Obviously, they were at the scene of many accidents, and we would receive these patients in the emergency department. So, I can understand some of the very, very difficult times that they and situations that they've had to deal with. I also, want to make note of the danger. It was just a little over a year ago in Kamloops, where I live now, where one of our RCMP was doing a somewhat routine traffic stop and, following someone who was refusing to stop, and of course got out of the car and was shot multiple times, and thankfully, he survived it. Certainly there's the very dangerous work they do every day, but as important, I look at the pride. We look at our RCMP when they're dressed in the red serge and the tourists that come and want their pictures. I know in Kamloops, whenever we require someone to be there for ceremonial purposes, they're always there. We've never had to, we put in a request, and there's someone that's always willing to come and volunteer. So whether it be Remembrance Day, whether it be Canada Day, whether it be special recognition ceremonies, they are there, and they are there for us. So I, like everyone in this House, want to say thank you. Broadly, we do support C7 and the intervention of the Supreme Court, and for the most part, I think the opposition or the government has done a reasonable job in putting a piece of legislation forward that reflects the Supreme Court of Canada's decision, but has some, flexibility that's very important for the very unique role of what the RCMP do. having said broadly, I will talk about, the one or two issues that we do have with it. But there is a piece that I want to highlight that is perhaps less well known, and no one has spent much time talking about it. And that, of course, is the Government Employees Compensation Act. And there's some elements of this bill that I'd like to reflect upon that perhaps some people don't know what the situation currently is. So the Government Employees Compensation Act, Section 40 of the bill removes the exclusion of RCMP members from the application of the Workers' Compensation Scheme under what we call GICA. Section 42 of the bill amends the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superannuation Act by repealing 34. A lot of technical language, and I'll explain what this technical language means in a minute. There's also a complementary amendment to change being made to the GICA, and the legislation will amend the GICA to remove the exclusion from the RCMP members and amend the RCMP Compensation Act to ensure full coverage under GICA for RCMP members. And, what this will actually do is allow these members uninterrupted access to third-party adjudication, specialized medical and disability claim management services for the workers' compensation boards. Mr. Speaker, that is a really important element of this bill. For those that might not know, I think most people are very familiar that every province in Canada has what they call a workers' compensation board, or as we call it, employees' compensation. And that's where if you're a fireman, a logger, or someone that works in a desk job and you are injured on the job or you're exposed to occupational health and safety hazards, they deal with those issues of work-related injuries, disabilities. Interestingly, and actually it wasn't until I became a member of Parliament, because I had never really thought about it, how are federal government employees covered in terms of workers' compensation? And Mr. Speaker, what's been happening for a number of years is there has been contracts with every compensation board across the country, so that, let's say if you are a fisheries officer working in British Columbia, you're covered by the system in British Columbia. If you are one of our Canadian Revenue Agency employees working in Prince Edward Island, you have the coverage through what we call Government Employees Compensation Act. The RCMP never had that support. They had an internal system that dealt with their issues. Mr. Speaker, as you might imagine, the Workers' Compensation Board have developed a lot of expertise, and their expertise is in a number of different areas. And this is expertise that could not be duplicated in a very small system of perhaps a small group within the RCMP. And what that does is, I'll give you a few examples. The prevention work that they've done, they really started to realize that prevention, of course, is significant, it's important, and they're having amazing results in terms of what they're doing with prevention. Obviously, they have a lot of staff, medical staff, and programs and services, whether it be occupational therapists, physiotherapists. So their ability and expertise in terms of assessing workplace injuries, and some people will say, well, the RCMP are unique, will this work? And, what I would argue is, they deal with police services provincially, municipally, they deal with firemen, they deal with a number of others. So, I do think that the expertise that will come to bear is very, very important expertise. So, the adjudication process, again, the third-party assessment will be a much fairer system. So I know that this is a significant change. It's not a change that we've talked about in this House very often. We haven't debated it as part of the legislation, but I did think it was important that we highlight that exclusion of the RCMP to the Government Employees Compensation Act is something, not only did we work on it prior to this being introduced, but this is a piece of the legislation that we are very supportive of. I think I do need to do some conclusions. I see that there's 2 minutes left in terms of my discussion intervention here today, but have to talk about the secret ballot. It is absolutely ludicrous, first of all, that the government cannot even say the word secret ballot. It is very difficult. The decisions around whether to unionize or not unionize is a difficult decision. It's a very personal decision. You know, the RCMP themselves, I'm sure, in my conversations, have had a lot of struggle with that issue. The card check method, which is very public, which is you have someone that might be your friend, puts a card in front of your face and wants you to sign it. And, you know, there's a pressure that comes to bear. And, Mr. Speaker, the pressure can come to bear whether, you know, from both the employer and or the employee. So what I would have to say is I truly, truly, in my heart of hearts, do not understand why the opposition or the government has moved away in their Bill C-4, I believe, in terms of the secret ballot, and that they're not guaranteeing the right for our RCMP to have a secret ballot on this issue that is so divisive, so personal. You know, it's absolutely essential that this legislation allow what you know, votes all over do. And I think my colleague earlier talked about, you know, if card check, do we want a card check for federal government system? So, you know, that is the one area that I think we do have particular concerns over. I do think there's some good elements of this bill that do appropriately respond to the Supreme Court of Canada's decision. And so, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech and for talking about the need for collective bargaining for our officers. Under Bill C-7, we have had to ask for a short extension in order to be able to bring in this legislation because of all of the political realities. So I would like to hear a bit from my colleague whether she could expand a little bit about, outside the legal and technical aspects, the process that the RCMP will use for certification, secret ballot, and so on, or whether the Supreme Court just wanted a system in place at that time.
You know, Mr. Speaker, this has been a conversation that's been going on within the RCMP for quite a few years now. Obviously, before you get to the Supreme Court of Canada, there's been many years and many components to the conversation. There was a staff relations representative program, and it was felt that they were the group that were able to represent the employees in terms of having those conversations with management. You know, obviously the Supreme Court of Canada has done some things within their decision and with the charter, and saying that, you know, this was a violation of a section of the charter, and that you know, there was a need to move forward in terms of the members being able to make a decision. But very interesting that it was a very complex decision, and I think a very appropriate decision in terms of the significant flexibility that was provided.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Kamloops Thompson Caribou for her remarks, and particularly for highlighting the changes to the Government Employment Compensation Act, which will, as she mentioned, provide more seamless support for injured RCMP members. Unfortunately, she then went on to bring back the issue of the right to secret ballot for union members, and so the member is part of a government previously that put forward Bill C-525, and the very organizations who represent public sector members were almost unanimous in believing that it was the wrong way to go, and that actually the card check method is more likely, they claim, to be free of employer interference. So The member, so suggesting that the right to secret ballot is good for union members or good for the employees is totally contrary to what the representatives of those employees themselves are actually saying. So why would the representatives of the government employees speak out so strongly against Bill C-525 when it was passed if it was to be in the interests of the employees or, in this case, in the interests of RCMP members?
Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
You know, it's interesting. What the government is failing to mention is that in many provinces across this country, secret ballots is what the system is. So the 525 that they're speaking of as being such a terrible piece of legislation is actually the system in the province where I live, British Columbia. And I can tell the opposite, my colleague, is I worked in an environment where there was a certification union drive. It was a small health center, and it divided the employers and the employees in that particular center. And the fact that it was a secret ballot was such a relief to the nurses that worked there, the physiotherapists that worked there, because their decision, their choice was private. It was not the business of their colleagues. Ultimately, a decision was made, but, you know, this is not an unusual situation in this country to have a secret ballot.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's my privilege to be able to rise in the House today to speak to Bill 7 as well, and I just wanted to confer that I concur with my colleagues who have just spoken in regards to this bill that's before us today. I had the opportunity of particularly in the Kamloops area at an earlier age, working with RCMP members who actually came down to play hockey with us, and when I worked in that fair city back a number of decades ago, and the Sakaki family gave me my first opportunity to work in that community, and the opportunity to play hockey with these RCMP officers as well. And of course, that's what we're talking about here today, is the RCMP officers who give their lives and work every day on behalf of Canadians to keep us safe. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my concern regarding Bill C-7 today, and this bill has some worthwhile and necessary provisions, has been pointed out by some of my colleagues. But this bill continues the Liberal tradition of bowing down to unions at the expense of democracy and increasing the power of unions at the expense of some of their members. The Supreme Court's ruling makes it clear that the current regime must be updated to give RCMP members a greater voice in their workplace while continuing to ensure public safety. However, certain provisions of this bill are thinly veiled attempts to pay unions back for the support of their Liberal Party in the last election. These are the very parts of this bill that make it a bit undemocratic, Mr. Speaker. I stood in this House recently to speak against Bill 4, the Liberals' first attempt to pay unions back for their election support. That bill was also deeply problematic. The timing of it could not have been more opportunistic, and the attempt to make the government's own collective bargaining process easier at the expense of union members. That bill also scaled back one of the most important rights of union members, the right to participate in a secret ballot on certification and decertification. Mr. Speaker, we've seen that the government side is afraid of these words, secret ballot. What are they afraid of? I'd suggest they're afraid of democracy in this situation. The combinations of Bills C4 and C7 leave RCMP members with a secret ballot vote, without a secret ballot vote, on future union drives. The result is that a certification could occur through intimidation and undemocratic pressure tactics that are all too common with card check certifications. I believe strongly in giving workers the right to vote that is free of intimidation, prior to being forced to join, pay dues to, or be represented by a bargaining agent. As I have said before, each honourable member in this chamber is here today because the residents of their constituency chose to give them the most personal thing they possess, their vote. As elected members of this House, our highest duty is to defend the democratic principles that brought us here. The secret ballot is the highest pillar of this process, and it is difficult for me to believe that the Liberals have the nerve to argue that the public servants at the front line of Canadian safety don't deserve their democratic rights. Our brave RCMP officers put our safety above theirs every day when they get up to go to work every morning and every shift. Without them, we would not have the rule of law. Without them, many resolutions of this House would be worth less than the paper they are printed on. Without them, Canada would not be the free and safe society that we have today. Our RCMP stand up to criminals in some very dangerous situations. They rely on their fellow officers, their team, to have their backs. This bill will make our RCMP officers less safe by encouraging internal conflict within RCMP ranks. It creates a climate where a union could pressure their members into signing their support. This really means that certain RCMP members would be pressuring others, creating tension and conflict while destroying trust. Just as during election campaigns, when candidates ask for the support of their friends and neighbors by going door to door, union representatives would be able to go from officer to officer to try and pressure them. As many of my honourable colleagues will know from their own campaign experience, while many people mean the support they promise, many people on the doorstep just want you to get off their porch or don't feel comfortable saying no to your face. Without a secret ballot to guarantee the rights of public service workers, the potential for intimidation is disturbing. Honourable colleagues, we all know that the potential for workers to be intimidated by their unions is very real. While this is serious for all workplaces, it is even more serious for a workplace where having a cohesive team can mean the difference between injury and safety, between life and death, as in the RCMP. The Liberals have absolutely no good reason to get rid of this vital check. With the beginning of an important process for the RCMP, the Liberals are creating a problem that is easily avoided. The card check system allows for a workplace to be unionized without letting all employees have their say, and could proceed with a significant portion of workers having no idea it is even going on. This bill narrows the democratic legitimacy of an RCMP union and scales back the rights of our hardworking officers to select their representatives and determine their own fates. While the current regime must change to give our officers a greater voice in their workplace, it has to be done correctly. As the bill currently stands, it sends a terrible signal to the men and women who keep us safe, a signal that the Government of Canada doesn't care about them. During the Conservatives' time in government, we consistently supported the RCMP, CSIS, and public safety agencies by modernizing legislation and increasing their budgets to ensure that these forces had the right tools to keep Canadians safe. Right now, the RCMP is contracted to provide police services to 8 provinces and over 150 communities. As the representative of the constituents of Brandon Souris, I represent several such communities, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I know firsthand the quality and professionalism that many RCMP officers of my riding bring to the job every day. We depend on them to keep us safe and are grateful to them for their service. Not only would the officers of my riding have fewer democratic rights as a result of an unamended Bill C-7, the communities that pay for their services would experience great hardship if labour costs dramatically increase. If our small communities cannot afford policing, nobody wins. I echo my colleagues in supporting an amendment to this legislation that explicitly allows RCMP members the right to vote on whether to unionize through a secret ballot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm struck by how much repetition there is from the Conservative members. I take that to be a huge compliment to the bill itself, because the basic premise of their concerns has to do with the secret ballot or mandatory vote regimes, and that were in their previous attempt to undermine and weaken the union movement, they were foisting that method. What our bill does, in fact, is to provide the board with great discretion in determining the very best method to satisfy itself that a majority exists to certify a bargaining agent, whether that method is a vote or a card check. So, in fact, there is greater flexibility here. The bill increases the democratic rights of our RCMP members and, in fact, makes it possible for the situation to be considered. So I'd like to ask the member, is it not possible that there might be employer interference in a secret ballot or mandatory vote regime that we would not want to have, nor would the RCMP members themselves want to have? And would the current board flexibility not actually address that by giving them the choice of applying a card check or a secret ballot?
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question, but I think she makes my point in regards to why we'd like to have a secret ballot. It doesn't matter whether you're on the union side or the employer side. If there's a secret ballot, the people can make up their own minds, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I think that's very clearly why we're spending so much time on this side of the House dealing with the rights of a secret ballot. It takes away the interference from either side, and each individual officer can make up their own right and their own mind, Mr. Speaker, after listening to both sides. It takes away any intimidation that has been referred to by my honourable colleague across the way in regards to her very point. And we did say in my opening remarks, and I know some of my colleagues, that this bill has some worthwhile and necessary provisions in it. That was the first comment I made. So let me say again that this bill does need improvement, though, by allowing RCMP officers to have a secret ballot if there's a union to be formed amongst them.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I enjoy working with the member on the Standing Committee for Parliamentarians of the Arctic region. I'd just like to ask him, though, he mentioned that the RCMP serve 8 provinces, but also they serve 3 territories, so I want to make that clear. We often get left out. I was making that point at a meeting of tourism people yesterday, where we have the highest percentage of our GDP in my riding of any territory or province in the country is related to tourism. What I wanted to ask the member was, I understand the point that he would like amended. Is he, just to make sure I was quite clear, he's in favour of the rest of the bill?
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question as well. I as well like working with him in the Arctic areas that we've been in, and I stand corrected. I certainly know that the RCMP are in the territories and our 3 territories as well. And we would have to consider the bill further if there was an amendment to be put forward in it, and I would urge the member to bring that forward himself and have it as an amendment in the bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to rise today to support Bill C7. It's an honour to participate in the debate and to make my position known on behalf of the men and women who are members or reservists in the RCMP. The bill tabled today seeks to preserve the freedom of the members and reservists of the RCMP, which is guaranteed by the Constitution, in order to take part in genuine collective bargaining. And Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention that I'd like to share my time with the member for Don Valley West. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, collective bargaining is a right that other police officers in Canada benefit from and have benefited from for many years, but it's a right that was refused to members and reservists of the RCMP, people who for the last 143 years have contributed significantly to our proud, strong, and free nation. This bill will remedy this situation. The bill is a clear and well-thought-out response to the Supreme Court decision handed down January 16, 2015. The court stated that Section 2D of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects the existence of a genuine process of collective bargaining that offers employees freedom of choice and sufficient independence to allow them to decide on their collective interests and to defend them. The court established that the current labor relations system in the RCMP deprives members of this freedom of choice and imposes a program that does not allow them to define and put forward their professional concerns without influence from management. Mr. Speaker, for my part, I thank the Supreme Court for this decision. And it's my pleasure to support the bill presented today, a bill that offers members and reservists in the RCMP freedom of choice and independence regarding the direction of their organization while recognizing their unique operational reality. The bill before us is the result of a careful examination of results of consultations with key stakeholders. The first consultations took place with the regular members of the RCMP, second with the provinces, territories, and municipalities that have police service agreements with the RCMP. Bill C-7 includes a number of significant, important characteristics. First of all, it allows for independent and executory arbitration when the dispute settlement mechanism for negotiation is at an impasse. In accordance with other police forces throughout the country, members of the RCMP bargaining unit will not have the right to strike. This was the market preference of the people who took part in the online consultation. This bill will also allow for the establishment of a national bargaining unit, that is unique, made up only of members of the RCMP who are non-commissioned officers as well as reservists. The bargaining agent for the RCMP, if one is accredited, will have as a mandate to represent members of the RCMP. Once again, regular members have demonstrated clear support for these provisions. The bill also excludes officers ranked inspector or higher. The Public Service Labor Relations Commission will act as an administrative tribunal for issues related to the RCMP bargaining unit and for grievances related to the collective agreement. The bill tabled today complies with our government's efforts to restore fair and balanced labor law throughout the country. For example, look at Bill C-5 that will repeal Division 20 of Bill C-59, the 2015 Budget Execution Bill tabled last April by the previous government. This bill gave the government the power to go unilaterally, go beyond the collective bargaining process and impose a new sick leave system on the public service. The public service Labor Relations Act was adopted initially in 1967 in order to give public servants the right to unionize and negotiate collective agreements. It's crucial to guarantee efforts to cooperate between the parties and increase the public services capacity to use and to serve and to protect the public interest. Mr. Speaker, our government has clearly established that will not adopt an approach that does not take into account the negotiation process between an employer and a group of employees that seek to have agreements about working conditions. By repealing these provisions of Bill C-59, we will demonstrate our respect for the collective bargaining process. Mr. Speaker, we believe in collective bargaining. The bill tabled today respects our belief in that right. Mr. Speaker, we also believe in fair and balanced labor relations, and yet, in the past few years, many fundamental labor relations rights have regressed. Let us consider simply C-377 and C-525, which will change the way unions can be accredited or have their accreditation revoked and impose new requirements to produce financial reports. These bills were adopted without any traditional consultation between employer, union, and government used during reforms on labor relations law. The result is it's now more difficult for unions and employers to bargain in good faith. We must make sure that workers can unionize freely, negotiate in good faith, and have safe working environments. To achieve that, the Minister of Employment, Labour Force Development and Labour has already tabled a bill to repeal Bills C-377 and C-525. Bill C-4 restores accreditation and revocation procedures for bargaining agents, which existed before June 16, 2015. Bill C-4 also amends the Income Tax Act in order to eliminate unnecessary requirements imposed on unions and union trusts regarding the publication of financial information. As all my colleagues here in the Commons know, legislation is already in place to make sure that unions make that financial information available. According to Section 110 of the Canada Labour Code, unions must, upon request by their members, provide them free of charge a copy of their financial statements, which makes these requirements for additional reports unnecessary. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by saying that the bill as presented today complies with our belief in fair and balanced labor relations. Participation in collective bargaining is a right that has been exercised for very many years by all other police forces in Canada. This bill respects that right while recognizing the special circumstances of the RCMP as a national police force. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for us to offer members and reservists of the RCMP the respect they deserve. To that end, I urge all members to show their support for members and reservists of the RCMP by voting in favor of this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwantanuk Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. As we've stated, the NDP does support this bill at second reading, but we are concerned that while, of course, there are very important changes being proposed that an imperfect proposal in terms of labor relations going forward with respect to the RCMP is also what's part of this bill. And a particular concern that we've dealt with on many occasions in this House is what happens when we're dealing with harassment allegations, particularly the kinds of allegations we know, very serious allegations that have come out in recent years with respect to women working in the RCMP who have not been heard and who in fact have been re-victimized as a result of the failure of the RCMP to deal with their cases. So what we're concerned here is that there's the potential for submitting procedures for dealing with harassment allegations to the collective bargaining process, and we believe that could undermine the neutrality, stability, or reliability of the RCMP fundamentally. And so I'd like to hear from my colleague. Does he see a problem in the potential for that, and what is the government proposing with respect to this very serious issue of dealing with sexual harassment allegations in the RCMP?
Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Ski, for her question. And I know that she's taken this issue very seriously. I'm very happy to hear also the support from the honourable member for on dit en français, les grandes lignes de ce projet.
We say in French, the major lines of this bill.
That kind of support. And the question which he asked in regards to the harassment procedures is also a very important question, which I'd like to address. First of all, let me just, as I said in my speech, Mr. Speaker, this bill provides the opportunity for the RCMP, for its officers and reservists to have an opportunity to have collective bargaining rights, but it is narrowly circumscribed, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the court ruling that was given last year. In regards to harassment issues, which is an issue which I know that the honourable member takes very seriously, which we all take seriously in this House, there are procedures in place. And there are ways that we can deal with that outside of the legislative process. And so I think that our effort should be to try to improve those procedures, to make sure that les cadres supérieurs de la GRC,
that the RCMP high-ranking officers
issues internally, because of course I think that is sort of beyond the ambit of what we can actually draw together in terms of legislators in providing that in the bill. So we will take those issues seriously, and we'll be very supportive of the senior RCMP officers' efforts to address those questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our honourable colleague from across the way for his elegant speech. I think it's been widely debated today, and I think our Conservative Party stance is widely known. I just wanted to ask the honourable member opposite, through you, Mr. Speaker, is that in making these decisions and moving forward with this bill and ultimately potentially unionization of the RCMP, these costs will also be borne by our municipalities and our communities from coast to coast in the 8 provinces that the agreements are in place. And I'd like to know whether the government has taken steps to address that or to focus on that, whether it's in the upcoming budget that we'll hear later today or in future budgets as we move forward, what those cost implications will be.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, which is a good one. And I think that's one of the reasons why the scope of this bill allows for a single national collective bargaining unit and not several collective bargaining units, which could have an effect in terms of how the negotiations would happen with the municipalities and with the provinces. And that's the reason why this was carefully taken into consideration. This is why the Minister of Public Safety, based on consultations not only with the RCMP, but with officials, with learning from other experiences from police forces across the country, came up with this model to make sure that we don't take that into account. But, Mr. Speaker, I also would like to say that there is sometimes a cost to inaction. And there is a cost to inaction by not allowing the RCMP to have the same kind of rights collective bargaining rights that other police forces have enjoyed across this country. And I think it's really important that at this time, that rather than let this lead to a crisis situation, that we address this issue now. Thank you, Mr.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to have the opportunity to speak in support of Bill C-7, a new labour relations framework for the RCMP members and reservists. This legislation marks a significant milestone in the history of both the RCMP and Canadian labour relations. With the passage of this bill, RCMP members and reservists would, for the first time, have the same collective bargaining rights as other police forces in Canada. They would be able to choose an employee organization to represent them in labour negotiations with their employer, the Treasury Board of Canada. Specifically, this bill proposes to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act to create a new labour relations regime for RCMP members and reservists. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of particularly noteworthy aspects of this legislation that I'd now like to highlight. As I mentioned, the bill would give RCMP members and reservists the right to have an independent bargaining agent of their own. It would provide for a single national bargaining unit for reservists and RCMP members appointed to a rank. In order to be certified as the bargaining agent for the RCMP bargaining unit, an employee organization would be required to have as its primary mandate the representation of RCMP members. Moreover, the process provided under the Public Service Labour Relations Act would be used to exclude other managerial and confidential positions. This means that the bill would exclude officers at the inspector level and above from representation. As well, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board would be the administrative tribunal for collective bargaining matters related to the RCMP bargaining unit, and the grievance related to a collective bargaining would be addressed. The board would be required to take into account the unique operational reality of the RCMP. As you know, Mr. Speaker, due to the public safety and security considerations, RCMP regular members are not permitted to strike. This would continue under the new regime. Instead, the dispute resolution mechanism would be binding arbitration, which is consistent with other police forces across the country. Mr. Speaker, that is the essence of the bill. The bill is a targeted response to the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling, and it is meant to address its decision. As a government, we respect the Supreme Court, and we are committed to providing the RCMP with legislation that brings its labour regime in line with the Supreme Court's ruling. Now let me provide a little bit of background. The bill is the end result of a decision of the Supreme Court of Canada issued, as I said, more than a year ago in January 2015. At that time, the court ruled on a legal case cited as the Mounted Police Association of Ontario versus the Attorney General of Canada. It found that some federal legislation and regulations relating to the RCMP labour relations were in fact unconstitutional. They were unconstitutional because they prevented the formation of an independent RCMP employee organization. As such, according to the Supreme Court, they contravened the freedom of association guarantee enshrined in the Section 2D of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. The Supreme Court gave the Government of Canada 12 months until January 16, 2016, to consider its options and respond with a labour relations framework that is compliant with the Charter. Mr. Speaker, the government took the steps to bring the law into compliance with the Supreme Court's ruling. This past summer, the Treasury Board Secretariat engaged an independent consultant to survey regular members of the RCMP. The purpose of these consultations was to canvass RCMP regular members' views on potential elements of a labor relations framework that would allow them to choose their representatives and bargain collectively. The process consisted of a survey and town hall meetings. More than 9,000 regular members completed the survey, and more than 650 participated in town hall meetings. Their feedback was then compiled into a report, which was posted onto the Secretariat's website on December 7, 2015. This report was helpful in contributing to a legislative framework that would be in line with the Supreme Court's ruling. Mr. Speaker, we have taken a fair and reasonable approach to examining this complex matter. This necessitated careful consideration of the next steps, including consultation with regular members of the RCMP and with provinces and territories with RCMP police services agreements. Now, after more than a year of consideration and consultation with the RCMP regular members and within the Canadian jurisdiction that contract for RCMP services, the government has acted on what it has learned. The bill we have tabled today is the next step. It would give the RCMP members and reservists greater independence from management and freedom of choice in labor relations matters. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a historical occasion for our national police, and I am proud to speak in support of this carefully considered piece of legislation. The bill is very much in keeping with our belief in fair and balanced labor relations. Engaging in collective bargaining is a right long since exercised by other police forces in Canada, and we think it is time to extend that right to the RCMP. I urge all members of this House to support us with this bill and ensure that those Canadians who dedicate themselves to defending the law have their constitutional rights defended by the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to stand with other New Democrats supporting the general direction of this legislation. Commend the court for giving the direction, commend the government for taking it up. So as far as it goes, we're in support. We want to talk about it in committee. My question is, given the members' opposite support for improving workplace safety, the members' opposite support for finding a resolution to the unresolved issue of sexual harassment complaints from members within the RCMP to the RCMP Commissioner, very high profile, unresolved, the process isn't working. The unresolved issues of workplace safety in relation to rural officers in particular, both Mayor Thorpe and Moncton, terrible loss of life of members, and the issues remain around to what extent they were protected. And these men and women stand up for us, we should stand up for them. And so will the members opposite support inclusion in the collective bargaining process, the worker safety elements of sexual harassment and member safety? It seems at this point they're excluded, and this is the perfect time to include them as a collective bargaining matter. Thank you.
Full member for Don Valley East.
I thank the member opposite for her question. It is a very important question because sexual harassment in any workplace is not acceptable. Workplace safety for all is part of the Charter of Rights. But this collective bargaining, this new bill, really is addressing the issues around what the Supreme Court has ruled. And since this bill will go to committee, I think further discussions are important, and committee's input is extremely critical to make this bill better. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Durham for her comments. Oh, sorry, not the member of Durham. I'd like to thank the member for her comments. And with respect to the Government Canada's commitment to supporting the dedicated women and men of Canada's National Police Force, and also the fact that the circumstances that the RCMP members work under is quite unique in terms of the kinds of work that they do, I'd like to ask the member to comment a bit more on the requirement that any employee organization that's seeking to certify as a bargaining agent for the RCMP would have the representation of RCMP as its primary mandate and could only associate with other unions that also have police officers as their primary mandate.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for her question. And I think it is important that when we are going into labour negotiations or wanting the participation of the RCMP, that the chair of the board, of the Labour Relations Board, should have at least 2 members of the RCMP in there so that they understand the very unique nature of the job that the RCMP do, so that there is bargaining in good faith. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Questions and comments? Resuming debate. And before we acknowledge the Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Moose Jaw. I knew it started with an M. Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. I'll let him know that there's only about 6 minutes remaining in the time before we go to statements by members at 2 o'clock. I'll give him the usual signal ahead of time, and of course he'll know that he'll have his remaining time when the House next gets back to debate on this question. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think members in this place who know me and who know me well know that I am an unabashed supporter of the RCMP. And I come by that support honestly, I believe, Mr. Speaker. I have had many friends currently in the RCMP who I still consider to be very close to me. I've had many retired members of the RCMP that I see frequently, and unfortunately I've had many friends in the RCMP who have since passed. And of course, Mr. Speaker, being a representative from Saskatchewan and living most of my life in the city of Regina, home of Depot, one could understand my affinity for the RCMP and the work that they do on behalf of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, however, to me it's more than just the friendships and the relationships that I have gained over the years with members of the force. It's far more personal than that to me. Mr. Speaker, my mother's first husband was an officer of the RCMP who was killed on duty at Depot. And, Mr. Speaker, that has stayed with me my entire life, and it reminds me, and I think it should remind all members of this place, of the inherent dangers that RCMP members face each and every day in the course of their duties. I, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, have attended far too many funerals for members who have lost their lives in the course of their day-to-day duties. I was in Edmonton 11 years ago to attend the funeral of those brave officers who died in Marathorpe, and I can say, Mr. Speaker, without equivocation, that it was still the most emotional ceremony that I have ever attended. But, Mr. Speaker, I take no pride in saying that I have attended these ceremonies. It is with great sorrow that I make mention of these, because it reminds me again that we should, as Canadians, and particularly as parliamentarians, be doing everything that we can to support the RCMP in all of their endeavours. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP is iconic. Many members before me have spoken of that. They've spoken of the international claim rightfully garnered on the RCMP. And it's that brand, Mr. Speaker, that I think that most Canadians take pride in. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there was a survey done not too many years ago that indicated that the RCMP had the strongest brand of any organization in the world, second only to Coca-Cola. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you, as I've suggested to many other officers within the RCMP, that that brand is so enduring because of the exemplary work that they have done over the years. Starting in 1873 with the Northwest Mounted Police and continuing on until 1920 when the RCMP, the modern-day RCMP as we know it, was formed. This police force, this national police force of ours, is, in my estimation, if not one of the best police force in the world. And, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the challenges that the RCMP has faced over the number of years, most recently about sexual harassment within the workforce, the force continues to be a thriving and a very necessary force in our lives. It is part of our culture, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I'm so pleased to be able to speak on Bill C-7, which fundamentally affects the way that the RCMP organizes and goes about their business. But, Mr. Speaker, before I get into some of the details of C-7, let me also say that I have a great background and a great knowledge of the union movement in Canada. Now, there may be members in the benches opposite who will accuse myself and some of my colleagues of being anti-union. And the reason that we're not supporting C-7 is the fact that we are fundamentally and ideologically opposed to unions. I can say from my standpoint, Mr. Speaker, that's certainly not true. I was born and brought up in a union household. My father was formerly the head of the United Steelworkers of America, the Western Canadian Division, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, he mentored the current national director of the United Steelworkers, Mr. Ken Newman. I still see Ken very often in airports, and we talk fondly about my father and the influence that my father had on Ken and the work that he's doing today. So I can absolutely say without hesitation, and again without equivocation, Mr. Speaker, that I understand the role, and I would suggest the necessary role, that the union movement and the labor movement has in Canada. However, Mr. Speaker, there are many aspects of that movement and of unions themselves of which I have very fundamental and profound disagreements. And, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will get into those disagreements and into the content of Bill C-7 shortly after question period concludes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lakes Centre, Lanigan will have 15 minutes remaining for his remarks when the House next resumes debate on the question. But now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député de...
Honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, March 20th was the International Francophonie Day. There are 220 million Francophones on 5 continents in more than 70 countries. Here, Francophone and Acadian communities, as well as Quebecers, have and continue to fight constantly. We have made significant gains, but not nearly enough. Despite all of the rhetoric that we hear in the House here, the assimilation rate of Francophones outside Quebec has risen from 27 to 39% over the past 40 years. French is declining in Quebec, and Montreal now has a minority of Francophones. So the federal government has to take its responsibilities and contribute to the vitality of Francophones and Acadians in Canada. In Quebec, in North America, within North America, must become independent.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations has declared April 2nd World Autism Awareness Day to highlight the need to help improve the quality of life of those with autism. I stand today in advance of that important date to recognize the good work of the Shining Through Center for Children with Autism. Shining Through was started in 1999 in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, and it is a leader in the area of autism therapy, research, and education. Since the opening of its first center in Woodbridge in 2001, Shining Through has expanded to include facilities in North York and Mississauga and has supported hundreds of children and their families. Through the tireless efforts of President and co-founders Fred Santini, John D. Bartolo, Umberto Martini, Val Girardi, and Ted Leiter, Shining Through has raised millions of dollars, including at this year's 17th annual gala attended by over 1,500 people. Mr. Speaker, I humbly ask my colleagues to join me in thanking the Shining Through Center for giving children with autism a chance to shine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure, actually, to rise in the House today to honour Dr. Jay Kalra. He was named the Citizen of the Year for Saskatoon. Last Friday, a luncheon was held where I had the opportunity to speak about the accomplishments of Jay Kalra. He's an award-winning researcher and academic. Dr. Kalra gained international acclaim for his innovative work in pathology and healthcare delivery. As a cultural and diversity ambassador, Dr. Kalra has served our city, our province, and our nation with pride. Dr. Kalra has received numerous honors, including the top 25 Canadian immigrants in 2013. Every community that Dr. Kalra has been a part of, from the University of Saskatchewan to the medical profession to his volunteerism, has made Saskatoon a better place. Congratulations to Dr. Jay Kalra on being named Saskatoon Citizen of the Year for 2015.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute and respect to Mr. Harry James Varon of Annapolis County, Nova Scotia, who passed away October 18, 2015 at the age of 85. Mr. Varon was a Member of Parliament for Southwest Nova from 1993 to 1997 and served his constituents proudly as a member of the Liberal Party of Canada. Mr. Varon was not only a politician, he was a member of the Royal Canadian Navy for 20 years, a premier long-distance runner, a photographer, a businessman, and a coach. He was truly a pillar of his community. Most important to Mr. Varon, though, was his family. He was devoted to Connie, his loving wife of 61 years, and their 7 children and many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Our community and our country are richer because of Harry Varon, and we treasure his enduring legacy. We will remember him with much fondness and affection. Thank you, Harry, for a life well lived.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats strongly believe that access to clean water is a human right. In 2010, the United Nations General Assembly recognized that clean drinking water and sanitation are essential to the realization of human rights. Today is an opportunity to recognize and learn more about water-related issues, to be inspired to tell others, and to really take action to make a difference. This has been happening in my riding, where the people of Shawnigan Lake have been fighting a noble battle to protect their watershed from contamination. Furthermore, 73% of First Nations communities in Canada are living with water systems that are medium to high risk, which is an absolute national shame for a country that boasts 20% of the world's fresh water. On this World Water Day, I call on the government to enact meaningful environmental protections so that every person in Canada has clean access to clean water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Last week, I was proud to be a part of Canada's delegation to the 60th session of the UN Commission on the Status of Women, led by the Minister of Status of Women.
Canada clearly made its voice heard about empowerment of women and girls, equality for Indigenous girls and women, the elimination of gender-based violence, health of women, children, and teenagers, including sexual and reproductive health and rights, and an end to early and forced marriage.
Canada was back on the world stage, and that our gender balance cabinet was an inspiration to them and the citizens of their countries. Our Prime Minister's very active participation, his being named a leader of the He for She Global Campaign, the fact that we are seeking election to the UN Commission on the Status of Women, all this underscores our government's renewed commitment to gender equality at home and around the world.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of my constituents in the riding of South Surrey White Rock and all residents to stand in solidarity with the people of Brussels. This morning, 31 innocent people were murdered and over 100 injured in a series of attacks. I want to acknowledge the work done by the Belgian military, police, and first responders, who have been working tirelessly since this incident occurred. This kind of deadly tragedy has unfortunately become far too commonplace around the world. As these terror attacks continue to impact us all, we must stand strong together and united with our allies. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and friends of those murdered and injured in Brussels today. Their lives will be forever impacted. As well, Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend my condolences to the Ford family on the passing of the former mayor and a colleague, Rob Ford. He led a colorful life, loved his community, and will be missed by all who knew him.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, the Armenian Community Centre of Toronto, located in my riding of Don Valley North, is welcoming 1,080 privately sponsored Syrian refugees, making it one of Canada's leaders in resettling the newcomers. I salute the hard work and the dedication of the Armenian Community Centre. It is heartwarming to see its generous members helping so many individuals and families that suffered severe conflict and loss. And several of those families now have children enrolled in a school attached to the center. And parents once again see smiles and hear laughter as their kids play together in the center after school. I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the members of Armenian Community Center for helping Canada resettle 25,000 newcomers in communities across Canada by March 1st, 2016. Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, as the president of the chair of the Francophone community in the APF organization, I'm going to be speaking this afternoon. Now, this morning we know that cowardly criminal acts were committed this morning in Belgium, in Brussels, and I want to say to our cousins there that we stand with them. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
March 27th is World Theatre Day, and around the world people will be celebrating the value that live theatre brings to their community. World Theatre Day honors and acknowledges the power of theatre. Theatre can entertain us. It can challenge us, urging us to question situations. It gives us insight into human relationships. It has the power to foster dialogue and connections, leading to greater understanding and tolerance. It tells stories and helps us to know ourselves and build our identity. In Canada, we are fortunate to have a rich array of theatre. We have signature companies like the Stratford and Shaw Festivals in Ontario and Neptune Theatre in Halifax. We enjoy grassroots community theatres, including the Queensville Players and South Simcoe Theatre in my community. Our towns and cities are richer and more vibrant thanks to theatre. In today's world, quality of life is increasingly linked to economic success. Theatre is an important part of enriching the experience of living in or visiting a community and strengthening its economy. As we celebrate World Theatre Day, I wish to recognize all those Canadians who work in and contribute to theatre across our great country, our country.
The honourable member, honourable
member for Lac Saint Louis.
Is a welcome reminder that water is vital to human health and to the health of our natural ecosystems. Water is also fundamental to the economy. From the earliest days of the agricultural and industrial revolutions to today's digital age, water is a staple input in the production process. We all recognize and understand water's all-encompassing role in our lives. Notre défi demeure.
Our challenge, though, remains being able to distribute water equitably, to work together as municipalities, provincial, federal governments, and Indigenous communities to make sure that we manage the use and protection of our fresh water.
We affirm our commitment to making water a public policy priority, especially for the sake of those who are without the clean water they need to lead healthy and prosperous lives, and for future generations who will be living in a water-stressed world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember Toronto City Councillor and former Toronto Mayor Rob Ford, who passed away this morning. Today our thoughts are with his family, and in particular his two young children. The Fords are a strong family. Today we wish them even more strength. As a former council colleague, as a journalist who had a front row seat to his career, Rob, and everyone in Toronto knew him as Rob, was a force to be reckoned with. To see his life force extinguished so suddenly only underlines how horrid cancer is, how united we must be in fighting this disease, while we also stand and support the people and the families that are living with cancer. Rob can be remembered many ways, but there is a singular image that anyone who spent time at Toronto City Hall can recall very easily. It's the image of Rob with a clutch of pink phone messages calling back his constituents. As a public servant, he took this responsibility seriously and approached it with a passionate dedication that few have equaled. Serving the public defined Rob. So did coaching football. It's how I remember him today and forevermore. Thank you.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my friend, I rise in this House today to offer deepest condolences on behalf of this House to the Ford family on the passing of Toronto City Councillor and former Mayor Rob Ford. Today, the Ford family lost a father, a husband, a brother, and a son to cancer. And the city lost a passionate servant. Years ago, I met Doug Ford Sr. when he worked alongside my father as a member of provincial parliament at Queen's Park. Like many sons and daughters who inherit their parents' passion for public service, like you did, Mr. Speaker, Rob Ford continued his father's dedication to Etobicoke and the City of Toronto by serving the public, first as a city councillor and ultimately as the Mayor of Toronto. While his term as mayor was often a difficult time, nobody could dispute Rob Ford's passion for the city and what he thought was best for it. He was legendary for phoning people personally on issues and for visiting people to see their challenges firsthand. Today, the Ford family lost one of their own, and the City of Toronto lost a passionate booster. He will be dearly missed.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, like all Canadians, I was shocked and saddened to hear of the terrorist attacks in Brussels this morning.
Innocent victims at the airport and subway were viciously attacked by cowardly terrorists who do not share our values of freedom, democracy, and respect for humanity. Today, I stand to offer my heartfelt condolences to the people of Belgium, especially the families, friends, and communities of those who were killed and wounded.
Many of us know Brussels is not only the capital of Belgium, but it is also the home of the European Union and NATO. Having spent 4 years serving with NATO myself, I know the amazing work being done every single day by these great organizations, whom the people of Belgium host and support with generosity and much goodwill. Mr. Speaker, as allies and friends, Belgians should know that all Canadians are standing shoulder to shoulder with them today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, my team organized consultations for International Women's Day to talk about which women might be seen as a model for our society and be represented on our banknotes. Thérèse Casgrain and Madeleine Parent were the names that were most frequently cited. But I also want to talk about the loss of a great lady of our South Shore region whose name is Gisèle Aubry Saint-Germain. She's a model of tireless social involvement. She helped people with disabilities, and we also have lost, therefore, somebody who was a great inspiration for us. She pioneered social causes. And so let us remember these people whose compassion and dedication can be a beacon for the future.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians awoke today to tragic news from Belgium. Several shocking and horrific terrorist attacks in Brussels killed dozens of innocent civilians going about their daily lives. These attacks, whether they occur in Brussels, Paris, or here in Ottawa, are attacks on our way of life. People from all over the world move to Western countries because of our open and welcoming societies and value individual rights, equality, and principles of natural justice. These terrorists have taken advantage of our values and our openness by committing these heinous acts. All freedom-loving nations need to stand shoulder to shoulder to fight the threat of those who want to replace our open societies with one based on radical jihadism. These attacks are not isolated events. They are not the acts of a small group. They are part of a systemic and worldwide attack on everything our civilization stands for. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims and their families, and I know all Canadians stand with me in denouncing these attacks and offering our condolences to the people of Belgium.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, we are very saddened by the attacks in Brussels this morning, and our condolences go out to the victims and their families. These attacks show us once again how important the work is that is being done by our international partners and the security forces that help us be protected. We have to prosecute those responsible. We know that Canada is a leader in de-radicalization. We need to continue to work on this. In this very difficult time, solidarity and friendship is of the utmost importance. We know that terrorism will never beat the values of a democratic society. We will always come out victorious. Thank you.
Questions orales,
Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, all countries and everyone stands in solidarity with Belgium, where an attack occurred in Brussels this morning. The Prime Minister, can the Prime Minister tell us about any new developments?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. I wish to thank the Leader of the Opposition for these very dignified and genuine words. I'm sure all my colleagues in this House would join me in ensuring our solidarity with the Belgian people. Our determination will just be reinforced every time there's a terrorist attack of this type. Terrorism is an impasse. It cannot succeed. We will combat terrorism, and today we stand with the Belgian people.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on that note, during the election campaign, the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party campaigned to get rid of certain anti-terrorist measures that the Conservatives brought in to disrupt and prevent terrorist networks. Our security forces have now said that they've used these tools successfully to disrupt terrorist activity here in Canada. So will the Prime Minister reverse his position and ensure that we maintain these tools so our security forces can keep Canadians safe from terrorism?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, the commitment was very clear that we would do everything in our power to make sure that our security and police services were effective in keeping Canadians safe, and at the same time, the Canadian values, rights, and freedoms were thoroughly and properly respected. There is no contradiction between those two positions.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Mr. Speaker, the genocidal death cult of ISIL has claimed responsibility for today's terrible attacks in Brussels, leading the French President Hollande to say that Europe is at war with ISIS. My question is, Canada also at war with ISIS? And if so, why did we end our combat operations against that terrorist organization?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we have made this debate, and I think it has been very clearly expressed that we may have different views about how optimally fight this awful Islamic State. And we concluded that the best way was to triple our effort for training, double our intelligence service, strengthen our development aid, to extend our effort to not only Syria and Iraq, but also Lebanon and Jordan, and that is well received by the coalition, and today is not a day to make politics about that.
I have a member for Calgary-Mindeport.
I hope the minister is not suggesting that President Hollande was making politics in stating that Europe is at war with ISIS. Now, Mr. Speaker, ISIS is also engaged in a campaign to eradicate the ancient indigenous peoples of Mesopotamia, the Assyrian Yazidis, and other people. The previous Conservative government recognized this as a form of genocide, which was followed, an example followed by the EU Parliament, the US Congress, the Obama administration. So, Mr. Speaker, why has this Liberal government reversed Canada's position recognizing the genocide of ISIS against the indigenous peoples of Mesopotamia?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'm very sorry to say to my colleague that the former government did not recognize a genocide with the action of the Islamic State. They did not rush to this decision. As I speak today, Canada recognized 5 genocides over the world, in the history of the world, 5 genocides. If we have to recognize a 6th one, it will be done properly with the view of the international organizations appropriate for that. And I remind him that this is the view also of the United States, of the EU, and also of the United Nations. And our fight against ISIL has nothing to do with this debate about the different.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindeport.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the former government, I assure the minister that he is mistaken, that I and other ministers did recognize the genocidal nature of what is happening. The 5 genocides to which he refers were recognized by motions of this House. We are asking this government, as an executive action, to recognize this reality. Monsieur le Président, le Parlement européen.
Mr. Speaker, the European Parliament, the Obama administration, and others have done so. Why is it that this Liberal government reversed Canada's position? Why is it denying the current genocide of these peoples in the Middle East?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our determination to fight terrorism is very strong anyway, but the decision to call a genocide is not only a declaration by a minister that the minister may have done. His government did not do it. If he had not have done it, it would be an act somewhere. We would know it. It's not a declaration that has been made by the minister that is sufficient to do so. And Secretary Kerry said that we need to do additional research on it and to work with the international bodies. And it was Canada is asking for, and it's what we are asking for, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, after having spent the election campaign promising the moon and the stars to Canadians, a few hours away from the budget, the Liberals have started to lower the huge expectations that they themselves created among the public. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he will respect all his solemn commitments made toward Canadians during the last election campaign?
Development.
Speaker, during the campaign, there was 2 clear visions that were presented to Canadians. One based on growth, investments, and jobs. The other one, supported by this member, was based on balanced budgets, massive cuts, and job losses. Canadians supported our growth agenda, and that growth agenda speaks to historic investments in infrastructure, reducing the tax burden for middle-class Canadians, helping enhance the Canada Child Benefit that will help hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan, we've made those commitments, and I'm confident the Minister of Finance will be presenting that in the budget very shortly.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, with just hours until their first budget, the Liberal government has been leaking like
previous Liberal governments. And all the leaks point to the same thing. The Liberal budget will not include many of their campaign promises. We know the minister is legally bound not to share the contents of his budget. But can he simply tell Canadians which of their campaign promises won't be in the budget?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to grow the economy, to create an environment for businesses and people to succeed. That's why we're making these historic investments. And all these commitments during the campaign that we made were well received by the Canadian public, and they've been discussed extensively by our government. And I'm confident in the Minister of Finance and our Prime Minister and our government to make sure that we execute our platform commitments to grow the economy, create jobs from coast to coast to coast.
Honourable Member for Outremont.
Federal infrastructure money flowed to Saskatchewan for the global transportation hub, where there are serious allegations of massive overspending on shady land purchases that benefited the ruling party's bagmen. When asked yesterday if he will look into whether federal tax dollars were wasted, the Treasury Board president was arrogant and dismissive. So let's try again. Why is the Liberal government protecting the Saskatchewan Party?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I was asked this question a couple of weeks ago, and in fact, I spoke with Cabinet colleagues earnestly in order to determine what the federal role would be today in this issue. And the reality is, it's a provincial issue. Now, I know the honourable member has some experience in provincial politics, and I remind him that now he's in federal politics, and he ought to stick to federal politics, particularly during electoral periods provincially. On this side of the House, we will not interfere in provincial elections.
Order. Order. Members are obviously. Order. Order. Members are excited today, I know. Order. The honourable member for Outremont.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is federal government money. The Infrastructure Minister's office announced just last month that Saskatchewan will get millions more in fast-track federal infrastructure spending. So, despite the fact that the Treasury Board president claims it's not a problem, actually it is a federal issue, and the people in Saskatchewan want to know what happened to the money spent by Ottawa in Saskatchewan. So, will the government immediately call in the RCMP to look at how Canadian tax dollars were spent in the global transportation hub land scam?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud to say that we are making historical investments into infrastructure to support municipalities, to support provinces, and we will continue to work with all provinces, and we respect the local autonomy and we respect the local decision-making process, and that's how we do business here, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals cited Canada's membership in the International Criminal Court to excuse its reluctance to join our allies in characterizing the barbaric actions of ISIS as genocide. Now, there's a specific international definition of genocide. The European Union, the United States, and the Vatican recognize that definition and explicitly accuse ISIS of genocide. Why are the Liberals so reluctant to do the same?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, I want to quote what the Secretary Curry has said, to be sure that my colleagues understand that to decide if atrocities, awful atrocities, is a genocide, it's something that must be done according to a process that it's not only a declaration from a minister. It's not enough to say that the former government recognized it as a genocide only because one minister may have made a declaration. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the time to give the quote, but it's clearly the case that if I have other questions, I will do so. Just want to say that today is a day to think about these atrocities and to be shoulder to shoulder with our friends of Belgium.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
all, Mr. Speaker, that's unacceptable. Genocide is a crime in Canada, and we incorporate the international law definition of genocide. A year ago, the Office of the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights concluded there is evidence of war crimes, of crimes against humanity, and genocide. Since then, ISIS has done nothing but continue its deliberate slaughter and extermination of those who oppose it. Again, why are the Liberals so afraid to call this genocide?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
So this is the quote of Secretary Kerry that may be my quote also. Each of these words I support. Ultimately, the full facts must be brought to light by an independent investigation and through formal legal determination made by a competent court or tribunal. But the United States and Canada will strongly support efforts to collect, document, preserve, and analyze the evidence of atrocities, and will do all we can to see that the perpetrators are held accountable. Well said, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and prayers are with the families and the victims of the horrific terrorist attack by ISIS in Brussels this morning. It's another tragic reminder of the extreme danger posed by terrorism. The Liberals continue to ignore the threat of terrorism, and in fact, one of their very first pieces of legislation was to return Canadian citizenship for convicted terrorists. I'd like to remind the Liberals that a terrorist is a terrorist is a terrorist. Why won't the Prime Minister take the fight against terror seriously and put Canada back in the combat mission against ISIS?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, thank the honourable member for the question. I think we can agree that we all agree on defeating ISIL, and we just have different opinion how it's going to be done. I took the time to talk to the troops, talk to the commanders on the ground, and making sure, and I do have actually considerable experience in fighting the enemy and having done it myself. So I'm going to make sure that that any future threats that we face, we'll be working with our coalition partners and making sure that our aim remains the same, which is to defeat ISIL. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
But, Mr. Speaker, we're not in combat. We're now just trainers. Mr. Speaker, last week the American government condemned the action of ISIS as genocide. Rather than working with our allies to destroy this barbaric terrorist group, our Prime Minister has taken Canada out of the fight. The Liberals are ignoring Canada's responsibility to protect the most vulnerable citizens who are targeted by ISIS. So why is the Prime Minister afraid to fight terrorism head-on and stop the ISIS genocide?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I think, Mr. Speaker, this question is simply shameful. I think everybody knows that every member in this House is fighting terrorism. No Canadian that is being chosen by the Canadian people is afraid to fight terrorism. We may have democratic difference of views about how to fight it. I would like my colleague to hear what the leader of the opposition has said when she asked her question. It was very dignified, but this one was not.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, the Prime Minister mocked conservative positions about terrorism. Following this morning's attack, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, hearing the cries of children in the smoke of the Brussels metro just strengthens our determination to combat terrorism in all its forms. Does the Prime Minister agree with his minister, and what will he do to combat this threat in Canada?
Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, here at home, the Canadian Police Services and Security Services are vigilantly doing their job every day. Obviously, on a day like this one, they redouble their efforts to ensure that Canadians are safe. They have examined the threat level in this country, as they do on a continuous basis, and they have determined to this point in time there is no reason for adjusting that threat level. It remains at medium, where it was since October of 2014.
Honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Terrorism constantly threatens the West. After the attack on a Toronto Canadian Forces recruitment centre, we saw that our military troops were not adequately protected. Mr. Speaker, what are the concrete measures taken by this government to ensure the protection of Canada's military bases and its staff?
National Defence.
Speaker, regrettably, I was actually in Ukrainian Poland visiting our troops during the attack campaign, and my first place what I went to was actually to visit the recruiting center. And I was briefed personally that the measures were taken from incidents in the past, and I got to see the measures. And the actions that were taken were actually quite commendable in how they were able to take down the perpetrator. When it comes to threats and force protection, it's an ongoing situation, and we adjust accordingly. But for obvious reasons, we don't make it public. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, inspectors from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency have sounded the alarm. After years and years of massive cuts, the agency is no longer in a position to play its proper role. It is urgent that action be taken today because it's the health of Canadians that is at stake. For years, the NDP has been asking for an evaluation of the negative impact of Conservative reform and reinvestment in the CFIA. Could the government tell us what its plan is to ensure food safety for Canadians today?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring the safety of food for all Canadians. I have been meeting on a regular basis with my colleagues in the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. The honourable member opposite may be aware that our government ran on a campaign to increase our investments in food safety. We are expecting the announcement of a budget imminently, and we look forward to announcing further measures that we will undertake to ensure the safety of the food for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know that their food is safe, and they deserve to know that now, not years from now. Mr. Speaker, 71% of Canada's meat inspectors report that staffing levels are now so low they cannot adequately ensure the safety of the products on Canadians' tables. Now, the Liberals promised to reverse the Conservative cuts to food inspections. Will the government act immediately before we have another food safety disaster that endangers the health and safety of Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I have already announced that we will be making further investments in the safety of food. On the matter of inspectors, whether it's for federal staff or industry staff, a food safety inspector is on the ground at all times in every federally registered plant in Canada. The CFIA continues to ensure that all required tasks are met at every establishment. I have absolute trust in the professionalism of my colleagues in the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and we look forward to further supporting them with appropriate measures.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, deficit day has finally arrived. The Liberals promised they would borrow $10 billion this year. They broke that promise. The Finance Minister claimed he would balance the books by 2019. He quit on that one too. He then promised the debt-to-GDP ratio wouldn't go up, and he can't even hit that target. Given all these broken promises, why should Canadians believe anything presented in this budget?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. But let me be clear once again, we will take no advice from the Conservative when it comes to deficit, Mr. Speaker. Today's a great day, Mr. Speaker. As we went, the Minister in Finance and I, across this nation, we listen from Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Canadians have asked us invest in family, invest in Canadians, invest in growth. Mr. Speaker, the only ones who don't understand that seems to be these people, because the Conservative left us with deficit. What the agency are saying, the IMF is saying, when interests are low, you should invest in the economy. That's what the OCDE says, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly.
Honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, spending borrowed money on pet Liberal projects is not a jobs plan. The Finance Minister has been all over the map. He's abandoning his campaign budget promises, his spending targets keep changing, and he's constantly floating new ideas to raise taxes on businesses. Private sector investment has fallen off a cliff since this finance minister arrived. What is the plan to get businesses, not government, businesses, investing in our economy again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. As I said, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance and I, we went from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, we did something that the Conservative never did. We listened to Canadians. And what Canadians have been telling us, Mr. Speaker, is invest in the economy now, invest in growth. And you know, Mr. Speaker, in just about an hour, that's exactly what we're going to present to Canadians.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't feel that this government has a market interest in the economic development of our regions. For example, in my riding, there's the Portneuf Harbour. Over 20 times I attempted to get an update from the Office of the Minister of Transport to answer the stakeholders involved in this issue. No answer. This confirms this government has no plan. Will the Minister of Finance place the winning conditions in his budget, such as tax relief, to have some prosperity in our regions? Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. As I said, indeed, the Minister of Finance and I travelled throughout Canada in all regions. We heard Canadians from all parts of Canada. What we will present later today, and I know my honourable colleague is eager to hear the budget. He only has to wait another hour. We will be presenting our plan for Canadians, one that means that there will be economic investment in growth for Canadians. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals anticipate borrowing a lot of money. We must not be spending money we don't have. We have to become an economic leader again, like we were under the old government. Our corporations should not be subjected to paper burden nor any tax increase. This government must create jobs without wasting public money nor passing on the bill to Canadians. Will the Minister of Finance commit himself to putting the means necessary so that companies in our country can invest in the economic future of our country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, he seems to be the only one who doesn't understand. Canadians understand that when interest rates are low, that's exactly the time to invest in our economy. This is what we know. This is what the IMF has said. Let's invest in the economy. We have the lowest GDP to debt ratio in the OECD. The time is now for investment, and that's what Canadians have asked us to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, rich Canadians are buying yachts and sailboats and not paying any tax. And these rich people, privileged people, are using a scheme that enables them to cross the border without paying what they owe. Among them includes, apparently, the Deputy Minister for Public Safety, who is responsible for border services and who himself ensured that the scheme can continue. Liberals, boats, tax havens, does that remind you of anything? Will the government put an end to this scheme, first of all, and secondly, investigate the actions of the Deputy Minister?
Please, Sécurité Publique.
The Honourable Minister.
The Minister has engaged with the Ethics Commissioner on this file, and she will provide any advice that is necessary with respect to tax policy and the taxation rules that are applicable to particular transactions. That's within the purview of the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Revenue.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Here's another Liberal broken promise. The Conservatives signed a deal to implement FATCA and hand over private financial information of 1 million Canadians to the United States. During the campaign, the Liberals said the deal violates privacy rights and may even be unconstitutional. But now in government, they've handed over private information on more than 155,000 Canadians so far, without even understanding the impact. So how can this government be so careless with its promises and so careless with the privacy rights of up to 1 million Canadians?
Honorable Ministre, Revenu National.
The Honourable Minister. Our government takes the issue of privacy very seriously. We will continue to work in conjunction with the U.S. to ensure that all safety guarantees are complied with. We want to point out that both countries have a long tradition of cooperation on these matters, and it dates back to 1942. I want to reassure Canadians that all exchanges of information with the U.S. with respect to privacy are in vigor and are enforced and consistent.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents and people across British Columbia continue to be concerned for the well-being of the people of Fiji and who had been hit by Cyclone Winston. Mr. Speaker, as many as 32,000 homes have been damaged or destroyed, and 350,000 people have been displaced as a result of this devastating natural disaster. Can the Minister of International Development inform the House on the additional steps this government has taken to help the people suffering from the lasting damages of this storm?
Honourable Minister of International Development.
Mr. President, I would like to thank my colleague for his implication in Canada's response to Cyclone Winston. After initial support of basic supplies for 5,000 Fijian, our government has made additional contributions to the Red Cross and to UNICEF of $1 million to improve health, food, and education of 350,000 people affected by the cyclone, including 120,000 children. We continue to assess the situation and ongoing needs.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Benjamin Bergen was the campaign manager and the executive assistant to the current Minister of International Trade. Now he has a new job as a lobbyist. How did he get this job? By stating he has an extensive network among senior public sector officials that would be a benefit to their organization. Clearly, he is not counting on his connection with the minister to get ahead. How will the Prime Minister address the growing problem of insiders getting special access to their Liberal ministers?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, once again, and for the second time in 2 days, the members opposite are looking for stories where there are none. I will repeat, Ben worked in my constituency office and never worked in my ministerial office. It is his role to check with the ethics office, which he is doing and has done. But I do want to emphasize an important thing. I have met with innovators and entrepreneurs from across the country in the past. I will continue to do so, and I am proud to be doing it.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. Again.
You know, we obviously have a very, very busy ethics commissioner working right now. We see a pattern of unethical behaviour by the Liberals. While the Minister of International Trade brushes aside her relationship with Benjamin Bergen, she cannot deny that their relationship was helped him get the position he currently holds. In fact, Mr. Bergen is openly bragging about his extensive connections with senior public officials. The only reason he now has this position is because of his blatant conflict of interest. Does the Prime Minister intend to just sit idle while Liberal insiders continue to enjoy special access to the Liberal ministers?
The Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if something is wrong with the hearing on the other side of the House, but I think that I'm just going to have to repeat myself. So, as I said, Ben Bergen worked in my constituency office. He never worked for me in my ministerial capacity. And I really want to underscore for any Canadian innovators and entrepreneurs who are listening today, I am proud to have met with in the past many Canadian innovators and entrepreneurs. I will continue to do so. That is my job as Minister of International Trade.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Conflict of Interest Code states that we're prohibited from using our position to further another person or entity's private interests. The Justice Minister previously protested against the Site C Dam project, and now the Minister is on Cabinet who will decide whether this project will go forward or not. That will certainly further her previous entity's interests. Will the Minister do the right thing and remove herself from all Cabinet discussion about the Site C Dam project?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what we've said over and over again in the House is that the Minister of Justice and all ministers, and in fact all reporting public office holders, will be governed at all times by their responsibility in the Conflict of Interest Act and the code that applies to members of Parliament. We take our advice on these issues from the Independent Ethics Commissioner, and we will always follow that advice, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, and so I went to the page of the Ethics Commissioner, and the Ethics Commissioner stated the Justice Minister can no longer perform some of her duties because of a conflict of interest. That's due to her husband lobbying the Liberals. Now we have the Site C Dam decision, which places her in another conflict. So my question is, the Minister of Justice going to establish yet another ethical screen to deal with this conflict as well?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member does no service to members of this House or anyone in public life by making a series of false allegations. The Ethics Commissioner at no time, Mr. Speaker, has made reference to the Site C Dam and any imagined conflict of interest that the member opposite is making up. So, Mr. Speaker, if she had the courage of her convictions, she'd step outside. There are a lot of cameras there today, and she should feel free to make that same allegation outside.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the member of New Westminster Burnaby and I visited the Comox Marine Communications Centre, where staff shared their concerns about the impending closure. We are very worried too. This month, the Fisheries Committee heard recorded evidence of the poor quality of the so-called new technology that the minister claims will replace life-saving search and rescue capacity. Will the minister see reason, abandon the foolhardy Conservative plan, and commit to keeping the Comox MCTS station open?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We welcome the study by the Parliamentary Committee and will listen to concern being expressed. Centres across Canada, again, are equipped with radio communication technology that was regularly tested and safe. The Canadian Coast Guard analyzed the recording of the garbled message presented to the committee on March 10. This transmission reflects some of the very earliest problem experienced in 2013 with the new communication software, Mr. President. Mr. President, the new technology is working. You know, when something is old, Mr. President, we need to change it, and I think this is the right choice with the new centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, recent events in Honduras are of grave concern. Berta Caceres and Nelson Garcia, two Indigenous, environmental and human rights activists, have been assassinated. As a result, the Dutch Development Bank and the Finnish Investment Fund suspended all activity in Honduras. Will this government condemn these murders and call on the Honduran government to hold an independent international investigation?
Here. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague to give me a possibility to reiterate what we have said. We call the government of Honduras to respect the human rights, and in this specific case, to do the right thing. It's completely unacceptable what happened, and Canada is there to protect the victims of this unacceptable gestures.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the new political advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jocelyn Coulon, once said that NATO was amplifying the Russian threat to Ukraine and Europe because it wanted member states to increase their military budgets. He wrote that they use any argument, even the stupidest, to advance their rearmament agenda. Mr. Speaker, does the minister agree with his political advisor that the Russian threat to Ukraine, among other things, is not that serious and just a pretext for boosting NATO's military budgets? The Honourable Minister. I'll leave my colleague to his interpretations, Mr. Speaker. However, Canada has just reinforced sanctions against Russia. We stand in solidarity with Ukraine and alongside our allies instead of acting alone. We are engaging with Russia in talking to them about their involvement in Ukraine, and we are taking a strong stand.
Minister of Foreign Affairs, in light of the many and frequent jihadi attacks throughout Europe, including today in Brussels, does the minister agree with a senior policy and political advisor, Joël Coujard, who says the threat of ISIS is, quote, without a doubt, greatly exaggerated?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, today is certainly a day to say that the threat against terrorism is a terrible danger, and humanity, all the human civilization, should be all together to fight terrorism. And today, the people of Canada is shoulder to shoulder with the people of Belgium.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs not only accused NATO of amplifying real threats to Ukraine, he also invited Israel to extend a hand to Iran, the same country that is in favor of the destruction of the only democratic state in the Middle East. Can the minister tell us if during his talks with his Israeli counterparts, he advises them to unconditionally move closer to countries that threaten to, or that hope to see them disappear? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'll leave my colleagues to their twisted interpretations. One thing is clear. Canada is an ally to Israel. It would have not have been a good idea to use the embassy in Italy. We made changes, and we continue to support Israel, and will continue to push for sanctions if Iran is acting inappropriately. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, increased support for science and technology must be a pillar for the government's strategy, in order to grow the economy in a sustainable way and to help Canada compete in the knowledge economy. Can the Minister of Science tell us what the government plans to do in terms of research, including for the University of Laval, which I have the privilege of representing in my riding? Mr. Speaker, Canada's research program is one of the most efficient and effective program to attract researchers, the most promising researchers in the world.
105 new and renewed Canada Research Chairs at over 50 post-secondary institutions across Canada, an investment totaling $619 million, including $28 million at Université Laval in my colleague's riding.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal orgy of spending continues. Canadians want to know how much it costs to fly, wine and dine hundreds of the Prime Minister's friends at the Paris Climate Change Conference. New information shows that the Liberal junket will cost taxpayers well over $1 million. Wow. And now the Environment Minister is refusing to divulge exactly who went to Paris with her. She gave us a list of 155 people, but no names attached. So, why the secrecy, and what is the minister hiding?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. In fact, he should know who was there, because I was glad that he was able to join me. I was very pleased by the effective role that Canada played, that we brought members opposite, that we brought Indigenous leaders, that we brought youth, that we brought environmental NGOs, and that, as the U.S. said, the Canadians in Paris were very effective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, according to Section 48 of the Broadcasting Act, Radio-Canada, CBC, is not entitled to sell a building worth more than $4 million without the approval of the Governor and Council. Now, what that means is that CBC Radio-Canada can't sell the building in Montreal without the approval of the Cabinet. Can the Minister tell us, will she finally take up her responsibilities, put an end to the fire sale of the Radio-Canada building in Montreal, and ensure that real public consultations take place? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. First of all, I'm very much aware of the socioeconomic impact of Radio-Canada, CBC in Montreal, and the historic responsibility of the government, the federal government in the region. Once again, I understand that Radio-Canada, its independence, has evaluated a number of scenarios on the table, and I hope, as I have said on several occasions in this House, that Radio-Canada can continue to work with employees, unions, and political players in Montreal.
The North.
Speaker, I have consistently heard my constituents in Brampton North speaking of unacceptable wait times and processing of immigration cases, in particular out-of-country spousal reunification. Married individuals are sometimes waiting up to 2 years to reunite and start their lives together. We also see situations of spousal applications where children have been born and still the application remains pending. Can the Minister of Immigration inform this House on what he is doing to help improve the situation for my constituents and all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
I thank my colleague for this good question, and it is true that over the last 10 years, these Conservatives starved my department of money, diverted resources from families, to the point where it takes an unacceptable 2 years for a husband and wife to be reunited. So we're putting more money in, we're learning from the Syrian experience to do things faster, and first and foremost, my objective is to clean up this big, fat, Conservative mess.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try again. A question to the Minister of Environment. I would remind her that had there not been a lone Conservative in Paris at the climate change conference, think of the billions of dollars more that would have been spent on the Prime Minister's foreign vanity projects. And Mr. Speaker, it now appears that mine is the only name that she has disclosed as being part of that delegation to Paris. So again, the question, Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister now refusing to tell Canadians exactly how much this Liberal boondoggle...
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I would like to thank the member opposite for joining our delegation in Paris. It was actually a historic opportunity where we reached an ambitious agreement. Unlike the party opposite, they didn't believe in working with all sorts of groups. We were there with Indigenous leaders, with business, with environmental NGOs, and members opposite. We worked very, very hard to get an ambitious agreement to tackle climate change, and I'm happy that at least one person on the other side actually believes that climate change is real.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the first budget by the government will be brought down in just a few minutes. And when I questioned the Minister of International Trade and the Minister of Foreign Affairs on important issues, they didn't pay much attention to the forestry industry of Quebec. I would remind the government that the Quebec Forestry Inter is calling for a return to a free trade with the United States in this area. The President, Mr. André Tremblay, sounded the alarm by stating that, and I quote, "Now or never," to express Quebec's situation because
A bit long. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Merci pour la question.
I thank the member opposite for the very long question. We have clearly stated from the outset that this is an absolute priority for our government and for me personally. I'm happy to announce that the Prime Minister and the President expressed their interest for a long-term agreement for softwood lumber during the visit to Washington. This will provide stable access to the U.S. market for the Canadian softwood lumber industry. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the federal budget will have direct repercussions on important sectors of the Quebec economy. The government has said that there's nothing in the budget to help Avios workers or the workers from Bombardier. It's refused to compensate cheese and dairy producers for their losses incurred because of Canada-Europe. Since workers in the economic sectors will be ignored in the budget, Quebec workers, does this mean that Quebec members of the government have a very little influence over decisions made by the Government of Canada, like in the past? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. It's like he's saying we didn't consult, but Mr. Speaker, we consulted Canadians across the country. I'm from La Mauricie. We consulted people in Trois-Rivières and elsewhere. So saying that we didn't consult Quebecers for the upcoming budget is untrue, Mr. Speaker. We listened to all Canadians because what we're dealing with, Mr. Speaker, is kickstarting an economy that's working for all Canadians across the country from sea to sea to sea, and that's exactly what we're going to be bringing down in just a few moments, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Chris Collins, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of New Brunswick. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 2016 Governor General's Awards in Visual and Media Arts: Edward Bratinsky, Marnie Fleming, Philip Hoffman, Jane Kidd, Wanda Coop, Susie Lake, Mark Lewis, and William Bazan. Mr. McLaughlin, right? Okay. On a point of order, the honourable member for Durham. Order, please.
Much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, it's customary in this House when a Minister of the Crown inadvertently misspeaks or misleads the House, there's an opportunity to correct the record. Earlier today, the President of the Treasury Board, in response to a question from the Leader of the Third Party, said that this government never interferes in provincial elections and provincial affairs. But in this House, Mr. Speaker, all of us, especially the member from Whitby, remember the Prime Minister's jet-set trip to Whitby, Oshawa, to stand alongside the Premier. So I'd like...
The honourable member, it sounds, this is debate, of course, but the member has asked for unanimous consent to table the document. Is there unanimous consent? There is no unanimous consent. I see the Honourable President of the Treasury Board rising, which is on perhaps the same point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I very much appreciate the question from the honourable member in response to the question from the NDP earlier today, and I think the honourable member would agree with me that there is a difference between supporting a provincial candidate who share values and alleging...
Well, I think we are well into debate on both sides here, and I hope the point of order that the House Leader, the member for Regina Capel, wishes to raise, I'm glad to see he has a standing order, because it suggests that he actually has a real point of order, I hope. We'll see.
No,
we'll see.
It's a real point of order. Pursuant to Standing Order 84-1, today is the day that has been designated for the motion that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. And in order to help frame the debate and help parliamentarians understand, I wonder if I could table the fiscal monitor that...
Well, I appreciate the honourable member's effort to tie that debate point to the standing orders very much. I believe the government House, he is asking for permission also to table the document. Is there unanimous consent? There's no unanimous consent. And now I believe the honourable government House Leader wishes to rise on a point of order. No?
No, please no.
No, apparently not. The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if we're in the business of fabricating points of order, I could perhaps find one, but I don't think it's necessary.
I appreciate that. All right. Okay. Resuming debate. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C7, an act to amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures.
I encourage members to take their discussions behind the curtains. In fact, I encourage the whips to encourage their members to take their discussions behind the curtains. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your assistance in trying to get the chamber a little bit more organized and a little bit more quiet. It's surprising, Mr. Speaker, because normally when I stand to speak, members opposite hang on every word. So it was a little disturbing to find out that there was actually people out there that didn't want to hear what I had to say. But Mr. Speaker, when I concluded my remarks prior to question period, I was in the midst of telling all members as to my history, both with the RCMP and my history with the union movement in Canada. In particular, Mr. Speaker, with the union movement, I had mentioned that my father had been a senior member of the United Steelworkers of America. In fact, he was the Western Canadian head of the United Steelworkers of America. He had actually trained Ken Newman, who's now the national director of the United Steelworkers of America. So I have an intimate knowledge of the union movement. Mr. Speaker, I recall when I was extremely young, my father taking me on many occasions to union meetings. And I was never quite sure, Mr. Speaker, why he was doing that. It was either A, an obligation to his babysitting commitment to my mother, or B, he was trying to groom me to become a labor representative and a union representative such as himself. I suppose in retrospect, Mr. Speaker, if it was A, he succeeded admirably. If it was B, he failed miserably. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I was able to observe many things from these meetings, these union gatherings that I went to. One of the things that struck me then, and it certainly continues to strike me now, is the fact that in the vast majority of cases, whenever there was a vote to be cast at a union meeting, whether it would be a local union or a larger gathering of several locals, the votes were always public. Now, Mr. Speaker, I could not understand that because I felt that it was obviously something that I believed, even at a young age, should be done in private. But, Mr. Speaker, I also saw the opposite side of the coin because I recall when my father, back in the early 1960s, was trying to organize a potash mine in Esterhazy, Saskatchewan. And he would go down there with sign-up cards, and he would get a number of the workers within the potash mine to sign the cards, indicating their preference to unionize. But then, mysteriously, many times, those same members who signed the cards were no longer employees of the potash mine itself. And, Mr. Speaker, that was pure and simple intimidation. But I've seen intimidation on both sides of the ledger, Mr. Speaker. I've seen union members themselves try and intimidate or at least pressure some of their fellow co-workers into voting in a particular manner. I've also know from first-hand experience that there has been pressure or intimidation from the management side to try and influence the vote of certain workers. Mr. Speaker, I think that's quite frankly unacceptable. I think most Canadians would feel that just is an affront to natural law and justice and absolute fairness in this country. And the way to get over that, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, is to have secret ballots. Mr. Speaker, if every union member was able to vote freely, according to their own beliefs, in a secret ballot environment, intimidation wouldn't play a part in this whole process. Management wouldn't be able to successfully intimidate employees. Union members wouldn't be successful in their attempts to pressure or intimidate their co-workers. A secret ballot provides the assurance that each and every union member would be able to vote their own conscience and their own beliefs. I've seen, for an example, strike votes, Mr. Speaker, where unions would get together in a public environment and have to vote in favor or against a strike by a show of hands. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have experienced firsthand some very serious pressure and intimidation. If union leadership wanted a strike to occur, many members who may not want to go on strike because they couldn't afford it, they couldn't afford to take a reduced salary or no salary at all because they had mouths to feed at home, were pressured into voting in favor of their union boss's belief that a strike was necessary. Mr. Speaker, again I say, That is just as unacceptable as it would be if a management member tried to intimidate a union member or a non-union member into voting against certification. Mr. Speaker, secret ballots are the absolute solution and remedy to intimidation factors and intimidation tactics. Yet this government, Mr. Speaker, feels otherwise. They feel for some reason that Bill C-525, which allowed for secret balloting in either union certification or decertification, should be eliminated, and changes to the Canada Labour Code should be enacted to go back to the old system. Now, Mr. Speaker, I just can't agree with that. And although I believe that C7 is a very on balance, a worthwhile piece of legislation containing many provisions that I agree with, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, the single provision that does not allow for secret balloting on union certification or decertification makes it impossible for me to support this particular piece of legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, one would argue, I suppose, or one could at least present an argument, that the system that had been occurring for many years, where petitions could be circulated, cards could be signed, was appropriate. But, Mr. Speaker, it certainly has not proven to be the case in the majority of provinces across Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, and excuse me while I take a quick drink of water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in the majority of provinces in Canada, provincial legislation deems that secret balloting must take place when determining certification of a union or decertification. And it has worked well, Mr. Speaker. I could also share from private and personal experience, Mr. Speaker, conversations that I've had with many rank-and-file union members who expressed to me the same concerns that I'm expressing here, that their right to vote freely has been impugned because of the public nature of voting within many unions. So, Mr. Speaker, let me simply say that while Bill C-7 contains many solid provisions that supports the RCMP, allows them the ability to determine their own fate when it comes to whether they wish to unionize and enjoy collective bargaining, and while it protects them on many other fronts, Mr. Speaker, many of those provisions we've heard earlier in debate today, the single fact that this government does not see fit to allow one of the most fundamental tenets in democracy, that being secret ballots, that this government does not see fit to allow secret balloting makes this bill absolutely unacceptable to me, and I'm sure all of my colleagues on Conservative benches. So, Mr. Speaker, what's the solution? Well, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, we've heard many times before, particularly from the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, that committees should take a stronger and more active role in determining legislation in this House. That's a position, quite frankly, that I agree with and I support. So we are simply asking, Mr. Speaker, that an amendment be considered at committee that would allow this legislation to use the provision of secret balloting before being presented to this House in its final form for third ballot and third reading. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether or not that's going to happen. I can assume that we will be able to move an amendment at committee, engage in debate, but I sense, Mr. Speaker, quite strongly that despite the nice words from the Parliamentary Secretary and the Government House Leader, their committee members will be whipped. Their committee members will be instructed to vote against any amendment that the official opposition brings forward with relation to secret ballots. And, Mr. Speaker, once again, I find it extremely difficult to stand in this place and completely understand how this government can defend that position. Every one of the members of this place, Mr. Speaker, was elected by, Madam Speaker, was elected by secret ballot. The Speaker of this chamber, Madam Speaker, was elected by secret ballot. Why is that the case? Why is it the case in almost every single democracy in the world that secret ballots have been accepted as the norm? Madam Speaker, this government seems to be swimming upstream. But why are they doing it? Well, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, they made a number of commitments during the last election campaign to try and gather support from the union movement in Canada. One of them was their commitment to repeal Bill 377, union transparency. Another was their commitment to repeal Bill C-525, which allowed for secret balloting and certification and decertification votes. So they're, on one hand, I suppose, keeping their commitment to their election campaign platform, but Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, it flies in the face of any democratic institution that we know of. One other point that I would like to point out, Madam Speaker, it's been mentioned several times in today's debate, primarily from the member from Spadina, Fort York, who has stated that Bill C-7 doesn't disallow the RCMP from determining their own fate when it comes to a secret ballot. He says that they are able to choose to vote for certification or non-certification by a secret ballot if they so choose. Madam Speaker, that is factually incorrect. Because of the provisions in C-4, which would change the Canada Labour Code, the RCMP would not be able to choose a secret ballot, even if the majority of their members wanted so. So, Madam Speaker, I would point out to the member from Spadina, Fort York, that what he is attempting to state in this House as fact is absolutely just the opposite. It is factually incorrect. Because of C-4, Madam Speaker, the RCMP will not have the ability to vote for union certification, should they desire, in a secret ballot environment. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you, and I would suggest to all members of this place, if one were to poll rank-and-file members of the RCMP and simply ask them, would you be in favor of a secret ballot process for certification? The majority, the overwhelming majority of union or of non-union members would state, yes, we want a secret ballot. I've spoken with a great many RCMP members, Madam Speaker. I've spoken in this House of my close relationship with many members, both present and past. And almost to a person, Madam Speaker, when speaking about the certification process, these members say they would prefer to have a secret ballot. I firmly believe, Madam Speaker, that probably whenever the ballot is taken, whenever a vote is taken, RCMP members will vote to unionize. I have that sense. But, Madam Speaker, they should be allowed to do so in a secret ballot environment. They should allow to cast their ballot knowing full well that no one else will know how they voted. That's something that we hold dear in this country, Madam Speaker. Yet the Liberals seem to be reversing the democratic will of the people by forcing public notification on union certification votes. Madam Speaker, that is unacceptable, and I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that on this side of the House, the Conservative Party, unless an amendment is brought forward to reverse the secret balloting provisions to allow for secret ballots and union certification votes, members of the Conservative side will be voting against C-7, Madam Speaker, and for good reason. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have good news for the member from Moose Jaw, Lakesender, Lanigan. Under this legislation, C-7, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board will have both tools available, either a secret ballot or a card system, and they can apply the one that they believe will give the fairest and most representative outcome. So I don't even want to say how many times this member has made allegations that are simply not true. This is available, and it will be a neutral board. There will not be employer interference. There won't be other interference. We have a neutral board of up to 12 members that will determine which of the tools is appropriate. So I want to ask the member this question. C-525 that he was saying such nice things about, brought forward by the Conservative government with no consultation, with evidence from their own research that they hid that suggested that that bill was going to undermine labour relations and unions. That's on the one side. On the other side, we have C-7, which gives a neutral board options for how to have the certification or the votes held so that they can do it in the interests of the RCMP members. And there's been full consultation by RCMP members. Which one is the most democratic and which one gives the most freedom of choice of those two options?
Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Madam Speaker, it's quite obvious the most democratic way to approach this is by secret ballots. Would the member opposite suggest that she be elected by a show of hands or signing of a petition in her position as a member of Parliament? I suggest not, Madam Speaker. Why then should union members be forced to avoid and to abandon a secret ballot environment? Why should union members, and only union members, be forced into an anti-democratic position? And that's exactly what this is, Madam Speaker. Bill C-525 simply allowed union members to determine their own fate by a secret ballot. The most democratic way to approach any vote, Madam Speaker, should be by secret ballot to avoid intimidation tactics. So I would point out to the member opposite, if she's talking about true democracy, they're going about it in exactly the wrong manner.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan for his kind words about the RCMP depot, which was in his former riding and is now in my riding. I share his sense of pride in representing this iconic Canadian institution. I would also pay tribute to the member's remarks about his father's role in building the Steelworkers Union in Saskatchewan. I've inherited some books signed by his father from my time with that great organization. Now, it seems that the member is arguing that because the Conservatives do not like the certification process in the Canada Labour Code, that members of the RCMP should be denied any access to collective bargaining. And, Madam Speaker, that's kind of like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. But if that actually is the Conservative position on this issue, I guess I would have to ask, why didn't the previous Conservative government extend collective bargaining rights to members of the RCMP when they had their preferred mode of certification in effect in the Canada Labour Code? Thank you.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Regina Louvain for his kind words about my father. One point I will make to him, and I say this in all seriousness, I'm not trying to be flippant or be rude, but he should know now that he represents the RCMP depot, not depot, depot. And if you speak with any member, current or past, on the RCMP, and we have members in this place, they will make that distinction very clearly. So you would be insulting members of the RCMP if you went onto their grounds and spoke about the great work that Depot does, because it's not Depot, it's Depot. Point number one. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I would just simply point out to my friend and my colleague that we're not saying we're against collective bargaining whatsoever. We're just saying whatever votes should be taken should be done in a secret environment. What is wrong with determining whether or not a union is to be satisfied or whether members want to be unionized by letting them vote in a secret environment? Let's get rid of the intimidation. We can probably share stories on both the management side and the union side of intimidation and pressure tactics that have been used over the years. We're both very familiar with that. To avoid that is simply a simple solution. Allow members to determine their own fate by a secret ballot. That's all we're saying. That's all Bill C-525 did. It was to amend the Canada Labour Code to allow members to determine their own fate for collective bargaining by a secret ballot. What is wrong with that, Madam Speaker? Absolutely nothing, in my view.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for just a second here. I know it's so easy, eh? Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I'm clearly not speaking enough. I thank the member for his excellent speech, and it is amazing that here in the 21st century, there are still some people that don't think we should have a secret ballot. We give secret ballots in every other situation, and we would say on this side of the House that they should be available for working men and women as well. And the parliamentary secretary talked about having a choice of a secret ballot being up to an external panel. What about the guarantee of a secret ballot? A guarantee that every elector has in every other kind of elections. Does the member not think that workers should have not just the possibility of a secret ballot, but a guarantee that a secret ballot will actually take place?
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I can assure my honourable colleague who is new to this place that he's having adequate time to speak, and I'm sure over the intervening years we'll become very familiar with his presentation skills. Madam Speaker, I agree totally with my friend and my colleague. It should be a right, not a privilege, but a right to be able to vote in a sacred environment. Madam Speaker, for the life of me, I can't understand how members in this place could take any other position. I point out again the patently obvious. Every single person in this place was elected by a secret ballot. Do they think it would be appropriate, Madam Speaker, to go into a federal general election and stand in a crowded room and ask people to please stand up and be counted? Let us see exactly how you're going to vote. That is absolutely unthinkable, Madam Speaker. Yet, apparently, according to the government, in a union environment, that should be the norm. Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree with my friend and my colleague more. Secret balloting should be a right, not a privilege, not an option.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, and let's recognize why it is that we have Bill C-7 here today is because the Supreme Court of Canada made a decision. And that decision, in essence, said that the RCMP, an institution that we all hold very dear to our hearts, needed to be afforded the opportunity for a collective free bargaining process. And as a result, we have now legislation that's been introduced by the Government of Canada in recognition of how important it is that we bring it in a timely fashion. I understand the passion that the member talks about in regards to Bill C-7 with respect to the secret ballots. I heard many of the very same arguments in regards to Bill C-4, Madam Speaker. And I would suggest to the member that he allow these pieces of legislation as C-4 has gone to committee, and now hopefully C-7 will also go in a timely fashion, but to recognize that really what we want to be able to do is to set the framework, something in which RCMP officers from coast to coast to coast have been asking for, and that is the ability to have negotiations at free market negotiations, Mr. Speaker, which is something which the Supreme Court has concurred in. And I'm wondering if he could say something positive about the legislation in terms of answering the call of our RCMP officers and responding to the Supreme Court of Canada.
A very brief answer for the minister for the member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said many times in my earlier remarks, we believe that the majority of provisions contained in C-7 are good. In fact, Madam Speaker, I think that if the member took the time to really do a lot of research, he would find out very quickly that there was some draft legislation that our previous Conservative government was planning on introducing, but we got caught up by time, was eerily similar to the provisions contained in Bill C-7, except for one major provision, and that is the fact that this government does not want to allow secret ballots. We would.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for London North Centre.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to rise today in this House in support of Bill C-7. In my riding of London North Centre, we have the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Ontario headquarters, as well as the RCMP London, Ontario detachment. Combined, these two offices have approximately 165 regular members. Many of these individuals are my constituents, I'm proud to say. I'm also very proud of the work these men and women do in keeping Canadians safe every single day, Madam Speaker. With that in mind, it is an honour to be part of this debate and take a stand on behalf of these men and women, the members and reservists of the RCMP. The bill before us today would uphold the constitutionally guaranteed freedom of RCMP members and reservists to engage in meaningful collective bargaining. I emphasize that point. Madam Speaker, collective bargaining is a right that other police officers in Canada have enjoyed for many years, but it is a right that has been denied to the members and reservists of the RCMP, individuals who over the last 143 years, Madam Speaker, have contributed so much to our proud, strong, and free nation. This bill would rectify that issue. This bill is a clear and reasoned response to the Supreme Court ruling of January 16th, 2015. The Court affirmed in that decision that Section 2D of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and I quote, protects a meaningful process of collective bargaining that provides employees with a degree of choice and independence sufficient to enable them to determine and pursue their collective interests. The Court also determined that, and I quote again, the current labor relations regime denies RCMP members that choice and imposes onto them a scheme that does not permit them, to identify and advance their workplace concerns free from management's influence. It is therefore my pleasure to support this bill today, a bill that provides RCMP members and reservists with freedom of choice and independence from management while still recognizing their unique operational reality. Madam Speaker, the bill in question is a product of careful consideration of the results of consultations with key stakeholders. The first with regular members of the RCMP, and the second with provinces, territories, and municipalities who have policing agreements with the RCMP. Bill C-7 has a number of important features, and I will now go over those briefly. It provides for independent, binding arbitration, Madam Speaker, as the dispute resolution process for bargaining impasses. Consistent with other police forces across this country, the members of the RCMP bargaining unit would not be permitted to strike. This was the strong preference of those who participated in the online consultation. The bill would also provide for a single national bargaining unit composed solely of RCMP members appointed to a rank and reservists. And the RCMP bargaining agent, should one be certified, would have as its primary mandate the representation of RCMP members. Again, regular members showed clear support for these provisions. The bill also excludes officers appointed to the ranks of inspector and above from representation. And finally, the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board would be the administrative tribunal for collective bargaining matters related to the RCMP bargaining units, as well as grievances related to a collective agreement. Madam Speaker, the bill before us today is consistent with our government's efforts to restore fair and balanced labor laws in this country. Take, for instance, Bill C-5, which would repeal Division 20 of Bill C-59, the 2015 Budget Implementation Bill, tabled last April by the previous government. It gave the government the authority to unilaterally override the collective bargaining process and impose a new sick leave system onto the public service. Madam Speaker, the Public Service Relations Act was originally passed in 1967 to give public servants the right to unionize and bargain collectively. It is fundamental to ensuring collaborative efforts between the parties and to improving the ability of the public service to serve and protect the public interest. Madam Speaker, I have also many public service employees in my riding of London North Centre, and in fact, I had the privilege of meeting with some of their leadership last week, and they made their voices heard. The actions of the previous government to unilaterally impose a new sick leave system while ignoring the collective bargaining process were unfortunate and disrespectful. Madam Speaker, our government made it clear that we would not be party to an approach that disregards the process of negotiation between an employer and a group of employees aimed at reaching agreements on the terms and conditions of employment. By repealing those provisions in Bill C-59, we are demonstrating our respect for the collective bargaining process. Madam Speaker, we believe in collective bargaining, and the bill before us today honors our belief in this right. Madam Speaker, we also believe in fair and balanced labor relations. Yet over the last few years, many fundamental labor rights have been rolled back. Just look at Bill C-377 and 525. That would both would have changed how unions could be certified and decertified and would place new financial reporting requirements onto them. These bills were passed without the traditional employer, union, and government consultation process used for labour relations law reform. The result has been what? The result has been that it is now more difficult for unions and the employer to bargain collectively in good faith, Madam Speaker. We need instead to ensure that workers can organize freely, bargain collectively in good faith, and work in safe environments. To that end, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour has also introduced legislation to repeal, as you know, Bill C-377 and 525. Bill C-4 restores the procedures for the certification and the revocation of certification of bargaining agents that existed prior to June 16, 2015. And Bill C-4 also amends the Income Tax Act to remove the unnecessary requirements on labour organizations and labour trusts for the public reporting of financial information. As honourable members are well aware, legislation is already in place to ensure that unions make such financial information available. Section 110 of the Canada Labour Code, for instance, requires unions to provide financial statements to their members upon request and free of charge, rendering these additional reporting requirements unnecessary. Madam Speaker, the bill before us today is very much in keeping with our belief in fair and balanced labour relations. Engaging in collective bargaining is a right long since exercised by all other police forces in Canada. The bill would respect that right while recognizing the particular circumstances of the RCMP as a national police force. Madam Speaker, it's time for us to give RCMP members and reservists the respect that they are due. I again would like to thank those members and reservists of the RCMP for their dedicated service to our country. I am proud to have such a strong RCMP presence in my riding of London North Centre, and I commend them for going to work each and every day with the safety of all Canadians and all Londoners at the forefront of their minds. To that end, Madam Speaker, I ask all members to show their support for members and reservists of the RCMP by voting in favour of this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Sorry, I just need my glasses here. The honourable member for, just 1 second, Central Okanagan, Smithley Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech. Certainly, there are many things in this bill, particularly support for RCMP, and recognizing inherent rights. I think that's an important part of this discussion. But I do want to just raise a question and a concern. I've heard from mayors, both from large city mayors and small in my riding, concerns about the taxpayers' ability to pay for emergency programming. This is usually in relationship to fire departments and whatnot, because the collective bargaining process often, and recognizes that these are very dangerous roles, often gives them quite, increases more than the rate of inflation, Madam Speaker. What I'm asking the members just to hear what his thoughts are, because British Columbia is one of the provinces that actually contracts from the RCMP directly. And one of the things I'm concerned of, and these mayors have raised, is that if the emergency budgets continue to rise in places like British Columbia, what will that do to rural policing? And what will that do to the RCMP in provinces like British Columbia? Again, I have no answers, Madam Speaker. I'm just simply asking the members' thoughts.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. The Liberal Party has a record throughout its history of fiscal responsibility. And as for the concerns about ability to pay and the ability of this government to take into account costs that the honourable member raises, I simply point to the fact that under the Liberal Party, Canada has prospered indeed in great ways in terms of financial management. As far as collective bargaining goes, we have to pay attention to it. It is a fundamental issue in any democracy, and we will continue to consult throughout this process with stakeholders throughout this country, whether it's municipalities, provinces, and certainly the RCMP. This is a party that believes in consultation, that respected consultation when it came to this particular bill, and I would simply answer the question in that way, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the honourable member. Indeed, it's encouraging to see that the new Liberal government is supporting collective bargaining. What is unfortunate is they're not really supporting true collective bargaining. You are not in this legislation extending what are the usual rights, which is to include collective bargaining on harassment, staffing, on discipline. Now, it is very clear that the workers themselves, Mounted Police Professional Association of Canada, specifically have requested that at the bargaining table to be able to deal with disciplinary measures and allocation of resources. Can the members speak to why on earth they are reducing the actual rights of collective bargaining to RCMP, and can they tell us what issues on harassment have to do with security?
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Madam Speaker, the primary intent of the bill is to respond to the Supreme Court decision of 2015. That's what the bill is about. We've recognized the importance of the Supreme Court decision, and we are acting in that regard. When the Supreme Court speaks, this House has a duty to listen, and this is what this bill is intending to achieve. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments of the member from London North Centre about respect for the work of the RCMP, about respect for their unique and particular circumstances of Canada's National Police. He talked about fair labour relations, the respectful process and content of this legislation. Given that he has RCMP headquarters and a detachment in his riding, could he speak a bit more about the individual women and men of the RCMP and why they are so deserving of the respect of this House through this legislation?
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Madam Speaker, public safety has to be at the very core of what any government promotes, and respecting the RCMP speaks to that. It is a moment of pride, I think, for anyone in this House when we have the ability to stand up and recognize officers who are, every day putting their lives on the line for our safety. And so when the honourable member asks about my experience and my feeling with respect to the RCMP being headquartered in my riding, at least the Ontario division, that brings me incredible pride. I know many of these members. I've had the opportunity to chat with them about issues relating to the matters we're discussing here in this House today. And I know that they are looking forward to changes that respect and reflect what the Supreme Court has asked us to do. And that's what we're doing here today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just a point of clarity. Earlier, the member opposite failed to answer the question from my honourable member from Central Okanagan, Malcolm Nicola. And I too also asked the same question earlier on. This is neither a comment for or against the unionization of the RCMP or a comment against or for the Liberals' ability to balance budgets. The question merely is in going forward, has this government considered the financial ramifications on municipalities from coast to coast or in the 8 provinces that this will have, whether in this budget or future budgets? Has that been taken into account?
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Madam Speaker, I find it rather puzzling that the members opposite in the Conservative Party would raise concerns now about municipalities sympathetically. Madam Speaker, under the previous government, we had a decade of federal, provincial, municipal relations that leaves its budget day, so I'll be positive, left a lot to be desired, Madam Speaker. And so going forward, I know that consultation will be at the core of what we do as a government. We take that seriously. Of course, we care about the plight of municipalities, of provinces, and of the RCMP in that process. Thank you very much.
I just want to remind members that when somebody has the floor, to be respectful and let that person speak. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mont Royal.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague from London North Centre for his excellent speech. I wanted to also salute the RCMP, and I know all of us on this side of the House and throughout the House really care about the men and women of the RCMP, and whatever our perspectives are on this law and the flaws or merits to it, we all agree that the RCMP does a great job. So I would like to ask the honourable member, can he talk to us a little bit philosophically about the importance of collective bargaining and why it is so important to bring the right of collective bargaining to the RCMP in response to the Supreme Court judgment?
Honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Collective bargaining is at the core of any democracy. Any democracy will be reflective of particular interests and concerns that often diverge. And therefore, if we don't respect a collective bargaining process in any labour relations realm, then we're not living up to that recognition. The recognition that diverging interests, when not taken into account, can lead us astray as a society. And we have to get back onto a path of respecting the fact that we all have a particular stake in the society, that we need to be on the same page, and we can move towards that through collective bargaining. It's an enshrined principle in any democracy, and I'm glad that this government is taking its cue from the Supreme Court of Canada in proposing this particular piece of legislation.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate what the member has said about making sure that everyone is on side and supportive. Before I get to my question, I just want to make a comment on something he said earlier about the previous government not respecting municipalities, not caring for them. Madam Speaker, when the Liberals were in power for 13 long years, they only provided $1.5 billion to British Columbia in infrastructure funding. Over the 8 years that we were in power, within 8 years, Madam Speaker, of the almost 10 years we were in power, we gave British Columbia $4.5 billion, tripling what the previous government had done in less the time. The question I ask, has this member respected municipalities by asking stakeholders, like municipalities, on their opinion on this bill?
Answer from the member for London North Centre.
Madam Speaker, consultation is ongoing. And what I would say is that as far as the record of the previous government goes, I have a number, $150 billion in debt. I rest my point on that, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind members as they're filtering in that there is still a debate going on here, so if you wish to have a conversation, please have it outside of the House. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time. And, Madam Speaker, I want to say, as the Labour critic for the New Democratic Party, it is really my pleasure to rise in support of Bill C-7. But also, as a Labour critic, it is also my duty to rise to point out important aspects of this bill that I see are missing and need to be addressed. Like many opportunities I've had to stand up and speak on Labour bills, I commend the Liberal government for moving forward, but I would ask them to move forward a bit faster and sooner and to address issues that are missing. Madam Speaker, the RCMP, as we know and have heard, have been prohibited from collective bargaining since 1918 and to this day remain the only police force in Canada without the benefit of a collective agreement to regulate and protect their working conditions. So as we have heard in this House, 2016 is a good year for many things, and it is a good day for collective bargaining and the rights of working men and women in this country. The wait for our police officers, those working in the RCMP, the wait is finally over. Unfortunately, this group of police officers had to fight all the way to the Supreme Court to get this right. A right that their fellow officers and, of course, working men and women have had for a very long time. So like many victories, it is bittersweet, but a victory for these working men and women all the same. So that in January 2015, the Supreme Court ruling found that the government had failed to establish permitting meaningful collective bargaining for the RCMP members and would not disrupt disrupt the stability of the police force or affect their public perceptions of its neutrality. And therefore, in its ruling, it declared the prohibition of collective bargaining for the RCMP members in violation of charter rights and gave the previous government 1 year to modify the legislation. I feel the previous government showed their disrespect for these workers and this decision by not moving on this, leaving little time after the election to respond, and now we find ourselves, the Liberals are looking to push this bill through before the May 16th deadline. The Supreme Court said that limits on collective bargaining should be acceptable if it could be shown that those limits are reasonable, demonstrably justified, and necessary to achieve the goal of maintaining an independent and objective police force. Which, of course, brings us to today and Bill C-7 and to my point about what is missing in this bill for working men and women in the RCMP. We have heard from others that have risen to speak and support the bill, but also from my colleagues on this side of the House, to point out the important things that we feel are missing from Bill C-7 and need to be addressed. They include a number of issues that most working men and women include in their collective bargaining and have a right to be involved in and have as rights within their workplace. And we feel the most important exclusions that are missing are issues around staffing, deployment, unfortunately, harassment and discipline. These issues have the largest impact on the health and safety of RCMP members and are central to the health and safety of RCMP members, and are central to most of the public complaints RCMP members have made about their workplace. It would not come as a surprise that people would know that as the Labour critic and, of course, as a member of the New Democratic Party, we support and have supported the collective bargaining of the RCMP members and have always recognized workers' rights to meaningful collective bargaining, and that those issues extend beyond the issues of just pay and benefits alone. That good collective bargaining, good collective agreements also include a discussion and decisions with the employer and the employees on important issues around workplace safety and health issues. And these can sometimes be as important, if not more important, to employees in bargaining. And of course, as we know for the RCMP members and from what we know about what is going on within the police force, that these are some of the most pressing issues for these particular workers, and that they are very much linked to their working conditions around deployment, harassment, and discipline. Instituting a collective bargaining.
The honourable member, I think we should suspend. We're getting ready for a budget speech, and I'll come to that. And so the member will have 5 minutes remaining in her speech when we renew. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Conservatives left a very generous surplus, which is going to be turned into a deficit today. And pursuant to Standing Order 32, I'd like to set the context and table in both official languages the November fiscal monitor from the Department of Finance and ask for unanimous consent.
Does the member have unanimous consent to table the document? It would appear there is no unanimous consent. The House will suspend for a few moments. remind those in the galleries that they're not permitted to make a noise or applaud in the House. The House will now proceed to the consideration of Ways and Means Proceedings number 2 concerning the budget presentation.
Government order, consideration of Ways and Means number 2, budgetary policy in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, moves that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise before this House today to table budget documents for 2016, including notices of Ways and Means motions.
The details of the measures are contained in these documents, and I'm asking that an order of the day be designated for consideration of these motions. I also wish to announce that the government will introduce legislation to implement the measures in the budget. Mr. Speaker, I'd first like to start by acknowledging the tragedy in Brussels today and say that our hearts and our minds go out to the families in Belgium who are experiencing such a difficult time. Mr. Speaker, today we begin to restore hope for the middle class. Today, we begin to revitalize the economy. Today, we begin a long-term plan that will use smart investments and an unwavering belief that progress is possible to ensure that Canada's best days lie ahead. I know that this can be done. Canadians have done it before. After the dark days of the Great Depression and the Second World War, Canadians believed that the future could be brighter. They believed that if they worked hard and saved, they could get ahead. They could buy a car and a house. They could send their children to college or university. They could look forward to a decent retirement. And they could hope that their children would do even better than they did. Confidence inspired investment. Investment inspired confidence. In the post-war years, Canadians built the St. Lawrence Seaway and the Trans-Canada Highway. They constructed new airports, subways, pipelines, and communication networks. They created new colleges and universities, and parents sent their children to these institutions in record numbers. These investments made the workforce skilled and educated. They connected communities. They improved access to markets. They made the flow of people, goods, and services faster and cheaper. The economy grew rapidly, and Canadians prospered. Hope and hard work were rewarded. Well, Canadians are not so optimistic today, and that's understandable. The decline in the price of oil and other commodities has hurt whole regions and provinces. Economic growth has slowed. The average family's wages haven't grown since the 1970s. I want you to imagine an ordinary middle-class Canadian family. 2 parents and 2 kids in university. The parents have been working for 25 years, but only the bills are growing. There's nothing left at the end of the month. And they don't know if they'll ever be able to afford a decent retirement. It's no surprise that many Canadians feel they're worse off than their parents were at the same age, and that they feel that the next generation will do even worse than their own. A fundamental change must happen. Canadians need to believe that hope and hard work will be rewarded again. To make that change, we first have to see good reasons to be confident about our future. L'économie mondiale.
The global economy is evolving. New technology has already transformed how we live and work. These changes will accelerate. For example, clean technologies are improving at an astonishing rate thanks to a torrent of investment and ideas. Markets in Asia present significant business opportunities. Canada can and must be a leader in this new environment. Canadians are highly educated and skilled. The diversity of our population makes us more competitive and is a wellspring of innovation. We are at the forefront of scientific research. There will always be those who claim that we should fear change. The reality is that we stand before a historic opportunity to shape and lead this change.
But to shape the future, we must invest in the future. We must do for our children and our grandchildren what our parents and our grandparents did for us. Fortunately, circumstances for investment are ideal. Wise management of the nation's finances back in the 1990s restored Canada's fiscal health, giving us a debt-to-GDP ratio today that is by far the lowest of any G7 country. At the same time, our interest rates have never been lower, so we can borrow on excellent terms, as governments are being urged to do by everyone from the OECD to the IMF to the G20. Our plan, Mr. Speaker, is reasonable and affordable. By the end of our first mandate, Canada's debt-to-GDP ratio will be lower than it is today. The government will make the investments needed to boost the economy over the long term. Mr. Speaker, we know that balancing kids, careers, and personal goals is not easy. People work hard. They expect that their government and their economy will work hard for them in return. This budget puts people first and delivers the help that Canadians need right now. But it's about much more than this moment. It's an essential step in a sustained, strategic effort to restore prosperity and optimism. The fate of the middle class and the fate of the country as a whole are one. Canada will not prosper if the middle class does not prosper. In the short term, the collapse in the price of oil and other commodities has strained families and communities in many provinces. So, Mr. Speaker, to ease the burden, the government is extending employment insurance benefits in affected regions, including parts of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Northern Ontario, Newfoundland, and Labrador. But the government must do more for families than merely help them through challenging times. That's why, earlier this year, the government cut taxes for middle-class Canadians everywhere. Since January 1st, 9 million people see more money in their paycheck than they've ever received before. To help people pay for this middle-class tax cut, we raise taxes on the top 1%. It's only fair to ask those who can afford it to pay a little more so that we can help those who need it. And, Mr. Speaker, strengthen the economy for everyone. But more needs to be done. And with this budget, we will do more, much more. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce the introduction of the new Canada Child Benefit, a plan to help families This is a plan to help families more than any other public policy since universal health care. Je suis fier.
I am proud to announce the introduction of the new Canada Child Benefit, a plan to help families more than any other social program since universal health care.
Families with children under 18 will receive the benefit starting in July. The size of each check will depend on the family, but 9 out of 10 families will get more help than they do under existing programs. A single mom with 1 child under the age of 6 and earning $30,000 a year will receive an annual benefit of $6,400 tax-free per year. A family with 2 children earning $90,000 will receive $5,650 annually, an increase of $2,500 a year from the current system. That's money in the pockets of mom and dad, money that can go directly to eating healthier food, paying the rent, or buying the clothes for going back to school. L'allocation canadienne aux...
The Canada Child Benefit will lift hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty.
Mr. Speaker, our country has a long and proud history of big, bold, transformative public policies. Programs like universal health care, old age security, and the Canada Pension Plan. Now we proudly add the new Canada Child Benefit to that honourable list. As important as government help is, what the middle class needs now in Canada most is strong economic growth. That's why the government will make new investments in infrastructure from coast to coast to coast. We all benefit when infrastructure is improved. New roads and new bridges allow us to get around faster. Waste treatment plants, sewers and water mains keep water clean. Broadband connects us digitally. Social housing delivers affordable housing and affordable homes. These benefits, Mr. Speaker, are obvious, but people don't always realize that infrastructure is vital to strengthening the economy and growing the middle class. Consider something as simple as traffic jams. Everyone knows that they're annoying, but they also slow the movement of people, goods, and services. They actually hurt the economy. That's why an investment in mass transit does much more than make life more pleasant. It boosts the economy. It helps the environment. And not just for today, but for years and for decades into the future. Studies consistently show that when there's slack in the economy and interest rates are low, for every dollar a government spends on infrastructure, substantially more than $1 of economic activity is generated. These are good investments. Some are urgently needed and require the government to act quickly. But in every case, investments will be made with a focus on long-term value, so the Canadians will reap the benefits far into the future. To help families and communities struggling right now, the first phase of our infrastructure plan invests $11.9 billion over 5 years to modernize and rehabilitate public transit, water and wastewater systems, provide affordable housing, and to protect infrastructure systems from the effects of climate change. We're also investing $3.4 billion over 5 years to help maintain and upgrade national parks, harbors, federal airports, border infrastructure, and support the cleanup of federal contaminated sites across the country. Over the course of the next decade, we will invest more than $120 billion in infrastructure. These investments will accelerate our transition to a low-carbon, clean growth economy, make traffic flow more smoothly, bring high-speed internet to more rural communities, and deliver so many other benefits to Canada. It means a father will make it to his daughter's soccer game on time. It means a small business owner in rural Manitoba will get our website up and going, and our communities, they'll be better places to live. But most of all, they'll deliver a long-term boost to the Canadian economy. Now, we know that the global economy is going through an extraordinary time of change. One thing, however, will never change. The people, companies, and countries who create the next economy will prosper. Canadians can be those people, build those companies, and build that country. To get there, we need to invest in innovation. Well, within the next year, the government will put forward a new innovation agenda which will outline a new vision for Canada's economy as a centre for global innovation, renowned for its science, its technology, its resourceful citizens, and globally competitive companies. Underpinning the innovation agenda will be our plan for real change. But we're not waiting to move ahead. Today I'm announcing several new, important measures that will boost our capacity to innovate and to grow our economy. We start with post-secondary education. Les parents comprennent.
Parents understand that their children's future depends on the education and skills they get, and that post-secondary education has become an important factor in our children's future success. But every parent knows that post-secondary education is becoming increasingly expensive. The government must do its part to make post-secondary education more accessible.
It will increase Canada student grants by 50%, from $2,000 to $3,000 per year for students from low-income families, from $800 to $1,200 per year for students from middle-income families. $250,000 students from across the country from low-income families, 100,000 students from middle-income families, and 16,000 part-time students will get more help each and every year as a result of these measures. And that matters. It can be the difference between getting a degree and dropping out. And that can change a life. Afin d'aider les étudiants.
To help these students gain experience, we will create up to 35,000 additional jobs for young Canadians in each of the next 3 years under the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And through the Youth Employment Strategy, we will make new investments to create clean jobs. We will also strengthen co-op and on-the-job learning opportunities that will help students land that all-important first job after graduation.
Research institutions attract the best and the brightest from around the world to create both hubs of discovery and innovation, hubs that help companies to grow and to compete in the new economy. To support these centres of excellence, our government will provide the highest annual funding increase in over a decade for discovery research through Canada's granting councils, an additional $95 million per year. I'm also very proud to announce that we will invest $2 billion over 3 years for a new post-secondary institutions strategic investment fund to modernize on-campus research, commercialization, and training facilities. Yes. This fund is an example of an immediate investment that can make a real difference now while preparing for future success. Colleges and universities will be able to modernize research labs, retrofit buildings used for advanced training, and expand on-campus incubators that support startups as they grow their businesses. It will create cleaner and more modern campuses today and more economic opportunity for tomorrow. These investments all reflect our core belief that the advancement of basic science and the development of intellectual capacity is the foundation for innovation. Science, innovation, and insight, they tend to develop in clusters. The most famous of these clusters is in Silicon Valley. Everyone knows Silicon Valley is the world's capital of digital technology. But I'll tell you, everyone in Silicon Valley knows that Canada's own Waterloo region is home to some of the most brilliant and innovative minds and companies in the world. This is a model that Canada can and must build on. We believe that businesses, post-secondary institutions, governments, and other stakeholders can work together to accelerate economic growth. We will invest, Mr. Speaker, $800 million over 4 years to support innovation networks and clusters designed to increase collaboration and create value through innovation. We need to connect people and their ideas. These clusters are where innovation will happen. Innovation that will ensure that Canada's at the forefront of technological advancement in the 21st century.
Innovation and economic growth are not only good in themselves, but there is more. They are essential in our struggle against global climate change. Thanks to the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Canada is once again a champion of clean growth and a speedy transition to a low-carbon economy. Our government is determined to work together with our provincial and territorial partners towards the new pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change, which will include a carbon tax.
Between a strong economy and a clean environment. Well, they are simply wrong. We're at a turning point in world history, with the International Energy Agency reporting that the global economy has grown while global carbon emissions haven't. The IEA credits the widespread adoption of clean energy. This is just a glimpse of the future, a future we want Canada to lead. I want you to think about what's coming. Wherever the sun shines and the wind blows, farmers and landowners can become energy producers. Particularly for rural regions hurt by falling commodity prices, the opportunities for economic diversification are enormous.
Forestry and agri-food are good examples of sectors where the government can help to facilitate the shift toward a cleaner economy and ensure good jobs in rural areas. We will invest in new clean technology projects that address climate change, air quality, clean water, and clean soil to support provincial and territorial actions that significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
We're expanding eligibility for accelerated capital cost allowances in two important emerging areas: power for electric vehicles and electricity storage. We'll also launch regional discussions to identify the most promising electricity infrastructure projects to reduce greenhouse gases. As announced by the Prime Minister at the First Ministers' meeting in Vancouver, the government will create a new $2 billion low-carbon economy fund. But our concern for the environment isn't limited to fighting climate change. Our government is investing to expand protected areas, develop new national parks, and fund ocean and freshwater science. We are all blessed to live in a country of unique and spectacular natural beauty. The trails we hike, the mountains we climb, the beaches we swim, and yes, as the Prime Minister knows, the rivers we paddle, give Canadians a special connection to the natural world and a special responsibility to steward nature's many gifts. Mr. Speaker, our national parks are the most beautiful places on this planet. From Cape Breton to Guayhanas, from Kluane to Point Pele, we'll invest in them as our gift to ourselves and the world on the occasion of Canada's 150th anniversary in 2017. Together, we'll share these national treasures with a whole new generation of children and capture the spirit of the great Canadian road trip. Croire en l'innovation.
Believing in innovation is also believing in the talent and in the creativity of Canadians. We must do more to support our artists and the cultural community in Quebec and across the country. Our cultural industries represent a key sector of our economy. Culture is synonymous with creation. It also creates a collective wealth that goes beyond economic benefits and statistics. CBC Radio-Canada is a vital national institution that brings Canadians together and promotes our two official languages while supporting creation and culture. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am announcing that our government will invest $675 million over 5 years to modernize and revitalize CBC Radio-Canada in the digital era. I am also proud to announce that our government will invest a total of $1.9 billion over 5 years in the arts and culture sector. These targeted investments will be provided to, among others, the Canada Council for the Arts, Telefilm Canada, the National Film Board, and unique programs that will allow our artists once again to shine on the international stage.
Good policy is impossible without good data. If we're to lift children out of poverty, we must first understand the cause. If we're to provide quality health care for seniors, we must know how many seniors there are and what services they need. If we want to protect minority languages, we need to know where they're spoken. Literally nothing that governments can be done well without good data. That's why, led by my colleague, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, our government wasted no time in bringing back the long-form census. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to do more. Too often when we ask for the evidence needed to make informed decisions, we find that it just doesn't exist. For example, we know that many Canadians, especially British Columbians, are concerned about the effect of foreign ownership in the housing market. Unfortunately, the problem isn't well understood. More information is needed. Well, to fill this data gap and so many others like it, we will support Statistics Canada so that it can improve our understanding of important problems and help us to make better decisions. But growing our economy is not enough if that growth isn't shared by the middle class and those working hard to join it. Inequality is on the rise. To thrive, the middle class must be diverse. It has to represent us all: seniors, people living with disabilities, new Canadians, LGBTQ, rural Canadians, urban Canadians. All must benefit from the growth that we create together. We're working on that, Mr. Speaker. Canadians overwhelmingly treasure Canada's publicly funded universal health care system. Parents don't fear that treating a sick child will bankrupt them. Seniors know that they won't be turned away at the hospital. This is a source of national pride. It reflects our values, our generous nature, and our commitment to helping each other in times of need. It also provides economic security and boosts productivity. As an immediate step, the government will make new investments to support a healthier Canada, further supporting the work of Canada Health Infoway and the Canadian Foundation for Healthcare Improvement to identify and introduce innovations into the healthcare system. As our population ages, more of us will depend on our healthcare system and on timely access to quality care, regardless of where we live or our ability to pay. Protecting the integrity of our healthcare system is of utmost importance to our government. We know that innovation, collaboration, and partnerships are a critical part of the solution. As part of the boost in new annual funding for discovery research, we will provide an additional $30 million per year to the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. The Minister of Health is actively engaged in discussions with territorial and provincial ministers of health, health sector stakeholders, and Canadians on how best to invest in our system for long-term benefit. Home care and a patient-centred approach are part of these discussions, and our government's committed to providing the federal leadership needed in health care for the benefit of all Canadians.
An integral part of the middle-class dream is a secure and dignified retirement. For too many Canadians, it has become impossible to save enough before reaching retirement age. Too many seniors live in poverty, in particular single seniors.
We will help the most vulnerable seniors by increasing the guaranteed income supplement for single seniors by up to $947 annually. This enhancement more than doubles the current maximum top-up, represents a 10% increase in maximum benefits. It will improve the financial security of about 900,000 single seniors across this country. To help even more Canadians achieve a secure retirement, I'm personally committed to reaching an agreement with my provincial and territorial counterparts before the end of the year to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. Our veterans have dedicated their lives to the defense of their country. They deserve our gratitude, our respect, and our support. We made a solemn promise that they will have it. And, Mr. Speaker, we intend on keeping that promise. We will increase the disability award for illnesses or injuries resulting from military service and align it with other new veterans' charter benefits by indexing it to inflation. We will expand access to higher grades of the permanent impairment allowance to better support veterans who've had their career options limited by a service-related illness or injury. We'll increase the earnings loss benefit to provide income replacement of 90% of pre-release salary for injured veterans and index this benefit so that it keeps pace with inflation. Canada's veterans have also earned access to more in-person government services right in their communities. With this budget, we're providing additional funding to Veterans Affairs Canada so that it can reopen service offices recently shuttered in Charlottetown, Sydney, Cornwall, Windsor, Thunderball, Saskatoon, We're also planning to open a new office in Surrey, BC, and to expand our outreach in Northern Canada. To help veterans in the rehabilitation process, we'll enhance frontline services by hiring additional case managers to reduce the client-to-case manager ratio to no more than 25:1. I'm also proud to announce today that we will increase the funding of Status of Women Canada to increase the agency's capacity to support gender-based analysis across the federal government and expand their regional presence to support local organizations working on women's issues and gender equality. I recently appointed the Government's Advisory Council on Economic Growth that will advise us as we build a long-term growth strategy for the country. And I'm proud of the fact that the majority of the experienced business and economic leaders that we appointed were women.
Right.
I pense à la demande persistante.
To meet the continuing and growing demand for affordable housing across the country, I am proud to announce that the government will double the amount that it provides to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's Affordable Housing Initiative. Thousands of families will benefit from the measures contained in this budget to support affordable housing. Our government will also invest an additional $112 million over the next 2 years in the homelessness strategy to help the various segments of the population that are directly affected.
Over the next 2 years, we will fund and support the construction or renovation of over 3,000 shelter spaces or transition homes for victims of violence. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest single investment in support of victims of violence in our country's history. We simply cannot claim to be successful as a country as long as Indigenous peoples aren't given every chance to succeed. In economic terms, the arguments are irrefutable. With an aging population, the Canadian economy needs more workers. The Indigenous population is young and growing. It could help. But that can't happen until First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples have a path to prosperity. And that means investments. I've met with Indigenous leaders and community members on several occasions, including during pre-budget consultations in Winnipeg. And I commit to maintaining this relationship during my tenure as Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am so honoured on behalf of the government to announce historic investments of $8.4 billion over the next 5 years to ensure Indigenous peoples share in Canada's prosperity.
Hear, hear.
This is in keeping with the spirit of the Kelowna Accord, concluded in 2005 thanks to the inspired leadership of former Prime Minister Paul Martin. Mr. Speaker, over half of that money will be invested in education. We'll build schools. We'll hire teachers. We'll ensure that Indigenous children get the education they need and deserve. Housing is also an urgent need. The government will invest nearly $555 million over 2 years in housing. And so is healthcare. The government will invest to repair and build nursing stations and residences for healthcare workers in Indigenous communities. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we will put an end to the unconscionable crisis of boil water advisories on reserve. Our government will invest nearly $2 billion in water and wastewater infrastructure and drinking water monitoring over 5 years so that every Canadian child has access to clean drinking water, no matter where they live in this country. Last November, the government committed $678 million over 6 years, starting in 2015-16, to resettle 25,000 Syrian refugees by February 29, 2016. And today, we're committing to new funding to resettle an additional 10,000 government-assisted Syrian refugees over the course of 2016. This is an issue that's very close to me personally, having been involved in efforts to provide education and opportunity to Somali and South Sudanese girls in the Kakuma refugee camp over the past decade. And I can say that I've been moved by the warmth, caring, and resilience of people who've given up so much to flee conflict in search of a better life for themselves and their families. Well, this fall, I was doubly moved, as we all were, by the outpouring of support and the welcome Canada reserved for Syrian refugees. I believe that the world saw the best of Canada in our response to this crisis, and I thank the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship for his leadership. We know that newcomers are vital to the Canadian economy, and so our country, our government, will welcome 300,000 new permanent residents in 2016. We believe that families belong together. Family reunification contributes to the well-being of all Canadians by contributing to our collective wealth in both sociocultural and economic terms. By stepping up our efforts in this area, we anticipate 20,000 admissions under the Parent and Grandparent Program, bringing celebration and hope for thousands of Canadians who for too long have been living apart from their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, the government is steadfast in its commitment to providing greater security for Canadians. Led by the Minister of Defence, we will conduct an open and transparent process to create a new defence strategy that will deliver a modern, more agile, and better equipped military. Over the course of 2016, we will seek the input of Canadians, experts, allies, and partners, as well as Parliament, on a new defence strategy. The government is committed to renewing the major equipment of the Canadian Armed Forces, including Canada's aging fleets of CF-18 fighter aircraft and maritime warships. To ensure that funding is available when key capital acquisitions will be made, we will reallocate funding for large-scale capital projects from the 2015-16 to 2020-21 period into future years, so money is available when it's needed. This funding is being shifted to align with the timing of major equipment acquisitions. Notre voix est maintenant entendue.
Our voice is now heard loud and clear on the international stage. Since November, we have signed an historic greenhouse gas emission reduction agreement in Paris. We have renewed and revitalized our relationship with our most important partner, the United States, and signed a new continental energy and environmental agreement that includes Mexico. We have significantly increased our contribution to the multinational coalition against the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. And we have led the charge on the need to invest in order to boost economic growth at international economic forums such as Davos and the G20.
We believe the time has come to invest to build a strong and prosperous country. Today, we're seizing the opportunity to invest in people and the economy to prepare Canada for a brighter future. Of course, this is only the beginning. Today, we've taken some first steps in a long journey. We've much work ahead of us. As we do that work, we remember that while we may act in the present, we do not act for the present. We act for the decades and the years to come. We act for our children and for our children's children. We act so they may inherit a more prosperous and a more hopeful Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo!
Order. Questions and comments. Gentleman member from Milton.
Here, here. Here, here. Let's bring some reality.
Mr. Speaker, the fine officials at Finance Canada today provided their independent analysis and have reported that for the April 2015 to January 2016 period, the government actually posted a budgetary surplus of $4.3
Here, 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 here.
In other news, the Finance Minister
That's
has
gone now.
introduced a budget today that, quite frankly, is a betrayal of the middle class.
Absolutely. That's what it is.
We see a $1.3 billion increase in personal income taxes. We see increased taxes on students. We have seen families stripped of the children's fitness tax credit and the children's arts tax credit. They have broken their promise to small business and are not decreasing their taxes. And indeed, they have increased their payroll tax today. They have increased taxes on charities, Mr. Speaker. And most unconscionably, they have raided the defense budget to the tune of $3.7 billion on a day when men and women in this country don a uniform and put themselves in harm's way just because of that fact. However, Mr. Speaker, they still need to borrow. So here's my question. On page 51 of this docket, the minister writes, the government remains committed to returning to balance, but Minister, every projection through 2021 still says deficit. Can you please let us know, through the Speaker, when will the government stop borrowing? Especially since he's doing it on the backs of Canadians to pay for the projects for their Liberal friends.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I think this is a wonderful day for Canadians. We are very proud of the budget we've put forward to help Canadians. It's only 5 months ago that Canadians elected a government, and they asked us to do two things. They said, help me and my family and grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're doing with this budget. We are helping the middle class. We started on January 1st with a reduction in taxes on Canadians, so 9 million Canadians now have more money in their pockets than they had before. With this budget, we moved to introduce the Canada Child Benefit. It's a simple, tax-free monthly benefit that adds $2,300 to the average family, 9 out of 10 Canadian families who get it. We're proud of this budget. It helps the middle class.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski Nejet Ms. Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The budget is a question of choices, but as you know, often the devil is in the details, especially when we start to compare what is in the budget with what was in the Liberals' election platform. The Liberal election platform says that this budget has a shortfall of $237 million this year and over $100 million for next year with regard to Liberal promises. This budget has a shortfall of $300 million this year and $200 million next year with regard to promises for seniors. As compared to the Liberal platform, this budget has a shortfall of $180 million for young people, and it breaks a Liberal promise to reduce taxes on small businesses to 9% because it is set 10.5%. What are the other choices they've made? They've decided to leave intact a measure that is a tax loophole for stock options, and that leaves millions of dollars in the pockets of the wealthiest. So how can the Liberals justify breaking so many promises towards the most vulnerable and allow the most wealthy to get off scot-free? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of our budget. 5 months ago, Canadians told us two things: help me and my family and grow the economy. We began today with this budget to do things for the middle class. We have already reduced taxes on the middle classes, and this is how we are helping 9 million Canadians to have more money in their pockets. But in addition, we made other very important choices. We introduced our Canada Child benefit, and that is going to help 9 out of 10 families to leave more money in their pockets for their families. It is going to start in July for these families. But we have done other things. We have added measures for veterans. We have done things for seniors. We've improved the lot of seniors in Canada. So we are very proud of our budget, and it is an excellent opportunity for the middle class to be in a better situation.
Questions and comments? The member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is certainly an exciting day for Canadians as the Minister of Finance has shared our plan to grow the economy and strengthen the middle class. As I knocked on thousands upon thousands of doors during the recent election campaign, many hard-working middle-class Canadians in my riding of Scarborough Centre consistently told me that they wanted an economy that worked for them. In his speech a few moments ago, the Minister of Finance discussed the Canada Child Benefit, a new program contained within his budget. Can the Minister explain for the House the details of this benefit and how he believes it will help Canadian families?
The Minister of Finance.
I want to thank the member for that question. It gives me the opportunity to say more about the Canada Child Benefit, which we believe is an important policy that's going to fundamentally change the situation of families in Canada. Canadians asked us to help the middle class, and we are delivering on that. This program helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families with children. They will get one check monthly. It will be tax-free. On average, for the 9 out of 10 families with children that get it, it will be $2,300 more per year. Wow. Now, on top of that, it will help hundreds of thousands of children to be lifted out of poverty, giving families the opportunity to possibly get into the middle class. This is good for those families, certainly good for those children, and good for the Canadian economy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, let's just do a quick fact check between the Liberal election promises and what's in this budget. First of all, they projected and promised no more than a $25 billion deficit in their election platform document, now at $100 billion. They promised a 27% debt-to-GDP ratio in 4 years, now projected at 31.6%. There's no jobs plan for the 100,000 or more recently unemployed people in the oil and gas sector. Unemployment is rising. What is the government's plan to incent businesses to create jobs for job creators
not to be taxed more as this budget does. What's the long-term plan?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. As I said, the Canadian people asked us to do two things: help the middle class and grow the economy. Our plan to grow the economy will make a significant difference for Canadians. We are making investments that this year are roughly $11.5 billion in new investments into the economy and almost $15 billion next year. This will have important impacts on helping to grow the economy. We will see, we believe, an increase in economic growth by 0.5% this year and 1% next year. And that's only the beginning. Over the long term, we intend on growing the economy through a long-term infrastructure plan as well as an innovation agenda that will make a real difference for Canada.
We have time for one brief question and a brief answer. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neja, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are continuing their tradition of taking money out of EI for other things than helping those who are unemployed. And not only that, they have decided to create a pilot program giving an additional 5 weeks to workers who need it, and we agree with that measure. But there are 12 regions that are excluded, including Canada, Atlantic Canada, where the pilot project was eliminated by the Conservatives. Why have the Liberals created a two-tier pilot project and created two-tier regions? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of our changes to employment insurance. We have made very important decisions for Canada. We are making changes to help those who need EI get access to EI in less time than before. And we've also decided to create a situation where 12 areas of Canada affected by a higher unemployment level will have the possibility of getting EI quicker. This is a major change that is going to help people in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland and Labrador, and across the country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
A day like today, faced with this big, boring, big spending Liberal government, I think of our good friend, the fiscally responsible Jim Flaherty. Mr. Speaker was named the world's best finance minister. In the world, the Conservative government left the Liberals with a surplus, and they've ignored the advice that Jim gave when he said in his 2014 budget, a return to surplus is not a license to spend recklessly. Mr. Speaker, so when I conclude my remarks tomorrow, I will point out how this government misled Canadians in the last election and how it consistently miscalculates, mismanages, and misunderstands the Canadian economy. But until then, I move, seconded by the member for Regina Capel, that the debate be now adjourned.
Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moves that the debate be now adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, the motion is deemed adopted and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m.